All right, well, welcome back. I'm gonna have County Council initially kick us off out of closed session.
Thank you. Yes, the board met in closed session to discuss.
Oh,
no. Oh, we're being recorded.
A little bit.
Okay, that's it. Should I go now? The board met in closed session to discuss one public employee item for the county council position. And I'll ask the chair to provide the report out.
The board voted 5-0 to appoint Clayton Cook as county counsel, and the board voted 5-0 to authorize human resources to negotiate an employment contract with Mr. Cook. Okay, since I was neglectful at the beginning of this meeting, we are going to start with our flag salute. Supervisor Gustafson, would you lead us?
Sure. Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now's the time for public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to comment on anything not on the agenda this morning? Okay.
We have one online here. Diane, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Greetings, supervisors. I just basically am going to just report to you this morning that you had an agenda and with a time change of 8:30 this morning. But even though I saw it late because it just landed in my email this morning, when I clicked in at 8:45, there was no connection. It said webinar not valid. And then so I checked again after 9 and then it did connect. So technically there's some Brown Act violation in there. And I just want to report that to you. I'm not going to go bonkers over it, but it was granted. I get that this is sort of a special meeting, but not because it's not published that way. So I'm just putting that out there. Not cool, you guys. And with that, I'm going to yield.
Thank you, Diane.
We have one other.
Yeah, we all trust.
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Good morning, Cheryl Berkema, Granite Bay. First of all, congratulations, Clayton. I really appreciate your being considered for such a great position. I think you deserve it. I wanted to call attention to the board. I recently received a Results Californians for More Transparent and Effective Government in the mail. The goal is to get on the ballot an initiative proposition that that would audit. It's called the Transparency Act, and it says it requires an independent state auditor to conduct performance and financial audits of new taxes, requires the results to be posted publicly in the voter guide so we can hold politicians accountable, requires new taxes to comply with our state spending limits so that any excess revenues get refunded to taxpayers, not handed to special interests. And I think if you read through that, you could actually replace the word Placer County with government, because I think it's applicable. I think that that audits and accountability, I often hear that we don't want to waste taxpayer dollars, but actually if you don't have audits and accountability, then you're really just talking and not actually delivering what you said you were going to deliver. Some examples of that are master level consultants with no bid contracts repeatedly have overruns. Where is that measured? And how are we to expect that these no bid contracts are actually saving taxpayer dollars? I think you're not watching out for taxpayers by not doing that. In addition, the failure to provide meaningful metrics for what you're accountable for. The metrics seem to morph over time. An example would be the housing data for RENA. We've gone from contractual obligations with the state in our housing element to achievable metrics. Changing the name of the metric does not make it any less enforceable. So I think that needs to be audited. Also, over 20 years, we've failed in that and we don't course correct. We had a housing manager that produced the housing element with shortfalls and then not delivering them, she gets advanced twice to an executive position. I don't understand how that's accountability. Also, the hiding behind complex documents as if a lot of times we're saying, oh, well, the public doesn't understand. There's a designed measure of complexity put into thousands of pages of documents. That is wasteful spending. If you can't articulate a program, we have in the housing element 40 programs. They're failing. How about doing like 5 that you actually can deliver on? So I think that if you actually look at Placer County and look, I hope you can read that carefully and say, am I actually delivering what I said I was going to deliver? Because I think it's really applicable. And I think Placer County is exposed with a lot of the accountability that's coming to California. I think you could really insert Placer County there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cheryl. All right, with that, I will close public comment and I will.
Chair, if I could just address that comment about the Zoom meeting. During closed session, there was a glitch in the Zoom programming that did result in Zoom going down. That was not on our side of things, but on Zoom side. But that was during closed session and it is up and running now. So anybody that was on Zoom did not miss any part of this meeting as the board was adjourned to closed session during that discrepancies. And I think we're up and running and everything is good at this point.
Yeah, one more point of clarification on that. We were up and running when the board entered into closed session.
Great, thank you. And then Clayton, did you want to make a couple of public comments for this item for the governance workshop?
Yes, I can. Just the format of the meeting is a little bit different, so I wanted to let everyone know how this would work. There obviously has been the general public comment which just occurred for the loan item that's left on the agenda, the governance workshop. We will take public comment at the beginning, and then the board will discuss the governance, and then we'll conclude the meeting. So for those interested in providing public comment for the governance workshop item, we will do that at the beginning.
Great, then I will see if there's anyone here in the chambers who would like to comment on this item.
Hi, Stella Greenhouse. I live in Lincoln. I just wanted to claim my seat. Let you know that I'm here. Thank you.
And anyone online?
Cheryl, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hi, Cheryl Berkman again from Granite Bay. So first of all, I wanted to say an agenda item that says supervisor governance is not really an agenda item. The public can't prepare for what you would have in mind for governance. The last time we came out of one of these, when Bonnie Gore was chair, we had Zoom removed. I think if the public would have known that that were a topic, that we were going to potentially have that as an item, as today, when I asked whether the MAC was going to have Zoom, I was told that it was going to be part of the governance meeting. How many out of 400,000 residents know that you're going to discuss whether or not MACs can have Zoom today? I'm assuming that's what's going to be on the topic, but I think that, again, it's a failed transparency item. Between Bonnie Gore and Cindy Gustafson, we have removed, them being chair, we have removed Max being able to vote. For 40 years, we've been able to vote as a community. Well, we had our electeds were elected to represent residents, and you've removed the ability for them to actually, you're neutering the public is basically what you're doing. And now you're having another session. You have how many people in this room and we can't actually produce an agenda? So I would say that this item has failed transparency horribly. And I think that in terms of transparency, it would also be good if this board considered putting out metrics, surveys to the public on how effective you are in your leadership. Well, what does the public think of these sessions where they're not really invited? They're technically by law, yes, but who are you kidding? You know that you're not being transparent. So I would ask you to actually put out a survey to look at the metrics for leadership in the county and get some real constructive feedback on why the public is being left out of a lot of important information. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
We have one other. Diane, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Greetings again, supervisors. I want to echo what Cheryl just conveyed for sure. And I totally am a little bit befuddled too, because yes, we cannot think ahead of you as to what all the different topics are going to be under this category. Now, for sure, the transparency is using technologies. And you always had the ability to keep the hybrid in place, even when you chose not to. And I think eliminating the max in terms of Zoom still have the same weight in some regards, in terms of that's probably the point where most of the engagement from the community comes from. So limiting that access is a total transparency issue. I think in terms of today, I think it's all about using what is available in the hybrid and in the engagement. My biggest concern going forward is the tweaking of the rezones and how you're going to convey that to the public, because this has just been such a long drawn out process for all of the Arena 6. And I think what people don't understand is we got through 1 to 5 without home rule as a statewide concern being engaged by the governor. And that's where the counties, or all the counties and cities and what have you, have really felt the pain. Now going forward, it's going to even be more pain, because now we have another category and Arena 6 is going to be here. So really in this governance, you have to figure that out and make sure you're doing the best you can to enlighten people as to why the county now in Arena 6 is so held to the fire as it was not up through 1 through 5. So I guess I'm going to have to just kind of flow, and I won't get to comment after the fact of what all you're going to, broach in this governance discussion today for your workshop. So hopefully you will open it back up at the end so we know what we can comment on, being we didn't have, a clue coming in. All right. With that, I yield.
Thank you.
No further comments.
Okay, we will now move into our workshop, and I would like to introduce Jane Harrington, who is with Leading Resources, and she's going to facilitate our conversation today.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me. Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, members of the public. Good morning, staff. My pleasure to be with you all here today for this discussion. I am a facilitator for today. That is my role, but I have worn some different hats in the past. So for a number of years, I did practice public agency law, but I know we've got counsel here today. That is not the hat I wear with you all today. Today is just to guide the conversation and make sure this is the best use of your time as we're sort of weighing some governance topics. As I was thinking about governance, I just appreciate that you all have a practice of revisiting good governance practices and the value of that, and why you would spend a number of hours like we are today to actually go through governance practices. And so as I was thinking about it, I thought it's sort of like going to the dentist. You have to do it. It keeps you healthy. If anything's going on, you know, they'll say, okay, you got to come back. We'll make another appointment. We'll address this. So today we're not going to take action on any big issues, but we're just going to make sure we know what's going on. And my husband was like, don't use going to the dentist as a metaphor for governance. So then I switched it up and I thought, well, maybe it's more like working on your car, right? So, you know, you got to change the oil, maybe rotate the tires, things like that. But it doesn't mean that anything is terribly wrong. It just means we're checking in to make sure we're doing everything right and that we're on top of our practices. So that's I'm gonna stick with the car metaphor for the rest of the day. If that's okay. Okay. Nothing against the dental practice, but and governance is really about who we are individually and how we work together. And that has a lot to do with relationships, both with the community and with yourselves as a board. And so I just wanted to take a moment to chat amongst ourselves. So maybe we're going to split into pairs and maybe I'll pair up here since we've got an odd number. But good governance starts with how we work together, and knowing each other can be the right foundation for that. So I was going to ask if we would like to answer the question together. What is one part of your background or experience that people might not know that shapes how you serve on the board? And let's just chat about that as a pair. And then when we come back, you're actually going to say, you're going to share that. You're going to share that.
Do I really want to
this
tell
part. This, we're back on the dental side. Yeah, okay.
You want Novocaine for this question?
And is there an easier question? And maybe just something in the community that you've appreciated that really informs your service in the community. There's many, many things, but is there just something in your background and your history and your past that really informs how you show up as a supervisor member? Let's take a moment and we'll reconvene in just a second. Is this a hard one?
I know.
People don't know about me, that maybe not something that they would have heard. Like what I do. Show them on these. Gives about this. Very much. The thing we do with that, just a lot of. And then should just learned preparing. But you know, where I go in my decision. You know, but hopefully that brings you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And when it comes to your participation in the board, how does being a parent show up?
I guess you might got there.
Still.
Go work with everybody.
Do you feel
Start the process.
to represent the best practice, you know, and there are a lot of changes right there in today's world. So, just being cognizant of those and we want to part of the population. So, for whatever reasons.
So.
I here underneath that I have recently taken in.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I got an
Okay.
8-year-old.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
Hands-on experience.
Yeah.
Doing what they
So,
did.
yeah, I picked her up from my sister one day and.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
But. Yeah. So.
And so how do you, you're answering.
Yeah, I know, right?
What'd you say?
Will.
I really
I can do that. The word that's coming to mind is process, which isn't the right word.
I've done it.
You know, it's compassion is how I
Yeah.
feel, but there's-
Fortunately, probably, because I have.
creating the right container for her to be who she's gonna be.
Understand.
And I can't make
Attorney.
her world perfect, and
What-
sure, it's challenges, but I can create the right container for the right things.
Hardest to.
Mhm.
So I think that's even today what I do is I create the right container for you all.
Mhm.
Like the discussion.
Doing it. Busy.
Yeah.
Dirty with
Yeah,
that.
that's a good analogy.
Still be-
Are we
How old are your kids?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way,
that's a good
we can't mute you. You can't mute us. Right.
Yeah.
Don't share too.
It's not gonna
Yeah.
get full loud, but we can't mute it during the live meeting.
That all great.
My head does not. You know,
Well,
might be a leader.
shall we return?
Sure. What your card?
Good.
Mine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
We know.
We'll give them just a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Who wants to share something they learned about their partner?
I'll start.
Please.
Supervisor Gustafson, based on her experience of working in a small local special district, had the experience of seeing that the viewpoints of local small districts weren't always represented, and wanted to always make sure that we're hearing from different groups that often are unrepresented and really need to hear from our partners, their perspective.
And then I will share that Supervisor Gore has a background in city government and came to this position from her very active role in city government, and felt similarly that sometimes city interests were not well represented. Is that fair to say? On the Board of Supervisors, that perspective wasn't taken into account in decision making. That definitely affected our local jurisdictions, cities, or maybe in my case, special districts.
Thank you. How about over here?
I guess I'll start. I know we didn't have a lot of time, but I guess knowing Supervisor Jones and what she did in her background, being married to somebody in the military, having a law degree, having a business in another country, seems to have given her a lot of different avenues to come to this, I guess, highway of a lot of things happening that probably gave her the experience to do the job. I probably can't explain her as well as she can explain herself. So I would actually defer to her if she had something that I probably couldn't fill in. But I mean, that's what, over the last 4 or 5 years, knowing her and knowing probably everybody here, I think that background from her to me got her to be a good supervisor here. So
Thank you. Thank you.
So with Anthony, when he was a young man, he was required to join the family business and participate in it. And so his uncle told him, he said, you can't lead your people unless you know what they do. And so he was required to become familiar with everything from the legal aspects, the agricultural aspects, in which he got his degree in ag, and all of those different facets. But I thought it was very interesting that his uncle told him, you can't lead unless you know what they all do, all the spokes in the wheel.
Wonderful. Excellent. Thank you. Well, for Supervisor Landon, we talked about being the parent of 4 foster children and how that informs just how you participate in the world and how you participate here and your contributions. And also that demographic, right? And thinking about sort of the younger generation and all the hard work that you all do, and keeping that in mind for those folks, that generation.
Yeah, and for Jane, obviously a little bit of a different perspective and
Sure.
shift, but she has a new family member, and the way I really loved the way she described it. She talked about providing a container for that child to kind of grow into. And so in the same thing, she kind of made an analogy to us here today, and just her role as providing us a container to have the conversation that we're having. And so, yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Well, thank you for taking some time for that. Just appreciate that we're all people here, and we bring a lot of different things to the table. And so just spending a moment on that. Well, when I think about governance, at the highest level, there's a number of different topics that we could talk about today, right? We're bringing everything through what I would call a governance lens. And I just want to make sure that at this highest level, we're thinking about what that governance lens is. And when I was thinking about you all, it's really, how are you representing your distinct districts and what they expect, and what you're doing for your districts versus how you are coming together as one board? And what does it look like coming together as one board? And there's really 4 pieces that go into that. So one is just, what are our roles as one board and our decision-making authority? Do we have good processes and transparency around that? Are we responsible stewards? And then where do we balance consistency across the county versus what's unique for our needs for our own districts. And that's the lens that we could look at any issue today through, and any issue in the future when we're thinking about governance. So just having a good governance lens to everything that you all do together. And I am going to propose that we talk about a number of topics today, but a few that have come up that we're going to discuss through that governance lens are contract thresholds, the role of the board and the chair, roll call orders, speaking for the board, commendations, max, and district budgets. And like I said at the start, it's really just checking in. It doesn't mean that anything has gone wrong. We just need to check the oil, rotate the tires, make sure that we're all aligned where we want to be on these issues. And of course, we're not making any decisions today. We'll talk about what we might do as a next step. But I challenged myself as I was looking at this to think, okay, if I had to pick two of the kind of four lenses for governance, and I had to limit myself to two, because really I think you could say that all of these touch everything. But I had to limit myself to two. I would just say, for example, when we're talking about contract thresholds, that really comes down to clear roles and who's making decisions, and also responsible stewardship. Role of the chair, roles, and comes down to processes. Maybe max comes down to responsible stewardship and balance of county consistency and district discretion, but also roles and transparent processes. So none of these is just one thing, but we're going to use this lens, and some of these will hit at more of these than others as we're moving through them. And I'm going to propose an approach for today, keeping my car metaphor going, is I'm going to make an observation. And the best thing about observations is mine can be totally wrong. So when I put an observation out there, all I'm saying is what I'm seeing here, or what's possible, what could be happening, right? And just kind of putting a stake in the ground for us to use that as the anchor to talk. And I might say, you know what, the check engine light is on. And you all could be like, that's fine, the check engine light's always on. Or don't worry about it, it's just a glitch in the system. I can go to the mechanic, they turn that thing off. Or something's going on with the car and we need to get it checked out. So I'm going to make an observation. I'm going to propose a goal for how we address that observation. Do we ignore the check engine light? Do we see if it stays on for another week? Do we keep an eye on it? Do we have somebody check it out? Do we decide some next steps? And then in terms of an outcome, what might those next steps be today? Again, not making any decisions, any final decisions today, just proposing some next steps. So a next step could be that today we're just clarifying that we're all on the same page. Like I said, it's a check-in. You get a lecture from your hygienist that you need to be flossing more. And now I'll go back to the car thing. So you just need to make sure you're doing it every however many thousand miles. So maybe we just want to say, yep, we're good. That is, we're all still on the same page and that's where we want to be. Or we want to feel more aligned. Or we say, this is working for us. We don't have to do anything. Or we say, you know what? We probably need more information if we're going to talk about that more. And then also say, maybe that's something that we do need to agendize for a future meeting. I'll pause right there and see if, does that sound like a good approach for our time today?
That's great.
Great.
Excellent. I like it.
Create a container. There's your container. And then we'll make sure at the end of the day, we're good with what we decided. So I did prepare a worksheet, if you will. It's just a table that's going to have what we have up on the screen today, but also it leaves an empty spot for us to talk about what we decided so that we're clear at the end of it. So I was thinking, famous last words, let's start with the easy things first.
We think it's easy, yeah.
Right? We spend the rest of the day. So, and this is my assessment as I'm looking through this. I'm like, that seems pretty straightforward. I could be wrong. That's okay. But as I'm sort of looking at and listening to and making observations, this one seemed a little bit straightforward. So this comes from discussions. So contract thresholds. My observation would be that some routine contract items might be taking more time than necessary in your meetings, right? We want those meetings to be the best use of time for you all and for the public. And we know that there's good processes in place for what needs to come to a meeting. And so the question might be whether the approval thresholds and consent thresholds could be adjusted to reduce the time it's taking, but still maintain the level of oversight and transparency that you would expect. And my goal for this discussion would be to clarify whether this is an issue, if you want to explore it further, see if we have any available information. I did ask to see if we've got some info on that, and then identify what additional information or options you might need if you wanted to do something differently here. Sound good?
Yes.
All right. So I guess the observation first for the board would be, in terms of that observation, does anything come up for you around contract thresholds and adjusting that?
No, I think we talked about the threshold of putting more stuff on consent at a higher value. So we can get through other items that may take longer. So we're probably not in session all day long and it kind of drags out and attention spans probably starts to decrease. So I guess our goal, I think we may have all agreed upon it, was to increase that threshold of value so we can have more time to dig into the weeds of the more lengthy conversations that we have to have at that open session. But I think, you know, for routine contract items that don't really need to be an open, they can go on consent. I think it's a great idea.
Okay.
I was wondering if I could get clarification, just a reminder on what our current threshold is, and is it the same across all departments? Is there any variations?
Thank you. I asked these questions also, and in asking that question, got a little bit of information. So I wanted to invite, is this a good time?
Yeah.
Okay. So I asked the same question. So let's get an answer.
So, Joel Joyce, County Executive Office. Good morning, Chair, everyone, Clayton, Daniel. So Shanti, to answer your question here, to kind of orient you of what you see, at the top of the slide, you have the current thresholds. So borders, everything over 100,000 has to go to the board for approval currently. The purchasing agent, our purchasing manager, and our county executive officer have the approval to sign any contracts of $100,000 or less. I want the board to understand that non-routine and somewhat controversial items that fall under the 100,000 are under the discretion of the current county executive officer to bring to the board or not. So that's not an absolute authority that our county executive officer or a purchasing manager has, but it is discretionary authority. What's not up here in kind of what I'll call a soft dollar amount for the board approval is the consent approval threshold. So the Placer County currently has a $500,000 consent approval threshold for routine items only and any contract that is not new. So any renewable contract at 500,000 or more and not in routine and in nature can fall under the consent calendar for the board agendas. So that's the current authority. And I'm happy to go into the tables on the bottom half of the slide if you want me to now, or I can wait.
I'm sure, go ahead.
Okay, so Jana had asked staff to pull some of the previous year's contract data, and we have 2.5 years, 2 full fiscal years in the first 6 months of this current fiscal year in tables there at the bottom half of the slide. So the first row, the $1 to $100,000, that's pretty simple to understand. Those are the total number of contracts that Daniel and or the purchasing manager has the authority to sign off on. A handful of those numbers, I don't have the exact number, but a handful of those do actually have gone to the board for approval based on their nature of the contracts. We broke the rest of the contract numbers into separate dollar amount buckets for the purposes of this discussion. So the second row there, the 100 to 250,000, you see about an average of 90 or 94 contracts between the previous 2 full fiscal years. Assuming the board, just hypothetically, if the board were to say, let's give the county executive officer or purchasing manager discretionary approval to approve contracts 250,000 or less, those 90-ish contracts would basically fall off the agenda entirely. Up to Daniel's discretion on what should actually go forward for the board to see if they're controversial in nature. The second middle bucket's the 250 to 500 and the 500 to 1,000. So the 250 to 500 just kind of shows you the numbers now, what would be if the CEO contracted threshold were changed. But I want to focus the board's attention on the 500 to 1 million. So those numbers are really what takes the time.
Go ahead.
I'll let IT. So continuing.
Keep going, we can.
Yeah, you can keep going.
Okay, so I want to bring the board's attention to the 500 to 1 million piece, since those are the contracts that tend to take the routine contracts that tend to take most of the time at board meetings. So if the board were to hypothetically change that soft dollar amount from $500,000 to 1 million, you would see an average of about 55, what I'll call department items, fall off the agenda. Not fall off the agenda entirely, but go to consent. So they could still be pulled by the public, they could still be pulled by the board. However, they would not need to be presented in full to the board through a department item on the agenda. So that averages about 50 to 60 per year. Just a quick time. I imagine each of those items save about 5 to 7 minutes per item, along with countless staff hours from staff not having to possibly be at the board meeting most of the day. And so you're really looking over the course of an agenda, maybe about a half an hour savings on a per agenda basis. If the board were to bring that discretionary department item, consent item threshold to $1 million. Hopefully that makes sense. I know that's a lot. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a question.
No,
Could you, if you're looking at staff time, what would you say is what kind of work is involved bringing something, aside from them sitting in a board meeting waiting for their department item to come up? Is there a difference in time put in for bringing an item for consent versus bringing an item for a department?
Not so between consent and department on terms of staff time savings. So all items still have to go through risk management and county council approval. In terms of identifying whether the items on consent and department, there wouldn't be any staff time change on
It's
that.
the same.
piece. Yes.
Okay.
Now I will say typically for a consent item, a staff is not going to prepare a PowerPoint or a presentation. So not all department items have a PowerPoint or presentation. But for a consent item, you just want to prepare a presentation.
Do you happen to have, you may not have this offhand, but obviously HHS has a lot of contracts that come forward. Are they the biggest? Do they have the most that are in that 500 to 1 million?
HHS is honest. I could be off a few percentage points, but about 70%.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
I had a question, and it might be for Daniel. How do other counties, what are their thresholds? What's common practice?
Good question. So in looking at similar sized counties, as well as our neighboring counties, excluding Sacramento. So I'll use Monterey, Sonoma, SLO, and even El Dorado. Most counties do not have that dollar amount threshold for consent agenda purposes. It's strictly whether it's routine, it's strictly policy driven. I'll put it that way for consent or non-consent items. For the purchasing manager and county executive officer thresholds, most similar sized counties in the counties I just mentioned, to Placer, range between about 100 to 250,000. 250,000 would, I'm gonna be honest, would put us at the high end of those similar sized counties. It kind of a little bit future proofs us if that's where the board decides to go. But most fall between 100 and 250. And like I said, most of the similar sized counties do not have a specific dollar threshold for discretionary versus consent.
So. Go ahead.
You said it was primarily policy.
Policy driven.
So. like,
Based on the
each
chair.
request Goes, and it's routine in nature, right? Like, these are things that they're approving regularly because it's a pass through from the state of California. And eyes are on by Dr. Oldham, risk management, and our county, and our CEO, correct? And
Yes.
county council.
Yeah, so our CEO sees the agenda every week, before every board meeting. Obviously, as the board knows, the chair reviews the agenda before it's published. So all that's in place as a backstop.
Right, and even if it were not to go on the agenda, risk management sees it,
County council
county council sees it, and the CEO sees it.
and obviously, and the department head.
And if it's something that we do it every year, it might go up by $50,000 because the state gave us more money, but we do it every year. And those are the ones where I think we could figure out how to do less of, because it's a regular course of business. And I like that being driven on policy versus like policy ones that are normal,
Right.
I think makes sense.
I would agree with policy driving it more than dollar amount. Is this a new policy? Is it a new project? Is it a new program? That's different than a renewal of an existing service that just, again, pass through dollars from the state or the federal government that we've been routinely doing. My question is for transparency. Is there a way to report this to the public so we're not avoiding transparency in the number of contracts and who they're going to? Is there a way to report that without having the board take action, but maybe a standardized page on our website for contracts over a certain amount
Yeah,
that
so
have been entered into, or
various counties have done this differently as well. Some have put their contracts list on a website. Some have what I'll call on the board agenda items for information. There may be just a quarterly update, so the board and the public see all the contracts that have been approved by the CEO and or purchasing manager through the last quarter. Certainly that timeline can go larger, can go smaller, up to the board's discretion. But everything in between, from a website to a separate kind of agenda item where it's not voted on, but the public can see it. It runs the gamut in this state.
well, certainly for our local taxpayers, when it's general fund or local dollars, I want to make sure we're as transparent as possible. Sometimes I think the nuances of state contracts are very challenging for the public to understand, what we have to do with those dollars and how we deploy those. But certainly for the local ones, I want to make sure local dollars expended, that we're very transparent with our public. So I'm open to either of those solutions where we report out, whether it's on a quarterly basis or on a website that, and Daniel, you look like you're.
Well, I was
ready
just
to-
going to add to Joel's list of how other counties are doing that. We are getting set to launch our fiscal transparency dashboard, and that could just be another path to reporting that same information. But
Listing contracts that are routine in nature that have been approved by the CEO.
or purchasing manager.
Yeah.
You know what? I missed something. What's the difference between, it's the same amount. What goes to you versus the purchasing agent? And maybe I was spacing.
Yeah, I think it could.
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, but
So the purchasing agent can sign any contract. Anything. The county executive officer only has authority up to that dollar amount to sign professional services.
Okay.
But the purchasing manager actually has broader authority than the county executive officer.
Still $100,000.
Still 100,000.
So to put something on consent, what I'm understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, other counties are just putting it by policies, but not putting that dollar amount of that contract on the consent agenda. Because going back to the two supervisors' points, I still think there needs to be transparency, whether it's, you know, this contract is 250,000, 300,000. I would still want to see, because not everybody's going to go to the website. A lot of people are just going to look at our agenda. And I think the more information out there is better than less. So to have, whether it's a renewed contract, a new contract, I still think in that line item, it should have a dollar amount just for transparency, whether it's 250,000, 90,000, $500,000. Is just, I thought of what I see from what I hear from the public is like, we don't know what that amount is because it's not on your agenda. It's not on your consent. We have to go look for it on a dashboard somewhere. Is that what I'm understanding? Is that other counties just put policies without numbers on them, or it just doesn't go because it's just a policy?
So I'm trying to, hopefully I understand your question. So if I answer it and I don't answer your question, let me know.
Oh.
So other counties, when the agenda is typically set by the county CAO, CEO,
Right.
and the chair, the items on consent or department are policy driven. There's no threshold to that. Now, when you get to the contracts that the CEO has approval or the purchasing manager has approval, that is also policy driven and is no different in Placer County.
Okay.
You know,
I think what you're asking is for the items for contracts that go on the board agenda, there will be a dollar amount.
Okay.
We are required to put the dollar amount on contracts that the board is approving.
Okay.
So no matter whether it's on consent or department, if you guys are approving it, there will be a dollar amount
Okay.
for that.
Thank you. That's what I was asking.
But it's also the same amount of work
For
for
consent.
consent or a department item.
Right.
And so we're looking at, does it make sense to increase the amount threshold
Not to put on consent.
to not put it on consent if it is routine in nature, right?
Mhm.
Because we have
Sorry,
90
switchboard.
some odd.
90.
Probably
Yeah.
95 every year between 100 and 250,000.
Right.
Which often are routine in nature because they're renewals or we've done it always. When they're brand new, maybe there's a threshold to bring it to
Right.
us, right? Maybe it's not,
But if they're
maybe if it's
renewal-
brand new and it's 100,000, we bring it or more, we bring it to us. But if it is a HHS, here's Amy with her 5 items in a row, which is great. She does a great job, but the amount of time that it takes her and her team to prep that and put it on, get it to go onto the agenda is time and energy that she and her team are just,
So would you move it from a department item so she doesn't have to do it, put it on consent, or just take
it's
it
the
off?
same amount of time.
altogether?
It's the same
Yeah,
amount of
same amount
time
of time.
between
Right.
consent and department.
So that
So then the question is, do we raise the threshold so
Yeah.
that
stays
if
off
it's
consent.
routine in nature, then Daniel or whoever can
Just
sign off?
approve it. Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine they still have to put it together, even if it goes to them. And it has to go, if it goes on a dashboard somewhere, they're still gonna do the same amount of work to prep that renewal contract. They just don't have to present it to us.
And put it in the process of the agenda. So it still has to go to risk management
Right.
and county council. Like
Yeah.
all those contracts
Like you-
have to be approved by staff.
Everybody's still gonna see it.
Everyone's
It
gonna
just doesn't
see it.
Have to come to us.
The question is, do we put it on the agenda for us to
Stamp it.
stamp on consent? Now, I read every item on consent, as I think we all do, right? I want to know what I'm saying yes to.
Right.
But sometimes I look at that and I go, why are we approving that? Like, that
Right.
makes sense. This
It's routine.
is a routine in nature.
The
We're gonna-
renewal of a subscription for our software
Right.
program. you
And,
know?
and we're not gonna say no because we have to have the software.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with all that. At the same time, we're hearing people in public talk about transparency. And so if we raised the threshold to 250,000 to streamline, I'll say, I like the idea of putting it on the agenda under informational, because most of our public, they want us to take one agenda and see what's happened since the last agenda. And I think this is just one way of them being able to see, instead of having to go now to a dashboard or to the department or, you know, navigating the website, I think is too much to ask our public, who, the ones who follow us every week or every meeting. You know what I'm saying? So I like the idea of making an informational part on the agenda that we're not having to do anything with because it's been done, it's been approved, but informational so that people can see what has been done.
Yeah, and I definitely want that transparency. Here's my concern. If you list 90 contracts on the board agenda, you have to put some level of description in because the public's going to stand up and go, what's this for? What's that? You know, and that's where the website could have the link description, and maybe on the agenda, it just says contracts between this amount and this amount that were routinely are here at this website. And then people can click on the link and then bring it to us with questions if they had it. But I think if you list it on the agenda, my concern is that then it becomes open for public dialogue. Staff have to be there, have to justify it too, right?
It's not as informational.
Do we do?
Yep.
Okay, so we're talking about transparency, 100,000 less. People can people figure out what we approve, like that
That
doesn't
you've
go before the
approved.
board? Like, is there like a budget? Is there something else that lists? Or we just do it? It's not listed. So anything under 100 grand, we just move forward. And it's 300 contracts a year, under 300 grand. So.
I mean, there's a couple different
I'm
ways to
okay,
look.
just
Like,
how are we doing it now? Those 300 contracts.
yeah, I don't think there is not a central repository for all of those. You know, if the purchasing manager signs off on a contract, then obviously it's gone through some level of a procurement
Mhm.
action. And so there would be a record of all that. But I don't think, unless they're publishing an RFP or the award of a contract from an RFP, I don't think there's anything specific that's posted.
So I asked that question because here's this idea, but this idea now creates more work, which is listing all these contracts that happen to be between 100,000 and 250. So is 250 that, like, what's the magic number between 100,000 where we're allowing staff to do all the checks and balances if it's routine in nature? And the difference between 100 and 250.
And if you do put it as an informational, anything on the agenda would be subject to be pulled. Would that not be
informational.
correct? Can somebody pull anything off the agenda, whether it's an information item or?
Easy.
Yes, yeah, if it's on the consent agenda and someone wants to pull it.
Well, not on
go-
consent.
Not a
Okay.
consent,
Okay.
on an informational category.
Could you add another category, informational, go to this website?
We have,
So-
we have an informational category on the agenda,
Right.
which is used for reports from like the treasurer, tax collector, or the auditor, that where they report out for government code.
My thought being, Bonnie raised the point that we have many different departments that look at stuff. So we have eyes on everything. They're pretty
And
transparent.
we have audits
And we have audits. And we have
and an
great
audit committee. Yeah.
I would almost recommend bumping it to $500,000 to go to that. Maybe that's a little bit much right now.
Yeah.
Maybe we just go to 250,000, but I think having a confidence in our team that it doesn't have to come to us for that final stamp of approval up to $500,000. But maybe that's too much. Maybe that's just my overconfidence in our staff to do that. But again, I don't want to break away the transparency, but if the transparency is available on this new dashboard that is there, then I think it gives us more time on our agenda for higher level, above the grass items that we need to take time on. Just my thought.
Yeah, and I can agree with going to 250 at this step, and we can reconsider bumping higher as we get there, but I want us to remember most of these don't necessarily, I mean, a lot of these routine contracts are with our sheriff or HHS, right? They're with our public safety or HHS. That's over half of our budget. And I think the public looks at us and I go, wait, our sheriff is deciding what kind of databases and what kind of tracking and license plate readers or any of those contracts that we all support. Without us, we haven't been involved in those decisions generally, right? And so I want to make sure we're thinking about the impacts in transparency to, in those two areas where over half of our budget goes, that we don't necessarily, I mean, we rely on our sheriff to make those decisions. He's an elected, independently elected official. He goes through audits as well. HHS is a state mandated program. So I think I'm comfortable going to 250, knowing that the public has to trust those elected officials and making those big decisions too, as well as us.
And new things would come before our board
New-
anyway.
new
Like,
items.
New items
Right.
would come before our board. And what level are those new items, new contracts? 100, I mean, well,
I
Right.
I
Well,
think
if
that
it's
that's where
brand
we
new.
talked about the discretionary component
to-
to the purchasing manager and the CEO is, yeah, that's a brand new program. We have never done this before. It's a contract that we've never entered into before.
Right.
That we, could generally make that decision at the staff level to say, oh, we think the board should have eyes on this. It gives you the opportunity to review that piece, but also to identify what we're doing well, and be vocal about that to the public, that this is advancing public safety. This is advancing our health and human services programs.
and I appreciate hearing that other counties of like size aren't higher than 250,000, right? Because it's really a portion of budget. If we're LA County, their discretion is much higher because I can't even imagine the number of contracts that go through LA County, right? But even Sacramento County, their budget is probably 4 times larger than ours, probably more than that.
So I mean, yeah, I guess I would go back, because if we had 87 and they're all $500,000, and you're looking at $43 million in
Yeah.
contracts that.
Yeah.
That we
You know.
would want to at least have eyes on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Mhm.
and expanding that threshold. It feels like a reasonable amount, but not everything, not
Right.
too much.
Yeah, 250, I could go with, but I mean, you think about the reason that we were elected. We were elected by our communities because they trust that we're going to do the right thing. Not so much that they're going to trust that we make the right judgments in their absence. They don't see that. So I think our main job is to maintain transparency. And I understand, saving 30 minutes at a board meeting, but if somebody talks long in a presentation, that's all for naught anyway, So I just think our most important job is to represent our community and ensure transparency with what goes on in the county. So I think up to 250 might be okay. We could try it. If the public complains, then what do we do? And you've heard it before where they're saying, what are you trying to get by with? What are you trying to do without, us finding out? And that's kind of,
Well, any new program would have to,
Yes,
we would insist that
definitely.
it
For renewals.
renewals and ordinary business. I
Yeah.
mean, if they need to replace the mattresses in the jail,
Yeah.
that could easily be, and is anybody really
yeah.
concerned about that?
If
I
you
guess.
need to increase the contract amount for fuel,
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Because of the price of fuel today.
going back to the car analogy.
there you
Yeah.
go.
But
Thank you.
I mean, there are very routine things that we do based on what's happening in the economy as well.
Right.
That are, already approved contracts, and they are just amendments to those to raise the dollar amount to cover the cost of the.
But if we're entering into a new program or a
Yeah.
new service, that's when I think the community wants to know where is our focus? So.
Can I make a point of clarification to Supervisor Jones's, one of her points? In terms of saving time at the board meeting, your time saved is really going to be changed by the consent threshold. So the 250,000 is just CEO purchasing manager. That $500,000 now on the consent, between consent and department, that's where the most time at a board meeting is going to be saved. So if the board wants to discuss raising that threshold as well, certainly have that discussion. Or, as other counties, as I mentioned, other counties are strictly, there's no dollar amount, it's policy driven at that. at that level. So I just want to make that point of clarification in terms of time saved.
Well, and I look less at our time and more at staff time and processing. I mean, I can take 30 minutes. That's
Yeah.
not a big deal.
Right.
It's the amount of staff time and processing that, you know, Amy Ellis and her team are spending all this time to get on the agenda. Like, really?
Yeah.
No, but
They're-
that's their
And I
job.
think to Joel's earlier point, the process of putting an item on the board agenda, whether it's on department or consent, doesn't really change. So there's the preparation of a staff memo, there's review by risk management, county council, all that really stays the same. The time savings is, you know, is there going to be a presentation that goes with it? And then the staff time of, you know, coming over to the domes and sometimes sitting in the annex room for hours waiting for their department item to be called.
Can I ask a question on, because I know it came up to either list the items or to have maybe a link to the new dashboard saying this is, what would that mean from us? Let's just say the board said, well, we want anything between 100 and 250. It can be signed off by CEO, but we want it on this budget transparency dashboard, and there's, you know, a reference to it on the agenda. What would that mean for staff time to now have to go put all of those items into that place? Would that basically be a wash then, that instead of bringing it to the board, then they're having to do this new thing? Or I don't know what kind of work is involved in that.
Yeah, I think that's something that we can go back and look at. You know, if we were doing an informational item on the board agenda, that would be, again, creating a staff memo, and a cover sheet and, you know, listing them out there. So that probably less time than doing the whole contract and doing the presentation. You know, I would hope that in our technology fields, we can find different automated ways of identifying those contracts and placing them directly to the website, for the transparency website or something like that too. But that's certainly something that we can look at. I don't want to add more work, but it sounds like there, you know, from this conversation about the transparency from a dollar threshold down, we haven't been doing that already, right? For the up to 100,000, you know, so I think we would want clarification from the board, whether it's anything within that range and authority of the CEO or the purchasing manager, and document all of those, or only a subset of that. But as you can see from the numbers up there, that those, you know, 300, almost 450 contracts a year would have to be handled through that fashion. So that could be time consuming.
Yeah.
What's a possible next step on this item? What would you all like to do from here?
Well, I personally believe that we should look at best practices of the similar counties and follow a tried and true methodology that we can defend to our constituents, that we're not out breaking ground with being less transparent. Or so if, you know, if those are the thresholds, if we can see that breakdown and bring it back to the board for action, I think that would help me.
Right, so similar counties that do about 250,000.
And then what do they do on consent? Is that 500,000 or?
We are, of all the counties I looked at, and there's probably 12 to 15, we're the only one that has a soft dollar amount for consent threshold. Because if it's a new routine, or if it's a new item and it's under 500,000, we'll still bring it to department. So that's the parameters of the policy piece that we've been talking about. So say the contract is 300,000, it can go on consent by that dollar amount, but it's a new program or a new service. We would then request the department bring it as a department item.
Yeah.
So they don't bring it to them based on the dollar amount of the contract. They bring it to their board based on the board's policy of the contract?
It's
Or
both.
the department, or both?
It's both. So we have that
But you
soft
said
dollar
right now,
amount for routine
the ones who
items.
have that soft threshold, which is 200, say 150,000, 200,000. They don't even have that soft number. It's a policy.
Correct.
So they don't, do they agendize the number on their agenda, or is it just left off? Because ours are on there.
So let me see if I can clarify. So any item contract that's gonna go to the board on an agenda, whether it's department item or consent, will always have the dollar amount
Okay.
of that contract attached to it. What he's talking about with the soft threshold is they don't, we have established our own. We said 500,000 or more goes as a department item.
Right.
What Joel is saying is the other counties surveyed don't have that number threshold attached to the differentiation between consent and department.
Okay.
They review the item for its new program, new policy, other things, and make it an assessment of whether that should go as a department item or not. And that can fall from 0 to 15 million
But that's on. you said
between
new
consent
stuff.
and department
Yeah, that's
on a board
Well,
agenda.
That's on new stuff.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah.
We're still gonna put renewal contracts off the table. Like not on consent,
I,
up to 250.
I like the idea of taking them off consent if it's a renewal up to $250,000. I think I don't know, I think we seem to be coalescing around, is that?
I think that's good.
Yeah, and I think it would be helpful to have that information just as a confirmation before we take the action, to be able to say, this is what we're pointing to make our decision. But with the information we have right now, I would be comfortable with the 250 for renewing or routine items. But then if it's new, then we still need to have it come forward.
And I'd, want confirmation with our auditor, controller, as well as county council that, we're following best practices in transparency and accountability, so.
So to Supervisor Landon's point, we have adopted this in your governance manual, so this will not change until that is brought back. And you will have a chance to adopt it in its full policy.
Yeah.
So I just want to clarify that.
Right,
Yeah,
and the
and I'll
public
just-
can weigh in then as well on their concerns.
I'll just add some more clarification that some of our thresholds for CEO and purchasing manager are codified or they're for board discussion.
Got it. Yep.
Yeah, I don't care that we're the only board that puts numbers on the paper. I think it's better. For me, and if I was, as a constituent, I'd want to know what the numbers are. I'd have to go dig for them. That's the worst.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
I agree.
I like what we do and I don't care what anybody else does. Cause I think we're better.
There we go.
No, I agree with that, Anthony. I think I was just looking at best practices for what others are doing, because more important even to me than staff time and our time, the public is waiting at board meetings for an item of concern, and they're waiting behind all of these things. And that's where I hear, gee, we've had to wait 4.5 hours to get before you because we didn't anticipate that there was going to be as much public comment or,
Yeah.
Interest in something. Typically, it's never about the contracts. I can't remember
Right.
too
Yeah.
much controversy on contracts. That's not why the public's there. They're there to talk to us about other policy decisions. So, yeah.
All right, well, let me see where we got on this one. I think we discussed this openly and got some clarity. Thank you for preparing some information on that and answering our questions. A little bit of alignment here. Open to a change. Would need some more information. And that, of course, there's a governance policy around this. And so if we bring it back at a board meeting where, of course, the public can comment and weigh in on this. And so this, you would like to see this as a possible future agenda item?
Yes.
I wonder if we couldn't add a policy where if it's routine renewals, that we don't put routine renewals towards, after all the meaty items on the agenda. Because like you said, if we're putting them in the middle and people are waiting to hear something that's controversial or meaty, maybe we get those routine things.
At the beginning of the meeting, like do the routine ones at the beginning of the.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm thinking more about having the public is there to hear other things. They're not there to hear the routine things, that we could put the routine things at the end for all of us.
Or just get
And
it
they-
done sooner.
They
And
usually are.
They really are, right? I mean,
Except for
typically-
unless it gets pulled off consent or
Yeah.
something, but yeah.
But your point is right. They're here for the.
Just kind of don't mix them in,
meetings.
just don't mix them in, in between.
Yeah, we just bring
Yeah.
them in when we're,
Yeah, we have time to
have
fill
time
in.
in between. Yeah,
Mhm.
but that's a good point.
Excellent.
I think we're clear.
All right, all right. I think we did, we did great. And I was kind of guessing on time for some of these, so I think we're right on time, and I'm gonna stick with the car metaphor. I think that was not too painful. So let's get to the next one. This is work that I do with a number of different public agencies and boards and, County Board of Supervisors. So again, like I said before, some of these are just best practices and checking in with each other. It's not so much that anything is wrong. It's just always making sure that we are good with our board protocols. So when I talk about board protocols, an observation with many, many boards would be that the board would always benefit from clear shared expectations about meeting practices, about the role of the chair and the role of the board, some of the processes and procedures that go into that, which are typically in a policy or just consistent practices for you all, and how those items are handled. So this is just the kind of the healthy checkup item. Just clarify and reaffirm shared expectations about meeting practices. If there's any place where we need more clarity or consistency, and then, what can the chair do? Like the chair is there for a purpose. Let's make sure that they're able to fulfill that purpose versus what you need the board to kind of weigh in on sometimes also. So I would just remind you all, as you all know, and also for the public, this is captured in your governance manual. It does talk specifically about the powers and the duties of the board chair. And it's really about running the meetings, making sure that the meetings run smoothly, that they're the best use of your time and the public's time. And so just kind of outlining and reminding folks, based on your policy, it's about presiding over meetings, calling them to order, maintaining that order, weighing in on procedure where you need to, managing the flow of the meeting, sometimes the order of things, making sure everybody can participate at the right level, managing public comment, like we've already done once today, we'll do again, managing the votes, reordering agenda items when necessary, addressing disruptions if they happen. And also for you all, how you show up in the county when you show up at county events. So I'll just pause there. And is this consistent with everybody's good governance practices? Great.
Well, the only thing I have a question on is on the powers and duties. The last sentence says the chair shall preserve, well, that part is without saying order and decorum, but the part shall decide all questions of order. That,
Order of the meeting, is that what that means?
yeah,
All
because
questions
I
of
mean,
order?
it's not so much that an agenda is made.
Mm-hmm.
And then usually if there's any questions on,
Oh.
usually county council chimes in if they're gonna, if there's a need to.
Right. I think this is the two uses of the word order going on here, but
Yeah.
what do you think? Yeah. Is that?
What are my thoughts?
Yeah.
I thought questions of order is how the presentation is
Yeah.
presented,
Mhm.
and then the chair goes to the board for
Right.
questions and then opens it to public comment. I guess I'm just thinking that's the order that the
Yeah, the
chair
procedural.
does the like she
The procedural order.
She does that.
We're being orderly about this.
Yes.
yeah,
Okay.
not
good.
like, oh, hey, all of a
Oh,
sudden I got a question.
The sequencing versus.
Yeah, I guess that's what
Okay.
I presume.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you for
Especially
clarifying.
questions of order.
I think there's a comment from our staff.
Yeah.
member.
It's also order of agenda. I think it's order of agenda too.
And so it's a little bit of both. The intent of it was a little bit of both. It is the order of agenda. It is also when we get requests for things to be taken out of what our
Okay.
standard order is. So if we have an applicant on a planning item that wants to present prior to the staff presentation, that would be out of our standard order and that would be discussed by the chair. That would not, that's not something we're not allowed to take that to the full board, so we have to take it to the chair. So that is, it's order of the agenda and also order of, special requests to be taken
Okay,
Prior to the.
right, that makes sense.
prior to the meeting.
Yeah.
does it,
Mhm.
not rewriting the whole manual, does it make sense
Checking in.
here to add a comment, I think, to Supervisor Chair Landon's comments at the beginning of the year that I think is our common practice with this board, but this has to live beyond this board to future boards, or sometimes what I've heard about past boards. The chair's role is also to make sure we are open and facilitating positive dialogue. So in other words, I don't want to sit next to a chair who's belittling a member of the public or creating a controversy. So I'd like to have that expectation that the chair is going to facilitate, I don't know, like we all do now.
Right.
But I have heard from members who went before our board in the past that sometimes they felt they were cut off or disrespected by the chair. And then the rest of the board is sitting there. You have to start a battle with that person versus setting that expectation. So I don't know if there's a few words in there that we could consider, that we, you know, want to positively engage with our public or manage the.
Is that part of maintaining?
Preserve order and decorum actually
Yeah.
is implied.
Yeah.
And
And a positive decorum?
well, I
or-
think, I mean, you don't have to change it. It means board members, if it's being ignored, we have to call it out. I mean,
Okay.
that is incumbent upon us.
Okay.
If somebody is abusing their authority
Mhm.
or how they're treating people, it's incumbent upon us to like call it out or nicely police one another or
Yeah,
nicely. I
and
mean,
not just the
that's
chair, all of it.
all of us, right? It's not
Oh,
just the chair. Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But
But like-
I just was wondering.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, that's the hard thing. If somebody's
Yeah.
not doing it well,
Mhm.
Well,
it's our responsibility to help us all respond
yeah.
well.
So it feels like decorum, I mean, very important point, and it feels like decorum's in there. Sort of like,
We know
do
what.
we
our
need to tell
decorum
everybody to,
is, and,
right,
you know,
right.
Some people take that as authoritarian
Okay.
versus facilitative decorum.
sure.
How's that?
Mhm.
There's different types of decorum.
There you go.
Anyway, I think our culture is one, certainly with this board, of encouraging public comment and respecting and kind of turning the other cheek, no matter how we're spoken to,
Mhm. Mhm.
but making sure.
Well, sometimes that's easier said than done,
Mhm.
and sometimes people are just human.
Yeah, no, I
Mhm.
understand. I'm not talking about a one-off,
Yeah.
situation, but
And so in this case, also-
it's fine. the
Yeah.
way It is. I just, I bet I like to have that discussion because we don't
Absolutely.
often get together, and I really respect my colleagues that I think we're all here. But I know that in the past, I've heard from the public that previous board members didn't do that when they
Yep.
were chairing meetings, so.
and like I said at the start too, this isn't, we may not need to change anything on some of
Yeah.
these, but just saying again that this is important to
Mhm.
us
Mhm.
and appreciating that just because it's working for you all, you know, sometimes it might need to be changed for future boards or knowing past board experience too. Thank you. Okay.
Just
Mhm.
more to that note,
Let's go.
we will be going through and making updates to this, and so we can absolutely look at that wording that's in there and see if there's a way to, add in that like facilitate, type thing. So we'll look at it.
Facilitate respectful conversation and dialogue.
Be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can maybe that's something.
Yeah.
That's good. So that is, there's a governance manual update where some of this wording can be
Yeah.
brought in.
We're gonna
Wonderful.
have to, when we look at the contract, that's all in here, so this has to, the whole thing has to come back anyway, so it's not hard to just. give
If
a
it's
couple
needed,
sentences here.
I'm just raising, I really respect where we're at now, but I know it hasn't always.
It could be needed one day. How about
Yeah,
that?
yeah,
It's
you always want to fall
Okay,
back on
yes.
something, and I would say to
Fair.
the planning commission too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
To any deliberative board that we appoint or
Mhm.
represent, that needs to be that culture.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Like I said, work with different boards and counties and cities, and it's just like if you took your car into the mechanic today and you're like, well, what could be wrong? And this is just observations of things that we see when boards aren't functioning at their highest. So, and just appreciating that this is a very respectful board and that things are going well right now. But I will say what I've seen in the past is sometimes where a board chair might block discussion of an issue, even though it was properly raised, sort of expanding what their sense of authority is, and that kind of gets outside of that. Where the chair thinks that they have a higher level of authority, they can go direct staff. Speaking on behalf of the board, where the board may have not taken action on something. Unilaterally just changing how we do something, even though it may not be in policy, it's a practice that folks are accustomed to. Limiting somebody else's participation, so by their behavior or anything else, and then, you know, sort of generally treating the chair role as having extra governing authority. So may not be something that's coming up for you all, just something that we see, that I see when working with boards.
You see other chairs of other boards taking their position to a higher level they shouldn't, and using it as an authoritarian type of role when they really don't have that authority to do that.
Authority is the right word, right? And so far as I can tell, the way it's captured in your governance manual at this point is that it doesn't have any additional authority. It's more of facilitative. How do you make the meeting run? Not to say it couldn't. I mean, I guess you could, you know, give your chair more authority if you all wanted to. But as it's written right now and as I understand it.
It's direction, it's input to. Usually it's the CEO or clerk as we're managing meetings or just giving it, sometimes it's an extra ear to process, right? Like, oh, I think the board would agree. I mean, that's not authoritarian, it's just sort of feedback on process perhaps. And I do think that like, it's important for us if we're gonna like change the way we do a process, that should be brought back to the board for conversation. Like, we might hear things, but I think if the board's going to change how we do a process, we should have a conversation about it, just so that we all get a chance to weigh in.
And like we've done in the past, because so earlier today, we heard public comment that two of us did something. You know, obviously it took the majority of the board and we did bring it back. So I understand, you know, that the public doesn't often recognize that we don't make these decisions in these workshops. We then bring it back.
Yes,
One of
everything.
those things. Items 2 and 3 on here could go for any board member, anytime, right? And so I think, you know, we may bring that up later. I don't know, but it isn't just about the chair directing
Absolutely.
staff to
Yep.
do something or speaking on behalf of our colleagues.
And so calling out directing staff without board authorization, is that the item when you said 2 and 3?
Yeah.
And then also speaking on the board without board action. Yes. These are two things that I commonly see with boards, maybe boards that aren't as cordial, or maybe boards where folks aren't trying to do the wrong thing. They just don't necessarily know. They might be newer to service in that way. But yeah, good point. That's not just for the chair.
Well, and even before we jump off of that, I think those two are worth having a conversation about.
Sure.
2 and 3, like, and I often experience that in my city role where you have city manager and all the department heads are there. And when do you interact with the department head versus the CEO, right? And it's not our job to manage department heads, right? Like, we can ask questions, they can give us updates. We shouldn't be directing their work because their work comes from the board and then the CEO and down. And I think it's just a good reminder for us that like, I might have this great idea that I think, you know, this department should do this. And that's a great idea, but then I have to share that with the CEO and not direct the department head, because it's his job to manage the workload and the expectations, et cetera. So I think that's just a good, because we all have these ideas and we all think, oh, we could just do this. And it's like, yes, and you know, it gets directed by the CEO. And I think that's just a good reminder for all of us, because it's just so like, we're doers. We want to make things happen. We see changes that need to be happen. Like, we see departments and we see the roadblocks, we see the challenges, we experience it on the other end. And if we see something that's frustrating and challenging with what's happening in a department, we need to share that with our CEO. Like, I think that's just a good reminder, because I know I want to fix it and I want to change it, but it's his job to fix it and change it. Our job to point it out and share concerns. Well, he and his team, right? But it's a good reminder of even for me, because I want to fix it, but it's not my job to fix it.
Well, I think we're all fixers, right? All of
That's
us.
what
We are.
Yeah.
That's
what
what
just, that's why we ran for
It's the
office
right-
and we're trying to
Yeah.
represent our people and we're trying to make it right by them.
Right.
You know, countywide or constituent wide. And so, yeah, I think it's a great reminder.
Anthony, we can answer.
And I think number
Yeah.
3 is just,
Okay.
I don't want to jump in.
Number
Um,
3, speaking for the board without board action.
Promises that like on behalf of the board that we can't necessarily deliver. Oh, we can do this. Well, maybe, but maybe it's, we could consider this, we can
Mhm.
think about this, we can talk about this, but we have to be careful to not promise.
To me, it seems like 2 and 3 are really directed towards the policy within the county. You
Mhm.
can't go to any staff member and tell them to do something that's not in policy. I guess when I thought about directing staff without board authorization, the only thing I thought of is a set of doors at the Fab building that were broken for 18 months, and it seemed like nobody listened to anybody, and I didn't care who I called. It's not that I thought I was overstepping my boundaries. My thought process is, why are you not listening to 3 other elected officials? And I just felt that I had to step in
Mhm.
to do it, and it got done. Why? But I think, I look at this as the board can't go give authorization to any staff member to do something that's not already a policy without the board approving
Mhm.
or disapproving what the policy is, for example. So I think the way it's written, it goes to policy authorizations. It can't go tell general services to do something that's outside of policy, or none of us can to go do that. So I think that for me, the wording is fine the way it is.
Mhm.
So that's just my thought.
Yeah, just as a
Yeah,
reminder.
I agree.
You know, I just popped a scenario up here. This is one that we see often. A supervisor meets with a neighborhood group about maybe an issue that's coming up in that neighborhood and says the board is going to support this. And right. And sometimes it could be even more subtle than that. And they may not have even meant to say it the way they did, but the perception is there. And once the perception is there in the public now, that's what you're going to have to address. So,
I think I've been asked that question going to the community meeting. What do you think your board would do? And I'm like, I don't know what they're going to do. And I can't speak for my board. I said, you can come to a board meeting and you can ask them, or you can call them individually. So
mhm.
that we can't speak for everybody else, or, oh yeah, they'll all vote for that. Come to us.
Right.
No. So
Yeah.
One of the things that I think we also have to be going back to the previous discussion
Yep.
and the door thing.
Yeah.
You know, that is symbolic about problems we have that we run into at times with particular staff or departments. And that has to be, even if you do say something like that, you have to tell the CEO, because how can he know that there's a problem with that individual, or how do we know? So that's that communication
Mhm.
back loop. And we kind of discussed this, could be with county council, could be with CEO, or it could be with an elected official who may not know that their staff
Right.
has ignored something. So I just want to make sure we're clear. We sometimes assume people know everything we know or hear everything we hear. And I've learned through 6 years on this job, everybody hears
No,
it differently,
right.
or we assume somebody heard that there was a problem there, and there was, you know, and making sure we circle back to that, because I think that's really important.
Yeah.
For them. Yeah, it's
Communication,
communication.
right.
See all the time.
Right. And the follow-up that goes with that, right? And
Right.
feeling like you're seeing
Yeah,
that there's some sort of response.
right.
whether or
Yeah,
not The doors
absolutely.
get fixed. I don't know. Did the doors get fixed?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
good.
They did. Good
Yeah,
job.
okay, good job.
I'll say thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
But
But I can think of a million other things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
That's just,
We just need to make sure Dane is aware.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. I think in terms of board protocols, I heard a little bit about this, and I don't think I captured it correctly up here, but let me just say it to you all so I understand it. The board chair can decide to sort of reorder how things are taken in the meeting. So when we're talking about the order of items, is that correct?
Other than timed items, are you talking about just the?
Mm-hmm.
Are we, do you want me to jump in on the roll? Is this on the roll calls?
Just making sure that I captured this
No,
right.
talking
Yeah,
about the
sure.
order,
So
the order of the agenda.
we have done a lot of things historically by practice versus adopting actual policy on it, which is, you know, practice only works for so long, and then eventually you do need a policy in place, and it's come to our attention that we need to put a policy in place on the roll call. So the way that we call roll is in district order with the chair last, and we rotate per item. There has always been a practice in place that allows for a supervisor who has a project within their district to ask to be taken out of order in that roll call. It was brought to our attention that not all supervisors knew they could do that. So we'd like to put a policy in place that clearly states the parameters of what you can ask, which would be that it is that, you know, it has to be within the supervisor's district. And how that request would be made. So it's similar to like if you're pulling an item off consent, you guys send, you know, so you'll send an email to the three of us. It would be something similar to that, where, and then we would make that request to the chair. Now that becomes, once we solidify that, that becomes the only, you know, it eliminates the chair from being able to do anything outside of that. And that is, I think, sort of the goal is to get it very clear for everybody so that we're all operating on the same understanding. And so that way, when we hand a governance manual and the policies to an incoming supervisor, they can read that, they can see it, they can know that they have that ability. Whereas if it's by practice, we're relying on somebody to hopefully let this board member know that they could do that if they wanted to. And that's where things fall through the cracks.
And then people are frustrated that they're like,
Mhm.
I didn't know that maybe I
Yep.
could have been, I could have asked to be the last person to vote on this item.
Or the first.
Or the first person to vote on this
Mhm.
item, whatever that is.
Yeah, so I mean, I think what we're hoping for is a very simple procedure that would, you know, that would say that we do the rotation the way we've been doing it, which is, you know, in district order by item, and then that, you know, if the project lands within the supervisor's district, they may make a request to be heard out of order in the roll call.
And that could be any order, just out of order would broaden it to say,
Yeah.
I want to go second, I want to go last,
Percent.
right? So you don't put an order number. in
Yeah,
there.
at the last, we only, because the chair is last, so it would.
No matter what, you'd be second to last.
Yeah, you'll always be second to last, but yeah, it would be any order, and that's
That's
why
good.
we wanna limit it to just one supervisor at a time making that request. That's why we limit it to the district that the project's in. That, you know, it's too complicated to go by impact, because there's impact on large projects to all the districts,
To everybody,
you know,
right?
so.
Would there ever be a circumstance where a project would be in two districts?
It could happen, and typically we would defer to the larger portion of the project. You know, I mean, we would just look at the percentage of where it lies and.
Yeah, you could split districts. You can have a huge subdivision that splits.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
districts, right?
thinking, is then what happens is then you have two who are like, well, I wanna go second to last, so.
And I will say in the, you know, so in the 20 years in this office, I have had this request 4 times.
Mhm.
I mean, it is very limited, you know, it's not used often.
Mhm.
So, you know, I just think while I don't think it's something that's gonna come up often, I think it's good to have a policy in place.
I agree.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm supportive of what you basically all just said.
Well done. All right.
I mean, that only time that's probably gonna happen is between you and Supervisor Gore, since
Yeah.
Well, there was a
Road is-
project in your district that was very controversial.
Well,
Yeah, but it wasn't split
Amy's
between
having
two.
two.
It was split between,
Yeah.
like if say
Well, even.
No, I don't think
developer
so.
came in
Yeah.
on the border of
on the.
Roseville
border
of Lincoln,
Roseville
and all of a sudden now half the subdivisions in her
Mhm.
district and your district, then, well, I want to go last. Well, you're going last, obviously, but I don't care if I go first, second, and third, but you may. So I think
Yeah.
that's what you're asking,
Yeah.
right?
And it's so unlikely.
Yeah.
It's so unlikely.
They're not going to build anything. My district goes across Highway 65, so I think I'm good.
You never know, redistricting.
That's, well, I won't be here then.
All right, so the goal was just to discuss this and see if you'd like to keep the practice, which can be a little confusing, or go with a policy. And I
The
heard
policy.
we're open to policy.
No.
I'd agree.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it'd be a good policy.
Sure, and we're not making any decision today. We're requesting that a policy be developed.
Yep.
And so requesting that a policy to be developed, so of course the public can weigh in on this at a future meeting. Okay, okay, perfect. So, yeah, clarified it, shared understanding, request a little bit more information about what it's gonna look like, and then bring that to a future meeting. Check, check, check. All right, what's next? We went through speaking, but, sorry, I did skip around just a little bit on this item. Was there? No, it's all good.
Yeah.
No, it all goes together. Was there anything else that we needed to talk around kind of board protocol and? Okay.
I think it's good, right?
Yeah, and just appreciating that sometimes there may not be a policy, but you all you're very used to a practice and still wanting to check in if you're changing a practice, it sounds like too. Okay, so I didn't hear any other changes
Is
around
this
that.
where, or are we gonna cover it later, like, if it is in a supervisor's district, like, do they speak or does the chair speak, or? I think we've,
Oh, you mean
we've
like at an
done,
event or something or?
yeah, like you're doing a groundbreaking,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. And so there is sort of a practice, just maybe on number 11 here. And this can be different in
Right.
different counties with different boards, but you all have a practice where the chair would speak first at a county-wide event.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Mm.
But if it's in somebody's district, if a particular district, what's the practice?
So if it's
Let me see. Yeah, make sure I say everything.
specific to a district, then
Mhm.
the chair-
Just this district, yeah.
Yeah, so if it's in Bonnie's district per se, would she rather speak over the chair if she's not the chair?
Well, I think sometimes they give us both the option or one or the
Yeah.
other. And usually it's the chair, and then the
Mhm.
chair would go, oh, well, it's a big project in your district, you should speak.
Yeah.
So I think we've had that practice, like if it's something that's just countywide
Mhm.
and it affects
chair.
everybody, the chair does it. If it's
Mhm.
in a particular district, then we let that supervisor speak, because what do I know about the Yankee Bridge or the Fanning Bridge cleanup?
Yeah.
Like, you should
Yeah.
speak about that, right?
Mhm.
Because, so you've been involved in it, so.
So
And
that's a,
sometimes it has
I
been,
think-
I know when I was chair, there were a couple times where I had Jim speak to the issue,
Uh-huh.
because of his history on a committee
Mhm.
or some other
Mhm.
rationale
Mhm.
for him to do that. So the chair doesn't have to take it, but it goes to the chair first and then they decide through
okay.
collaboration. who-
Yeah,
who-
yes, then
who-
the
Who
ideal
has the most knowledge or
Yeah.
ability to speak on it?
You know, but to that point,
Mhm.
is that our practice or do we write it down? Is it written down? And I ask that because, is it in our governance?
It's in our governance, I believe. I think we could firm it up a little bit
Yeah.
more.
Might be helpful only in that
Yep.
sometimes you might have a board chair that
Mhm.
Yep.
maybe likes to be seen more.
Yeah.
And then that might not, they might not defer to the,
So when I become
District.
chair, I could defer to
Yep.
somebody else if I hate to
Yeah.
well, that's fair too,
There,
right? But
right.
then there are chairs who are like,
talk too much.
I want to
Mm.
be, it's all about me.
Yeah.
And then that's not, this is shared governance, it's not
Right, definitely.
one.
Mm.
So-
But at the same time, I mean, you're only chair for a year and then you're, so I mean, it's one of the bennies of being the chair. Is that you speak as a representative, but I also think all we do is we add on is the chair speaks to welcome everybody in. And then
Bring in
the supervisor who represents,
So
then you
let's,
speak
let's
right
docu-
after.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
let's document that in a policy.
I think
So,
that should always
that-
be because
yeah,
Because if everything is in every other district, then that chair might not ever speak or get that considered privilege. But
Well,
I
I
do
think
think
it's-
it's important that the person who
think it's-
represents should be
Has the
speaking.
option. Like, right, I think that, I don't have a problem with the chair speaking, I just don't want to make sure, I want the chair to also allow
Yeah.
the representative of
Mm.
that district the option.
Well,
So
that's what I
it's-
think that
Mm.
it should be a policy that the chair speaks, but also whoever represents should
Be
either
given the
speak.
opportunity.
Well, I
Yeah.
think that should be just. a
And is there
given.
an order to it?
The chair always opens it's like an opening the ceremony kind of a thing,
Mhm.
welcome everybody. And then the board member who represents that district they know the district more closely and
They
can
can fill
give them
in
more
the-
I would say
specificity.
the chair doesn't have to, right? The chair can defer it to that district.
Yeah.
If
Right?
they-
If it's a project in someone's district and they have been working their tail off,
Yeah.
Mhm.
you know, but that could be a discussion.
I think we could write it open, to leave it open to saying that the chair can opt out if they choose to, but we can still require that the district supervisor be given the opportunity to speak.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree. with
Got
that.
it.
That's-
Just in case.
Yes.
Again, while we're all getting along, remember, we
That
don't
is the
always.
time.
I mean, that's why I'm bringing it
Yeah,
up, right? Because you see other boards where it's like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you don't know the importance of good policy until it's getting tested, right?
Yeah, and then
so
it's
let's-
hard to,
then it's
and then it's
to-
hard to get a
Yeah.
collaborative approach to solving it.
Yes. It sounds like the next step on this is going to be the development of a policy or
Yeah,
clarification.
I think it's gonna be a little clarification
Okay.
and development.
Mhm.
We can do that.
Mhm. And it's just taking sort of good practice and respect and kind of capturing it in case those things aren't followed in the future. Okay, wonderful. Thank you for highlighting that item. It was on the screen, but I didn't slow down long enough to talk about that one. Okay. So the board protocols, we did just a little bit on role of the chair, generally role of the board, not directing staff or using the right communication channels. Roll call order, so we'll clarify the policy there, and then also clarify a little bit of policy about speaking at board events. Okay. That was everything that I had for board protocols, but I don't want to skip over anything if there's anything else that we might, I didn't hear any other hotspots, but just saying, okay. Well, let me do a time check and see how we're doing. It's about 11:45 right now. I appreciate y'all have been going since about 8:30 this morning, I think. And so I believe we have lunch coming in at.
I'm not ready to eat lunch
Yeah.
yet, so I'm
Okay.
happy to move
Keep
forward.
going, perfect.
Whether
I didn't want,
Happy
yep.
to move forward.
So when we're ready, lunch is close. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
But I have, yeah, I feel like we have momentum. I'm not ready to stop.
Thank you. I did have one more item before lunch, so I was just checking to make sure I didn't have hungry
Well, I
people.
don't mean to speak for
Yeah.
the board.
We just go over that.
Yeah, right.
Consensus.
Yeah, I was gonna propose we keep going, but I didn't want there to be like a hot lunch getting cold somewhere or something. Okay, good. Cause I appreciate the momentum, cause like we're checking some things off the list right now, so let's keep it going. This next topic is around commendations and proclamations. And this is one of those things where, again, there may not be a problem to solve right now, but just thinking it through, making sure that we're clear, and if we need to get a little bit more clarity. So an observation on the outside might be the board could benefit from a clearer shared approach when it comes to the purpose of proclamations and commendations. So the purpose and then the criteria for when they're appropriate and what it looks like to do that. And then I don't know what the internal process necessarily is, and if everybody's got the same shared understanding around that, and then how they can fit within board meeting times versus maybe other settings. And that goes back to a topic we've already tackled a little bit today, which is the best use of that board time, making sure that the public is also getting to weigh in when they want to. And this one, for some reason, is just such a hot topic for a lot of the boards that I work with in cities, where they're spending almost an hour at the start of their board meetings going through. And it's very important, and I understand it. And then they end up doing it out in the community also.
Right.
So I'm seeing it a lot right now, and I'm not sure what the change was. But my proposal would be for us just to clarify the purpose of these proclamations, commendations, the criteria process, the appropriate setting. And then again, if you don't have a policy on this, looking at putting together a policy just to clarify in the future. So I'll pause right there. Does that goal sound useful?
I'm hoping we can develop a policy around it. There's the two different pieces, the commendations and the proclamations. So for on the commendation side, I would love it if we could do something similar to what we do with revenue sharing, where it's floated out to the districts beforehand. I mean, it's not very often that something comes up where we want to commend someone who we don't all agree we want to commend someone on. But if there is an instance where someone doesn't feel comfortable with participating in that, instead of it having to put that person on the hot seat in a public session where they're having to say, I don't want to give you a commendation, it would be very awkward. And so, to be able to, with, like we do with revenue sharing, saying, hey, where this is coming forward, or, you know, as your district comfortable. And obviously we have to abide within the Brown Act. So I'm not sure that's a legal question, I think, on whether that can be done or not. And then on the proclamation side, my hope is that we could have some language around, you know, recognizing any religion over another, like excluding religion from proclamations so that we're not highlighting any one particular. I think, well, Roseville does have something in place that's similar. I haven't looked at it now for quite some time, but that's kind of why I brought it up, was because, and then on the side of having multiple proclamations on an agenda that end up taking an extended period of time, I would be fine if there's an event out in the community, being able to say, we're just gonna put it on consent, and then whoever the person is that is gonna be going out and presenting that proclamation, that's something I would be comfortable with it. Those are a few of my thoughts.
I appreciate that. And I think we might have started that in practice. We don't have a policy, right? Like, if I'm gonna go present it at something, great, it can be on consent, which I think is super. But I do like the idea of with proclamations, or no, commendations, right? Nobody wants to feel uncomfortable, and they're like, we all have backgrounds and things and may not know the background. So I mean, that's a really good point.
There's some difficulty in that, just because you can't decide on a commendation before it goes to the board meeting. As a majority, you could have an individual board member decide on a commendation. Maybe you could set that up by district, but if it's a person, they may have an impact through multiple districts. In that instance, then you're still stuck to the Brown Act. You can't have a majority consensus. You could have two board members potentially weigh in on it. So you may be able to set up a structure where the commendation, you would have to assign some sort of district priority to that person and then reach out to that supervisor. That may be a way of accomplishing it, at least some role, but you couldn't circulate it to a majority and ask for
revenue share? Is there a way to, like she said, utilize our process with revenue sharing to ask board
We don't
members?
see how anyone else is doing it. We just see what.
Yeah, so if
We're recommending.
Or could you put it on the timed items list and circulate it, and then you catch it? I can give you an example of this, where I was asked to do a commendation for an individual, and our predecessor in District 3 had background, and so he had to end up leaving the board chambers because he had background that we weren't aware of and wasn't brought to our attention.
So was there a conflict of interest in the?
No, it was, he couldn't agree with it, and so he left. But had it been on the timed agenda items before, as an upcoming item, he could have called the clerk and said, I'm gonna have an opposition to this, and maybe we could have facilitated that discussion. Now, that came in the middle of a very heated campaign, and there was a reason why maybe he didn't just directly come to me before, but he didn't know it was on the agenda. So is there a way to put a list of upcoming things? And again, we don't all weigh in, but if there wasn't a major objection, they could contact the clerk or the chair and say, I'm not comfortable. And then
the problem with that is we can't monitor the situation where a majority of you call in and object to it. And so that's the struggle with circulating it out, because if you may not know that another supervisor is reaching out. And
I see.
You get three that have reached out and then informed the clerk or CEO that this is.
Well, you don't take the third call.
Yeah, you don't know.
Just rings and rings.
Megan, so don't take the third call.
So it's no surprises. Is that a little bit about what we're trying to?
Especially when you're honoring people and they are worthy to be honored, and we don't know.
Maybe somebody has told
more
you some things, and there's other information out there. And that was just a rare, I mean, it's only time in 6 years that it's happened.
Though,
but it was awkward. And afterwards I said, I wish I had known. I wish you had just come to me. But it was already on the agenda, and that was his only option.
And that's the bummer too, because it gets on the agenda
Right.
and then you're like, oh, we're just pulling this from the item.
And there was
onto
a
the
room full
agenda,
of
and then-
family and people
Yep.
there. It was a
Yep.
really awkward situation.
Mhm.
Staff could do a notification in advance. It's just the response back is the item that triggers the Brown Act.
Well, notification's better than nothing.
Well, you could do a
Or-
notification that says commendation requested by Supervisor Gustafson. And that's on the list. And then if a supervisor had an issue,
They could just contact the.
contact
supervisor.
me. And if the second person calls me, I have to do what I do on Brown Act things.
Mhm.
I've already
It-
spoken with one other and I can't talk to you about it.
Yeah,
If that,
the obstacle with that is if they send you an email, it's still a communication. You wouldn't be able to guard against that.
Oh, if
without the
people email.
So it has to be done in a phone call or.
so if that did happen, say somebody did that and one of us didn't approve of it, can we just not go to either the chair or
If you know it
county
ahead of time.
council? Yeah, if we know it's posted, we know ahead of time, so say next Tuesday, I don't want to go because I don't agree. Can I just go to you or go to the chair and say, look, when this comes up, I'm gonna recuse myself and not give a reason for doing that. Just like, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Well, that's what
Well, then
people
people
do.
do.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what.
That's how it's handled
With
now.
that-
That's how it's handled now, but I will
It's not
tell
a
you,
policy. Just go to the bathroom.
had I been given the information I then received,
Would you have still given the
no,
accommodation?
I wouldn't have. I would have checked
That's-
more into some of the other background.
So I
Mm.
guess, can you do it discriminatorily to somebody like county council and say,
I mean, this
was-
is
I
so
was made
rare.
aware of
This
this.
is
Yeah.
so
Right.
rare. I
What
mean, we're
problem are
really
we
digging
solving?
for,
Yeah.
we can't fix everything.
Could I interject here? Cause I
Mm-hmm.
think maybe this is, Clayton and I could look at options. I don't think we're gonna be able to solve it
Right,
right
yeah.
here.
Yeah.
So I think if
You've
it's
heard
something
the
that
issue,
Clayton and
yeah.
I can do some
Yeah.
research and we can look at other counties, other
Mhm.
policies to come up with a way to handle just that piece. I think with that said, we could still address some of the other concerns around accommodations
Religion.
and proclamations. Like Supervisor Moore said, we did start this, and so we, you know, we talked about not presenting proclamations in front of the board if there is an outside event where the
Mhm.
proclamation will be presented.
okay,
So, an example, which it's one that I really like, but it's the, Donate Life proclamation. It's a great proclamation, it's a great cause, we all really enjoy it, but it has its own event at the courthouse.
Mhm.
And so we've been presenting it twice. We've been presenting it in the board chambers and then again at the courthouse event. So that one would be something that we would, going forward, we would say, you know, we're so
just
sorry,
give it.
we will adopt it on consent and it'll be presented
Mhm.
at this outside event. But then we would still have things like Grand Jury Awareness Month, where they don't have an event
Mhm.
outside, and it's just the only recognition they get is when the board provides them that proclamation. So we would keep things like that, oh, you know, don't have special events, but we wouldn't, you know, push the other ones to their outside event and working to ensure that somebody's present to present that.
Mhm.
In doing that, we would also request that like proclamations move forward through the departments so that we can ensure that it aligns with what our departments are working on. We had a group one time come forward, request a proclamation. When we talked to HHS, they're like, we cannot support this because there was an underlying issue with the group and the courts that we were not aware of at HHS was. So
Okay.
moving it through the departments is very helpful because it ensures that we
Mhm.
get all the knowledge that we
Mhm.
can. We would also then ask that they not get pulled off of consent, you know, once we've taken this route, because then it just becomes sort of a workaround and, you know, groups are getting that double recognition that we're trying to avoid. Someone's getting something.
You mean if there's another event?
If
not
there's
pull
another,
it off.
and again, the public can pull anything. We're not, these would just be that we ask. And we're not gonna, that's not gonna be written into a policy because I can't write a policy that tells you guys you're not allowed to take something off consent, but. You know, that would kind of be what we ask of it. We did establish recommendations. For employees, with 20 years of service, they can get a commendation in front of the board. The CEO will do, approval for things outside of that, because sometimes department heads, elected officials, things like that, we want to give those recognition in front of the board, and they may not have the 20-year piece. So we left flexibility there. The other thing that has come up is commendations that are coming forward from board members. So, we've had it where it's challenging if you're a chair who says, I don't want to have all the accommodations, and then the next chair is like, I will take everything and bring forward everything, it just, it makes it.
So
can
there
make
should be a
one
policy
person-
on how many we do or
So
not
that's sort of
do.
what we've looked at is, so if we move things through the departments, and it's the department saying there's a value, like this is what's coming forward, and then when it's a quote unquote supervisor sponsored commendation, do we limit the number of those? That's what some other counties have done, is they sort of put some parameters around those to say, how many did they bring a year, and what do they bring? Is it, do they recognize people or businesses, or, what are the kind of the parameters there? That's where I would need some feedback, is if there is an interest in limiting that to saying each supervisor gets X
One.
number a year.
Do we? Yeah. Well, I don't know if we even do a lot of that. I don't think I don't even know if, have we done much of that? Not really, like, unless somebody's like,
We have during election cycles in the past, so not.
Definitely.
That's where we see it come up.
well,
Yeah.
okay, so that's
During your
actually-
election year, that's not allowed.
That's actually a reasonable point.
It is a
Like,
good point.
maybe 2 months before an election, a supervisor can't bring forward.
Yeah.
a-
You're up
a-
for
a
election.
Proclamation. That's not a bad, it's not a bad
opposed
sort
to
of
limiting
policy. And not utilizing that as a political means. And then I do want to bring up
You can't ask another supervisor to do it.
political and religious stuff.
Mhm.
What's that?
Can't ask another
Yeah,
supervisor.
another
to do it.
supervisor.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Bonnie, do this for me? No.
Accommodation of me and I'm on the ballot.
So
I think there should be, like you said, some of these things take hours. Not, hour and a half, hour and 10 minutes, whatever to get through something, which is great, but. I like the fact that if there is an event, we don't need to do it. If it's for a person in county staff who is retiring, obviously there's not going to be this huge retirement party. They should be recognized by the whole board and for everybody to see. And I don't have a problem limiting it to 1 or 2 per year per supervisor. And again, put that policy that, hey, 2 months, if you're in for re-election, that you can't do any for 2 months prior to re-election. I don't really care if we have or not. So.
3 months.
Well, that sounds pretty
90 days.
reasonable.
And 90 days because election, you got 90 days
90
between
days.
filing.
I think we need to do the 1 or 2, limit it. And I think if we just say, if you're 3 months before an election, you just can't.
Yeah, I don't want to
You
limit it
can't
because
ask
I may do none and you guys have tons out there, and I'm not opposed to not having them, but I don't think we should be over
We have
compensating for it.
They're not special if you do.
Yeah.
The one I'd like more clarifications on are the proclamations, because, we're getting everybody and anybody contacting us wanting to.
Yeah,
I think we need more specificity with regard to what.
that's why we would like to start moving them
To
to the departments and,
Yes.
But I mean proclamations, we get some
Outside
of
the
these
county.
groups outside of the county that want us to,
Accommodate them or.
Yeah.
do.
And the reasoning for that is that it moving them through the departments, like I said, it gives us clarity on. Was that group working against our departments in an area? Because we
Right.
did have that at one point.
You're saying if a request come into you, then it would get circulated to the department.
But this would be even if it got to you.
But I'm
You can just say,
thinking
"We're
about
sending it over to you."
group-
That's the upside, is that it does give the board member the ability to say, we're gonna send this over, we have a policy in
Yeah.
place on this, and we will send it off to
staff to
staff to handle.
Consider.
And at that point, we would determine if there is a department that would be, kind of the lead department on this, and if there's not, then we can always bring it forward under the board, but we would look at some parameters of what that looks like.
How many would be weeded out by going to the departments? Like, what if there still are 20 proclamations that come forward that are great proclamations, like for good causes? It's just that it's a lot of proclamations. How do we address that?
So I don't know that we're gonna weed out many of them. I think it's really going to be a matter of getting them presented in the place that actually makes the most sense, which
Mhm.
is at their own
Mhm.
events.
Right.
I think that's really the impact that we'll make, is that these will be presented at the place that
But
people are going to recognize the.
Right.
so if somebody brings me one, I'm gonna give it to you guys.
Mhm.
You're gonna circulate it to all of our staff to make sure there's no conflicts that we don't know that she ran into one. So it could be vetted, I guess, before we approve it or before we allow it to come on consent or come to the board, right?
Well, Clayton and I will discuss if there is a
Mhm.
way that we can vet an item without violating.
I mean,
what-
cause I don't
Yeah.
wanna have to be, I don't want anybody in the future to be in a situation like she was in.
Yeah.
Especially coming towards an election, but nobody knew, so there's gotta be, I think there has to be stops in there that will make this a good performance or not good performance.
And we'll, like I said, I think we'll just have to look into that. That's gonna take some research,
Mhm.
you know, of the laws and ensuring, and the Brown Act, and ensuring that we do that, which is why I just simply don't wanna. I don't wanna say yes to that.
Yeah,
right
no,
now,
I-
in case it, I'm
No.
not able to.
And
do
then
it, but
I
we
would
will
just,
work towards it.
like, I'm thinking of a couple that may be coming. That are more medical related, awareness issues. Do those really need to take a bunch of time and have a bunch of
Right.
victims of
Instead of
that
just being
illness
on
or
consent.
condition come up in front of us? I mean, can we just keep those on consent? They may not have another
Event.
event. But again, it isn't,
So do you
It's not
put-
our area of purview, and so that's an interesting thing, where
Right.
people bring up things and they say,
but
hey,
they
I
get
want-
notoriety.
And it's like, this doesn't even fall under the board's jurisdiction, so maybe that's a conversation too. What's our purview? So to the point about, do we take a proclamation supporting or opposing what's
A healthy
happening in
human health.
Iran?
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, that's
That's what I'm talking about.
That's not
Religion
my
and cultures. That's
my
Religious
that-
cultures,
that-
medical.
political,
Well,
politics
religion
and
or
religion.
culture.
I mean, do we do breast awareness week? Do we do lung awareness week? I mean, at what point do we just not do them? Or we just put them on consent? Like, yeah, we approved it. We'll go to your
This
function.
is our,
or no
and here's
function.
our policy on these situations,
Right.
having some guardrails so we can be used for
Absolutely.
publicity reasons for that. Well, not that it isn't good,
Right.
but it
Yeah.
does take time again away from other things.
Yeah.
Right. But then you
Or we
like,
do 'em at the
you
beginning of the
did
year.
it for them, you're not doing it for me.
Proclamation.
so
Right.
that's
One
what
meeting
we-
approximately.
Irish Awareness Day.
Yeah.
We're there.
I think get an accommodation Irish to that one of these people.
Yeah.
This is one.
Anthony Odite.
I, of course, defer to, you all in the research that you're gonna do around this, but I was kind of curious about what other cities and counties were doing. And so just looking at, sometimes they require a strict county nexus. It's got to be really connected to, and like you said, like jurisdiction or scope, or that it directly affects our county specifically. And then some have narrow criteria, some have really broad criteria. Board priorities, local service, awareness campaigns, milestone events, all of the above, none of the above. So there's a lot of ways to go with it, and it sounds like just doing some more research.
Yeah.
But I did hear policy. Policy, okay.
Request for policy, yeah.
Should be a ball.
Mhm.
And I think I heard agreement on religion and
And-
political.
Right,
things.
what's appropriate,
Yeah.
what's not appropriate.
Right.
Sometimes it's a nation and a religion.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So how do
I
we,
think you leave religion,
It-
nationals
but also
out.
nations as
But
well. Maybe
again, if it goes back to
that
what you said, if
exceeds
it's
our,
not. Go ahead, sorry.
maybe that exceeds our purview, our
Right.
jurisdiction to recognize nations.
Well, that goes
As
back
well
to the
as
department,
religions.
if there isn't a nexus with the department. that
Right.
Supports it,
And
a
it doesn't-
historical thing or a whatever, I'm thinking of what I was working on.
And it doesn't mean that during board comment,
Yeah, that you can't
each
say
individual
They say what they want.
can say, has an opportunity to speak on whatever they want to, even if it's not under our purview, right?
Mhm.
That
Right.
is the opportunity, just like the public can speak on items.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be, under county purview, but they speak across the board on things, and that's their opportunity to do that. But the board doesn't have to all agree to something.
Right, you could say
So
it
it-
when we have your own call.
Right. I think that gives us some,
Yeah.
we
I
can
think that's
speak on something that matters to us, but if it,
Doesn't
is-
matter to us.
Yeah.
That's great.
So
All
the
right, right.
last thing I was just like a little, and I don't know that this is an issue or not. So the way that we do it right now, the chair has the ability to say, I'm gonna defer and I will let, Supervisor Jones present this commendation versus me presenting. So we always default, as staff would default to the chair. We've always allowed the chair to default to anyone else. Are we all still good with that practice?
Yeah, absolutely. Cause I will defer to everybody. Cause I'm not reading them.
Wonderful.
All right, so I think we're clear.
Probably.
A policy that's gonna walk us through the purpose, the criteria, whatever the process is gonna look like, and then, the best setting for these to happen in. And there will still be some discussion on this, because we're gonna have options. Okay, but this will be agendized. And of course, the public can weigh in, because they might have plus on this too, but this will be agendized and you'll have options for a policy for the future. Okay, good. I just keep looking for the head nod. Here's
Yeah.
good. Okay, and this is good?
Mhm.
All right, check. Check. What's next? I think lunch might be next, because I was going to get to
Before we get into that conversation.
I should probably get some food and
To a
everything.
Big Mac.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, there we go.
Get a big Mac.
If that works for y'all, the time is 12:10. Is this a good time for lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, if this works for folks, okay, how long do you wanna?
30 minutes,
Yeah, you wanna say 12:45, we come back?
12:45 is good.
That's a good time.
25? Okay, so break and lunch.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Progress. There we go.
That would, that's,
Let's keep it going.
we get done by 2.
Yeah, right?
I'd say that.
Yeah, do not.
Yeah.
That's not that.
I won't.
1:30. Only if you have the.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, and sometimes it's really helpful to put in those items ahead of time before the world blows up, right?
Yep. It's tested is when you know.
Are you based out of thing?
So I've been in Sacramento for a number of years, but I got married 3 years ago, and my husband had a home up here in Auburn. So I've been hanging out in Auburn for a long time, mountain biking, and now we have a home back behind Pleasure High. Did
Get it real quick. There we go.
Okay, we are now back from our break and we're gonna move along with our discussion.
Wonderful. Thank you all for lunch. Thank you all for the attention and the engagement and the discussion this morning. I did make an observation about this group. You all are not on your laptops. Sometimes I have groups that are just on their laptops the whole time, and this group is not like stuck in their computer. So I just want to say thank you for that. I know when people are doing it, I'm sure they're paying attention, but it's nice to just get this level of engagement and connection. So thank you. I think we got some momentum this morning. We'll keep up the momentum for the afternoon. What do we have? 12:48. Let's see what we can make happen. I just want to revisit the approach that we outlined this morning, the lenses that we're using around governance. Make sure that you feel like we're still on target with that. And I wrote up here, good governance is really representing distinct districts while still governing as one board. And the best way to do that is to be clear about roles and decision-making and processes and transparency and stewardship, and also balancing what you need at the district level versus what you need at the county level. And so I think I've been hearing that happen. But we will continue on with that. We also, I put this up this morning. We were actually down to the last two items. And I had told you I was trying to just keep it down to 2 check marks per item, but I think the max definitely get a check next to everything. I know all of them do, but the max is what we're headed towards, and that's a pretty big substantive topic. And then if time allows at the end of the day, we'll do district budgets. And I've also left a little bit of time if there's anything that I did not specifically bring up. So today is about governance generally and anything that kind of fits within that. So please, if I didn't make an observation about something, I know we brought it up, but where it fits, but if there's something that doesn't fit, go ahead and bring that up. So I'll pause right there, see if everybody's good to go. Okay.
Mamped.
We're amped, okay. Amped, yes. Yeah, I'm inviting some sugar here in a second. So the max, I have learned a lot as I've learned about your max. So like I said, I've practiced as an attorney for a number of years, and now I still work with cities and counties, and but the max are kind of unique. So I've learned something about these, and I hope you'll take my observations today as just observations. I will say, in my learning, I had some questions, and so maybe I'll put those out as discussion. Maybe you're already clear on it. But my observation would just be that max may be being used differently across the districts. And it's not always clear what those expectations might be for the max. And just making sure that everybody's clear on their purpose and their role and their use so that there's consistency. And also for the public, right? And that level of public engagement and consistency for the public and fairness around that. And understanding that it's one piece of public engagement. It's not the only part of public engagement. So I was proposing that we might clarify the purpose of max and the role of max. See if there's places where we need more consistency or more alignment or more clarity. And also just remember there's other places for public engagement. And so keeping that in mind, that this is one opportunity. The frame is not, now that I've gotten into it a little bit, do we like the max? Do we dislike the max? Are the max good? Are the max bad? I was actually, as I was trying to untangle it in my head, I came up with this upside down pyramid, which is basically at the highest level, we have public engagement. And we can talk about all the venues for that. And then we can get into what's the max purpose. Are they designed appropriately for that purpose? Is their role clear within that design? And then what are the resources that it takes for these max? Does this sound like a good framework? Okay. If it's okay with you all, let's just hang out in the public engagement space for a moment. I'm just sort of curious across the board. You all engage with the public in many, many different ways, but what does that look like for folks? How What are the other opportunities for public engagement? What are all the opportunities for public engagement? Who wants to share some thoughts? Or just one, just give me one, not all.
I'll just vent my 30 months here.
Yeah.
My experience for the last 4 years here, from the planning commission to here, the public engagement for the MAX that I've attended in my district seemed to be just the same 4 or 5 people there all the time. It doesn't, to me, seem like a good representation of the entire unincorporated area of my district. 75% of my district is in the city of Rockland. So for me, I always thought, even from the beginning, going to them as a planning commissioner, it was almost a waste of staff's time to be talking to the same, and I can only speak for my district, the same 5, 6 people. It is an advisory committee. I don't see how they should be voting on things. I think if they're given advice or comments from the public, they can bring them to the supervisors. And I think that's probably, I think, as far as they should go. Some of them have been empowered to have too much power that they really don't have. I don't know how many, I mean, I Googled it this morning, only 25 counties have MAX. I don't know how they all run them. My question to you is going to be, how many counties or cities do you represent or deal with that actually have them? How effective or ineffective are they? It just doesn't seem to me that they're very effective.
Effective in that way. And so, when it comes to public engagement for you, what are the other avenues for public engagement that you have found effective?
Well, considering I had this huge controversial housing project in my district,
Sure.
I tried not to have a MAC at the beginning and just have a open forum to the public, and it was not supposed to be discussed, the Hopeway project, but there was a group of people who just overwhelmingly took it over. And so at that point I said, look, we're not gonna have these anymore, because there was people who had legitimate concerns in our community, you know, speeding in front of the school.
Other concerns, okay.
Stop signs in front of school, but they never got to talk because there was this group of people who were just overwhelmingly loud, obnoxious, and I decided to stop having. And I probably got a lot of flack for that. I really didn't care, because I wasn't gonna bow down to 6 people when I have 80,000 people to represent. So I stopped everything. I've only had my first MAC meeting this year just because we had to appoint a chair and a vice chair. But there was nothing really voted. Some of my MAC members like it, and they like the MAC more than a open forum, because they think they have, you know, they can control the crowd a little bit more with their 3 minutes of public forum. The public engagement with law enforcement or public safety who get to come there, I think that, you know, that probably helps a little bit. Again, we're only hitting this less than 1% of the population in my district, and it just seems like sometimes it's just a wasted time and effort.
And beyond the MAX, you have like town halls. When you said forum,
I
you
did
have
one.
open- Okay,
That's
so you
what
have
got
open forum.
Inundated.
That's what got out.
So I stopped it.
Yeah.
So now that there's really nothing happening in my district, I haven't even done, and people will reach out to me and I'll respond to them. And to me, it's easier just to do one-on-one stuff that way. So
Sure.
I've never been a fan of this advisory council, but that's just my opinion.
And then for others, beyond the MAX, what are other opportunities for public engagement that work for you all?
So I do in-person town halls with either certain groups, like in a community or at large. We've also moved to Zoom updates. So I do development updates in West Placer in our area. We do every year, I do a Zoom update to let people know about all the projects that are happening in the county and some in the city. And I just do regular updates on that. We do our monthly, actually twice a month newsletter, letting residents know about what's happening in the county. Regular meet with anybody who asks. Whoever wants to come and meet with me, I will say yes, and I will meet with you. And that's always an option. And then just being in the community, showing up to where people are at. And if they want to talk then, or set up a meeting and we'll meet. So try to be as accessible as I can. And try to provide as much information out there so people are aware of what's happening.
Great. So a little bit of pushing for the information, like sending out newsletters and things like that, where you're pushing out information and also inviting people in where they want to come. Okay, so both ways. How about others?
Pretty
What's
much
another?
exact, except for we do once a month newsletter, but everything else same as what she just said.
And so the update, sort of the annual update, the just.
Yeah, so we'll do smaller community meetings, we'll do broader town hall meetings, we do our regular newsletter, and we put out information on social media about the MAC meeting so that people know that they're coming. And of course, like accessible for when people request meetings too, but we try and push out as much as we can anytime there's something relevant.
Yeah, I guess I forgot about that. I also will send out a newsletter, trying to keep up with what's going on.
So just sharing.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, so I served on RMAC years ago in Granite Bay. Now that's just a portion of my D4. And so the way RMAC worked for years is much different. It's called the Granite Bay Municipal Advisory Council. It's kind of like a city council, but we're not a city. So an advisory council is advisory in nature. And what my community has always liked is having these issues. It's any project application that requires a public hearing before the planning commission will first come to the MAC. And a lot of times when I meet with developers who want to do a project in my community, I will ask them if they're willing to come to my MAC and do a small presentation to the people just to give them a heads up on what they're going to be doing. I found that when they're open like that, my community is much more accepting of them and not so critical.
Like
in
the FaceTime, they actually get to.
In the old days, way back in the old days, when a project came to us, it was already, everything was approved. It was a done deal and it was just informational. And people would get very upset about that. This interactive process that we have now, people feel like the developer is being open with them and honest, and they work with them and that sort of thing. So the advisory part of this whole thing is that now they'll hear from the community, they'll give them input on these projects, and then the board will deliberate over this for a bit, and then they'll take a vote. You know, do you want to vote to recommend support by the planning commission, denial by the planning commission, maybe support with the condition if you would do this? And then the president is supposed to write a letter to the planning commission with a detailed why we decided this. And hopefully the planning commission is reading that letter aloud, just so people know that the community has had input on this thing. So it's not that they know they're not going to influence the planning commission. They're pretty good about doing their own homework and all that kind of stuff. But it's just the fact that the community's had an opportunity to be heard and to have had input. That is huge in Granite Bay. And you can see, I mean, my callers are some of the most, they're very vocal. They're very tied in. They pay a lot of attention. I imagine a lot like Cindy's district in the basin, I think are very similar in that respect. So that's why it's huge. It really is. It's an important, and they feel like they have value and that they get to give an advisory opinion on something. No authority. They know they don't have any authority. But we've had really good, excellent participation by my community, even on nights when we don't have anything coming from the planning commission, and they come and they stay through the whole thing. And I usually have my little forum is usually at the end, and I talk about things like that. But in addition, we do have forums. We have coffee with the supervisor and first responders that we'll have in different areas around the community and stuff like that. We do the newsletter, we do e-blasts. In fact, we're having a big meeting tomorrow night, community meeting, to discuss our Granite Bay burn policy.
And that's just a community meeting. That's
with everybody in Granite Bay, because
I was interested.
Yeah, our burn policy was altered years ago, about 30 years ago, to be different from that of the rest of the Placer County. And so now the community is saying we want to be the same as the rest of Placer County. So we've done a lot of research and outreach and everything else like that. Now this is the culmination of all that.
So topic specific
This one
community
is topic
meetings in that
specific,
case.
yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Excellent. So we're
Yeah.
hearing some similarities. Yes, did I hear from everybody? Beyond
I've been
the,
trying to be quiet.
well, beyond the max, what other,
Well, I think-
we could dig in and yeah.
Yeah, beyond the max, all the items that I think other, newsletters, we do one to Eastern County, one to the rest, all of D5. Virtual town halls have probably had the most participation. of-
Virtual town halls.
Virtual town
Are they
halls.
hybrid or just virtual?
Just virtual.
Okay.
Because it is very challenging to do
Mhm.
hybrid and have
Mhm.
equal footing for people.
Yeah.
And then coffees and various other special meetings when that's the case. But we have done I think the challenging thing, I've tried to really be thoughtful about what to say here today because I obviously have the most max and they take a huge amount of my staff time and my personal time and well-being to stay late in one area and come down here today and do these things. So what's the value? Last night we had a great attendance and a lot of concerns on a topic that the planning department really needed to hear from. And so that was valuable.
Mhm.
And there were comments made, well, my supervisor isn't holding one, so we're here to talk to you about it. And that's fine. I
That'd be
mean-
me.
And that was fine.
It's just like, it's there. Okay.
Yeah, and that's fine. But I think it goes to, if it's not under the supervisor or the MAC, how does the planning department get out and really hear those concerns from people, or have they already?
Okay.
Because one of the things I find, until you take final actions, people don't really know where you stand because you're still gathering all the information. You're investigating it. And people have a huge number of opportunities that we didn't have when we first formed MAX, right? So for instance, in Tahoe City, I was on the first MAC in Tahoe City area way back, many years ago. But the board wasn't accessible. You couldn't view the meetings. You couldn't listen to the rationale. You couldn't,
Mhm.
I mean, it was a whole different era
Mm-hmm.
and in public engagement for the
Mhm.
county. So I think there are great tools now that could reduce the need for MACs.
Mhm.
But the other thing I'd say, it's all in the matter of who's on the MAC. We have some MACs that are high performing MACs that realize their advisory, they give the pros and cons, they realize they're not making a final decision, and we don't hear from them when the planning commission or the board goes a different way. I mean, I typically go back to them and say, here's why I didn't do what you asked,
Mhm.
right? Here's the other thinking, because they don't have legal counsel there. They don't understand the private property rights. They don't understand the zoning that was allowed when the people invested in the property. And so there's many factors the MACs can't, it really depends on their base knowledge as to
Mhm.
whether they can input on that.
Mhm.
In the Tahoe Basin in particular, I hear the same people at a MAC, then I hear them at Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors, TRPA's Advisory Planning Commission, and then TRPA Governing Board. Could all, so there was
Right.
5 or 6 opportunities for public input. Whether we all agreed to their point of view or not, that we were heard 6 times. And if you multiply the number of speakers times 3 minutes each on all of those meetings, that's a lot of public input. That's important. But, is the MAC the critical part, or are we just deliberating bodies? I think the MAC is important at the beginning. This is coming. Here's the project. Here's the description. Get involved.
Mhm.
But if you have 4 more opportunities for decision making, it could, because people with a perspective can sometimes intimidate their neighbors and bully their neighbors into, you've got to vote our way, or you've got to send a message that maybe they don't agree with, but they're volunteers serving and they want to stay friends with their neighbors and they want to go to the grocery store without being yelled at. And we can't govern how people that are passionate about something are going to treat their MAC members.
Mm.
Not all MAC members can weather that. They're volunteers, they're trying to serve their community. So I see a need to have a vetting process that's specific to communities. Because I represent like 80% of my people are unincorporated. They don't have a city council. So I want them to be able to vet these planning issues in a productive manner. But I also don't want county staff, like, I'll never forget, no offense, Josh, if you're watching, the beekeeping ordinance. I had to go to 8 max, and I'm like, nobody keeps bees in Tahoe anyway. So there was, you know, Donner Summit, Tahoe City, or North Tahoe, and I'm like, you know, I felt bad that was part of our protocol because it was going to the planning commission. So therefore, every MAC had to hear it. And so I think we need to adapt. Government needs to change and celebrate and augment what is effective and maybe reduce what isn't as effective, but it's hard for people to let go. They think we don't want to hear their voice. And I'm like, no, we want it to be an effective way to hear your voice. So I am really torn on this one. I can see where I many times I'm talking to 5 or 6 MAC members. I've spent an evening of my time. I have county staff, my staff. And there's the MAC and public safety officials and staff. No members of the public there. Then, like last night, when there's a controversy or Palisades, there's 300 people in the room. And so, you know, I don't think one size fits all, and it's hard. I think any controversial decisions, you're going to pack the house. A lot of the other decisions we make and other regular things don't get that kind of turnout. And, you know, people are okay. And I just go back to when we made the decision about not voting, it was because it didn't ever say they should vote. It wasn't because I was taking away their voting. Karen was very clear with us. It was general review and comment.
Sure.
I've told my Max, if you really want to vote and send a strong message, go ahead. But what I really think would be more productive is to tell the planning commission what needs to change in the project to get your support. You know, because just saying no, it doesn't really.
It's not input.
It doesn't really help craft the project. Obviously, the project is coming forward, and so that's hard. You know, people want to vote, and I'm like, well, you're not elected, you're appointed, and you know, ultimately, I'm the elected one, and so yeah.
So let me just.
So that was a lot.
No, thank you. That's perfect. But you said 2 things there to underline. One is they're volunteer, is what I heard you say. And you said weather, that they may not be able to weather at this level because they're not elected. Right. And that does put, so certain.
And they don't always have the knowledge of private property. Rarely do they know, they don't have legal counsel sitting there.
Yeah.
You know, explaining, here's what you can and can't do. And so they can make a recommendation that the planning commission then ignores because you can't do that. You can't just take away somebody's opportunity within the current zoning, within all the current parameters to say no.
Right.
But how? And so I don't know how we.
Can I ask a question? So we had a big discussion, was it 2 years ago, whenever we.
When we did
that. Into that, which was good, and it may not and I think we've all had a little bit of variety. We tried to make it similar, but I think we tried to get some changes that worked for different groups. So what's the desire? What are the things that people are interested in changing or not changing, right? Because we have a baseline that we're working from. So maybe we should talk about the changes we might want or not want. I don't know.
When you say the baseline, you mean the code?
Well, we agreed upon things last time, right? Going back to, not voting, but getting input, I think I want input, and I think there's value in hearing from residents, because if they live near our project, they have a different perspective. Because they live in the area, they see it. So the input from the MACs, I think, are helpful, especially the reality is when you have a major project, people want to have an opportunity to talk about it. Very clear. So it's a great forum. And I think that's a great option. But what are the concerns and what are people interested in changing? I guess that's really the way I'm looking at it, because we made some changes.
And just so I'm clear, the changes that you made are clearly in the code, you feel like, or I just-
maybe not, I don't
Okay.
know.
Yeah, I don't think so, because even though it doesn't ask for your MAC to vote, it says.
He's saying yes.
So we're getting, yeah. And I think you said baseline, but maybe that wasn't the right word. You used a word just a second ago, but sort of this is a starting point. One of the observations I might make is while this is a starting point, everybody might be doing something slightly different. And so it's kind of, this could be what it is, but people are still doing other things also. Is that right? People could be doing them in different ways or different.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Actually, there was a framework that.
The thing that changed was we were told we couldn't have information items in our MACs, that we would have to have information items separate in the forum.
Outside of planning, you mean, like outside of.
Yes, outside of planning items. But even though this doesn't say that the MAC votes, but it just says that the planning will request the MAC's general review and comment. And so just seems to me, if you're going to get a review, you have your, your public, your county, your community input, then they deliberate and they make a decision, and then their president drafts a letter to the planning commission, which basically gives them just that, what they're asking for here.
Okay.
The hard part is in the old days, you had your MAC, you had your public safety, you had your any issues before with the planning commission, and then information items, and then a little bit of a forum from the supervisor. And they were always held the same way. But because of where I hold my MACs, the county had done Zoom way back when with the redistricting in the library. And so the library had the capability of doing a Zoom capacity. And it was also right in the neighborhood of COVID as well, which allowed for my entire community to get online and watch the meeting. So with the change, then all of a sudden we had to figure out how we were going to do it, what we were going to have a candidate, a supervisor forum afterwards or before, or when do we put the public safety? And if we had to change those times or the dates, then they more likely couldn't come and participate. And so I'd like to return it to the way we used to do it, or just give us all the option to craft our own MAC, as long as we have the authority to do a MAC or whatever. I mean, the authority to combine them if you want, the authority to have one when you have something that concerns your community. I mean, we cancel them every now and then if there's not enough information to, drag everybody out.
Okay.
Kind of a thing.
So I'm hearing a few different things, and I'm looking back up at my framework to help me organize it all. But we started with engagement, and I hear that there's many opportunities for public engagement, and you all are doing some things very consistently, and you'll make a special forum if you need to talk about something. You can meet with people one-on-one. So MACs are not the only way that you engage with your public. Okay. So all right. And now I've heard a few things about what their original purpose was, how things have changed over time, what works for some, what doesn't work for others. And then from there, I've heard a little bit about the design and the like Zoom and those pieces, and then the role, if they can vote, if they can't vote, and then the resources and the time and the staff time. Okay. Thank you. So I'm getting it. It's all there. I'm just going to keep going down this pyramid. So maybe before we get into if they vote or if they have Zoom or anything like that, we'll just talk very specifically about the purpose. Originally, what were they designed for? Anybody know what year you started having MACs?
Here to review projects.
Forever ago is the answer.
I
So
know
they just look
at
at the
least
code.
88.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was on a MAC in Tawas City in 88 or 89.
Mm-hmm. So yes, there's plenty. It's not forever ago. Oh, see, no, did you see me? I took it back instantly. I was like, I'm not gonna go with that.
And she was on it.
No, that is not forever ago. But just like we talked about contract thresholds this morning, things have changed. Things that used to not be this expensive, like prices just got more expensive. We have to adapt, make best use of these. So we originally had them when there may not have been other easy ways of having engagement, but and then people have started to expand their purpose because you're getting engagement from the public. And if the public's going to show up, we may as well update them on other things too. Is that a little bit about what's happened with purpose?
Well, and it's also community groups who want to make an announcement or talk about like the school districts or, you know, we have our public safety officials, but sometimes school districts, chambers of commerce will give a report, upcoming events, that sort of thing. And so that's for my unincorporated communities, that's really important to them, that they are able to get up and talk about upcoming events in their community that have nothing to necessarily to do with the county. And that's where county council at that point said, well, that's not in code.
I see.
They're there to recommend on planning items and really these other items shouldn't be. That's how I understood it.
I see.
Why we
Okay.
started supervisor forums that are so confusing to the public.
Yeah.
Because then we do all these reports and public safety goes, should we be there? Should we not be there?
Okay.
And that's
But
where
people still want the updates.
they want to hear
And-
what's
and
going
we
on.
want the updates.
Mhm.
It's just how it's been
So-
executed has been a little bit.
Can we write the
Very
code
awkward.
differently?
Sure,
Can we
sure.
change that?
I could help provide, I think, some of that distinction between supervisor forums and the MACs. The MACs are in our code. It's a committee established by our zoning code, which means by its nature, then it's subject to the Brown Act. Which means you've got a 72-hour noticing requirement for the
Yeah.
agenda. You have to list all the items discussed on the agenda.
Right.
So we've got all these formulaic requirements to be legally compliant. But then there's this other piece, the supervisor forum or community forum, where it's a little bit more free flowing and it's just about getting input from the community. And the concern was basically, are we dragging those legal requirements from the MAC meetings over to the community forum and then opening themselves up for potential challenge about a lack of disclosure of an item on the community forum or lack of prior notice or some sort of those issues. So that I think there was an intention to separate them so that the community forum could operate more in a free form version, whereas the MAC would have to comply with the formal rigid Brown Act.
Gotcha. Thought exercise real quick. If there wasn't a MAC, where would you be hearing from your folks on important things like that?
Well, I'd probably go to a coffee, but I wouldn't necessarily have the sheriff, the fire, the other people at that meeting, right? It would just be me having coffee with them. I don't know all the stats. I don't know how many DUI arrests there were, and, you know, CHP enforcement actions. So we have a lot of people that show up at like Forest Hill and,
Yeah.
you know, report to the community, and the community has a lot of questions like, what about those e-bikes on the dirt road?
And so that's where the supervisor forums came in, was to help just have that. Okay.
Can I ask, Clayton, if can the code change? I mean, can this be in there and can it say, and Max may also serve as a community information? And other items may appear that are not directly county related, or is there another way to make it so we're not doing two different agendas, two different processes?
Yeah, the Brown Act trigger really comes with the board setting the committee. And so that's why you see it. If it's included in the code, then it automatically means that the board has set it up.
And I'm fine having a Brown Act.
So you
committee,
you could do a community forum, it just doesn't, the structure of it wouldn't live in our county code. It wouldn't be a board of supervisors identified community meeting. It would have to be more of an individual.
And that's been the problem, right? Because we have to have a community forum at
Right.
6 p.m.
Yes.
And then we have an agendized MAC meeting at 6:30 and right? And so then you might, the informational items might go late or people don't show up.
Yeah, it's
It's a little
very clunky.
too awkward.
So you're trying to expand Max to catch everything, or
to provide a forum for the community.
That's what you
in-
want. The whole
especially
thing is
in
engagement.
Unincorporated communities
Yeah.
where they
Sure,
don't
sure.
have another opportunity to see their
Structured
Mhm.
engagement.
reports.
Okay.
And I'm just saying, is there a way, we originally said it would be great not to have the Brown Act, because sometimes we haven't had a quorum, we've had a bunch of people there, and then we've had to cancel the meeting. You're supposed to send them home and not hear those reports, even those CHP and fire and everybody are there. That's happened a handful of times in 6 years, so I think that's less of a problem. I think the more important thing is people do want to hear kind of what's going on and, you know.
I thought the only thing that the quorum precluded you from doing was voting on those items that had to go before.
We were told you have to send them home
Yeah, you're not allowed to hold the meeting if you don't have a quorum.
Right.
if it's a MAC
Or a
agenda.
MAC meeting, right? A community forum, you wouldn't necessarily need the quorum.
Yeah.
So making everything,
Town
oh, sorry.
hall. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, please.
Turn it into a community.
No, I was
meeting.
just repeating what you said.
Well, I mean, I think that's what I was going to do is trying to make everything more like a Mac actually complicates it a little bit more, or just not complicates, adds some process to it.
Well, for
Which-
example, I went to one with her last month and it was a town forum first. And there was supposed to be a MAC meeting after, but then there wasn't a quorum. So then, but people still wanted to talk about it, but we couldn't because it's an agendized item. So then you're like, I'm not holding information back from you. We legally just can't talk to you because it's agendized and we don't have a quorum. So that's where I get into like, I'd rather just have an unofficial Brown Act meeting if we have to have one, where I think community engagement, reaching more of the people and maybe putting out those stats from public safety through a newsletter is easily broadcasted to everybody. And if anybody wants to come back and ask me questions or meet with me, I'm more than happy to do that.
Sure.
Where I can have more one-on-one time with people instead of, you know, the same 6 people show up and get the same 10 questions about palm trees. So for me, I just think that we run pine trees and palm trees, we have both. It just runs into a problem because they're like, oh, you're not doing what you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Well, we can't do what we're doing. And a lot of people don't understand that, I think. So it just becomes a bigger problem.
And I'd say the other thing that is challenging is, you know, because we've appointed them officially, they come on our agenda, we appoint them. It is, you know, challenging to replace them. You can do it. But there's a sense of, you know, you're leaders in the community, they're volunteering their time and they want to have a role. But my challenge is I know I represent a whole bunch of other people that aren't in the room. It's sometimes hard for them to balance that out because people won't come to public meetings and stand up against the loud 5 or 6 people, even though they might have very different opinions. Then they'll contact us and say, I totally disagree with that. And then it's back on my shoulders.
Outside of the meeting.
Decision
Okay.
anyway.
Yeah, right.
So they don't hear that.
Well, and for the purposes of our discussion, can I just use the word forum to describe non-Brown Act?
Yes.
Is that okay? Is that,
Yeah.
and that, I'm not legally defining anything. Okay. So when we say forum right now, we'll say MAC is a committee that's convened by this board that has certain requirements, and then a forum is a lot more flexible.
A
Correct.
forum would be the same. You could equalize it as a town hall.
Sure.
Just
Okay. So we'll just use forum like that. So do we want to make the forums more like Macs or the Macs more like forums?
Well, I don't think you can, because if you make it like a MAC meeting, then you're agendizing something and then you have to then you're under the Brown Act problem. If you agendize something, if it's similar. So I think if it's just open, you don't run into those legal ramifications.
So you get what you need and the public gets what they need
Absolutely.
if it's a forum. And then you don't end up in this place where you may not be able to, we can't talk about this, which would be awkward.
Right.
But then,
Yeah, without the MAC, then the group doesn't have any advisory capacity, and there would be no point in the community even coming if they don't feel like they have a say.
Well, I think they
It's
have.
gonna go forward.
for me anyways, I think they have it. Their advice is coming to me, right? So they're coming to me as their supervisor. They're not going to 5 other people to tell those 5 people to tell me. I'm in this, we're in the room with them at the same time. We're just trying to get away from having it agendized.
And I think the thing that people would, I think they could be, I think Suzanne's correct. Some will say, well, we don't have a role anymore. And I think it's their expectation that their role is more than any other citizen, right?
That authority question comes up.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
gotcha.
And that's one. And then the second thing I'd say is, right now, this was a guarantee that if an item was going to planning commission, it came to a local community process. So whatever that process is, has to be articulated, I think, for the community to know that we still want community input at a very or less formal way than 3 minutes in front of the planning commission. 2 minutes, because there's too many people, you know, or so I think as long as I think I could support, I'd like to hear from my members, but I think I could go with all forums as long as there was a guarantee that there was some community process in the community on items that were coming to the planning commission. Like this says, the MAC shall, it's part of our planning process.
I'm not gonna look at
Does
the
that-
account.
I think that's the struggle is being of a Board of Supervisors mandated meeting. It's not subject to the Brown Act, because once you have a Board of Supervisors mandated meeting, that inherently means it's subject to the Brown Act. So
Okay.
you would have to go with the flexibility then of each supervisor could define what that meeting would look like, and you would remove it out of the zoning code. That could be a possibility.
Or it's a mandate on staff that they hold a community-wide,
That Cedra hold the meeting.
that Cedra hold a community-wide meeting. I don't know.
I think that'd be a bigger demand on their money.
To hold a meeting, you're still
That-
on the board
that
directing a
defeats
meeting to
the
occur, which
purpose.
makes it subject to the Brown Act.
But I find that one of the things that keep my people engaged and keep my members valuing their position on the MAC, because they come every month loyally, typically only miss for something that's, they're either out of town or they're in the hospital, you know what I'm saying? They take their role seriously.
Yeah.
And with the loosey-goosey kind of forum, then, you know, you don't have a community group that's there listening to the community, you know, and the community input, because I don't really participate in it unless they've got a question, something, but I let them all do all of it. And they all feel very important, and a lot of people want to be on my MAC, and I don't have turnover, and I don't have people that don't show up, and I don't know why. But it
Yeah, you've
works
got good
for us.
engagement there.
So if we were to keep Max, I guess the question is there a way to have get rid of this clunkiness of having a forum and a MAC?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
good.
what Shanti, is that what you've experienced?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, I left the last time around very confused. So it actually, your description really helped on understanding what the purpose was, because I didn't really understand that. I thought we still had flexibility amongst our districts, and so it put me in a very difficult position with my max, because I didn't even understand why we were doing what we were doing. So it was very awkward. I mean, I think I have 2 max, and one, we typically don't have an issue with a quorum, but there aren't really any public members usually. There's maybe 1 or 2 that show up. But the other MAC, there's really good public engagement, and they, I don't want to remove any of that authority, because I think they're doing a really good job. And so I would love to be able to find a way to marry those things. I don't know, obviously there's some legal concerns around the Brown Act, and I don't know if we can have for like the community updates, if it's allowed to be listed on there that there's community updates, if they're just informational and there's not, you're not allowed to, can't.
I'm sorry. Maybe. We can adjust to put anything onto a MAC agenda. If you don't have a quorum,
Right.
it doesn't matter if it's only information with no vote.
Right,
It
that makes
still
sense.
gets heard. But yeah, you could I mean, you could say, yeah, we're gonna put these community updates on here. And if we don't have a quorum, they, they won't be heard.
That's why we split it.
So I mean, that's the challenge, and I think that's really up to you guys to decide where that value lies.
And I guess maybe because we haven't typically had an issue with quorums and at least just in our district only. Like, I feel like Cindy's is a whole other beast. I don't even know how to address it.
Yeah.
But there's only a few where, like I said, a handful of times where we haven't had a quorum and we've had to send people home and I felt bad about
Yeah.
it. Like,
Mhm.
thank you
Yeah.
for showing up, planning staff, sheriff, fire,
And
VHP.
But most of the time, right, if they're gonna be there or not. Usually, you have a quorum.
We've
because-
asked,
Well,
but sometimes.
Yeah, do you put out an email to your,
Of course.
yes,
and we
asking if
called
anybody's
them.
gonna
We
be-
actually called and said, "Are you gonna be there? We're verifying
So-
there."
yeah.
Yeah.
One option could be, there's a Brown Act issue with the whole board requiring a community meeting. You could leave it up to each individual supervisor to decide whether they want to have a committee meeting or not, and what the form of that would be. That wouldn't trigger a Brown Act issue, or could leave it up to the CEDR director or the CEO to decide whether a committee needs to be met for that district. So as long as you decentralize it, remove it from it being a board action requiring that community meeting, you could then do it and it wouldn't be necessarily subject to the Brown Act.
But the word guarantee, is that what was coming up again?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't have a big issue with the Brown Act
Mhm.
compliance as
Mhm.
much as I do with the making sure that we are transparent to these smaller communities that are more remote. Most of my people don't want to drive to Auburn to go to a planning commission meeting
Mhm.
or can't,
Yeah.
and so meeting
Yeah.
in their communities.
But would a forum satisfy that? For you, in thinking about your,
I think they still would like to have
right,
be appointed and know they have the boards.
Yep. Yeah.
I don't know.
So can I
I know
ask
what
a
you-
question? Because it sounds like my residents want to have a map and they want a forum where they can talk about the projects coming before the planning commission. And they want to have a chance to talk to me and ask questions, which they do,
Mhm.
right? Oh, I want to know about this. I want to know about, you finish and then they ask all sorts of questions. Awesome. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I want to get rid of the MAC. I don't think you do. I don't know if you do. Shanti, I don't know if you do. Anthony just missed the conversation where he's saying, like, people want to keep the MACs. The concern is this forum. We all want to have the updates, right? I want to have this public safety, the whole bit. I don't want to not have the meeting if only 2 MAC members show up. And right now, how we're doing it is we do the forum 30 minutes ahead of time and we do the other item. But the problem is we have to agendize both of them. That seems to be the problem. Like, you have to agendize both of them, which means you have extra work for staff and it both, et cetera. I mean, I don't have a problem with how it is right now. Like, it's pretty much working for me. And if you want to do it quarterly and I do it monthly, be my guest. If you don't want to do it, be my guest.
Yeah, I think the question is, can there be flexibility in there between the districts? And if one chooses not to do them at all, or if one chooses to do just the MAC and we're gonna agendize the info items, like, is there flexibility in there? And I think that's where I've been confused is, do we have that flexibility?
Well, I was told before, I thought, and I'd have to ask Sophie, we were told we couldn't have information.
Yeah.
General community reports
On the
MAC agenda.
Which is why we moved to, I don't know about you guys.
That's correct. Yeah.
So that's why we're doing the forum before. We agendize a separate agenda, community forum, and then we agendize the MAC meeting 30 minutes later.
And I think, just if I can jump in, I think that conversation originated out of defining the MAC to what was in current code.
Right.
Rather than potentially looking at how to update or amend the code to allow for different things. But I think, looking at Clayton, I'm sure he would help us with that conversation, but that's where that line was kind of drawn in the last round of this conversation.
And we see the clear problem is that if I want to have an update and 3 MAC members aren't there, everyone goes home. And that is frustrating to everyone who shows up. So that's not a very workable solution if that has to be the case, which is why we separated them out. Right? That's why we did, that's why we had to
Yes,
separate.
definitely played a part in why we separated them out. I think that to add on to a little bit of what Daniel said too, is that the maps were growing in a way that was not that was against the Brown Act. You know, the subcommittee issue, there were maps creating subcommittees and that had Brown Act compliance issues. That, you know, so we were also trying to kind of bring it back down to what is the role of the MAC, which is where the code piece came in. And then the updates, you know, became the other kind of conversation to that. So I think, you know, in this conversation, the one thing to keep in mind is in keeping the max are Brown Act compliant, which means we do need to ensure that we are tracking with that. And then we have a clear understanding of what that means for the map. And I think that's very doable. You know, I don't think that that's hard. I just think that's the one area where there can't, from my perspective, there isn't leniency amongst the districts. I mean, if you guys all do them differently, that's not a problem for us as long as Brown Act is.
So if we follow Bonnie's model and always do a forum before with the reports and community reports and then get on to the business items. Does that work for everybody?
Well, the thing is that I inherited, the way the MACs were done in the past, was at the end was the supervisor's report. And the supervisor's report was basically you telling everybody what's going on in the community. And you could take questions and answers and everything. It basically turns into a little mini forum. So, I mean, I don't see the need to change that into a forum.
Unless if there were a situation where somebody didn't show up and you didn't have a quorum.
Well, yeah,
you'd still want the flexibility, and you could do that in the format that Bonnie says. You go, well, we're not going to have a quorum, but I'm
Right.
here and I can keep talking to you versus sending everybody home.
Yeah, so then I would ask for flexibility because I know I'd like to keep my max the way they've always been. We've never stopped a meeting for lack of a quorum, not in
Okay.
5 years that I've been serving. And I don't think you have either
But in
and so
doing
I
that,
don't,
yeah, in doing that, does it create, are we looking for a little bit more consistency across?
I think they're just talking about a difference in the way they do it.
Mhm.
That's all. I mean, they're still having their MAC as long as they've got a quorum,
Mhm.
but they just, so that they don't have to send people away disappointed, then they've got their backup.
So you do your forum first. And then your MAC if you have a quorum. But if you show up and you don't have a quorum, you can still have the forum. I'm not trying to rhyme.
Forum.
Okay.
And we identify that, you know, that the MAC has this function, but it's also an advisory to the board on other, or they will also hear community informational reports.
Is that the
MAC will be-
forum or the MAC though?
No,
He's
MAC.
asking if it could be
Yeah.
in
Could
there.
do that. That definition of the max is in chapter 17, which under state statute means you have to go to the planning commission and the board to do it. So we couldn't make that decision on modifying chapter 17 today.
Right,
We would
right.
have to go through that kind of public hearing process. You could certainly include more in, whatever you include in just needs to be under that Brown Act body piece. So you have to deal with quorum and noticing and those requirements. But yes, you can certainly expand the role of the max.
Well, I'm just trying to get consistency between
Right.
Suzanne's current practice and what
If
we're
you're-
doing. Yeah.
If you're having public safety, if we put out an agenda for a MAC meeting, and on the agenda is public safety comments. If there is no quorum, I would think that you can't even give out public safety comments because it's been agendized and now you're gonna go give out a comment that it was on an agenda that you don't have a
That's
quorum
the law.
for.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we just stuck to what is in chapter 17, that this is only required before a planning commission shall be submitted to a local map, and just leave it as that. If there's an item that has to go to the planning commission, we can have a MAC meeting, and the MAC meeting would only be that specific item. The MAC meeting is then over if there's a quorum and you want to go into a public forum afterwards and then go give all your public safety. So you're not then bound by this agenda that is under the Brown Act to go give out public safety information if you don't have a quorum. I would think that would run into some legal problems. Now,
Putting you on the spot.
I think the way that you're setting that up is permissible. If you don't have it specifically called out for that portion of the meeting. If you don't have it listed in the agenda, it's not a MAC meeting
Right.
piece, then it really is freeform. You don't have to have a quorum. You can just, it's essentially just a very informal gathering of a community.
Right.
So there are no requirements as to how that's structured, and that can take place in any form. Essentially.
And just leave the max to what is required in section 17. So then nobody falls into a Brown Act problem if you start talking about something on the agenda, but you didn't have a quorum. So basically you shouldn't talk about anything on that agenda. If you don't have a quorum, you should just go home. Public safety shouldn't give their comment, police, fire, whoever, because it's on an agenda that falls under Brown Act requirements, because you have a agendized item. We can't go talk about it, I would imagine, without that happening.
You could have an agenda that has both a MAC and forum piece on it, if I understand what you're asking. Where that forum piece is not subject to the Brown Act, but the MAC portion is, because the MAC portion is derived from the code. So you could have essentially a kind of two meetings occurring on one agenda, and just the placement on the agenda doesn't make it a Brown Act meeting. But the MAC meeting is a Brown Act meeting by nature of the fact that it's listed in the county code as being mandated. So you could do that all on the same agenda and have one that's a Brown Act.
Yay.
Let's just pause. Okay.
One thing to that
Okay.
though, is that if you have to cancel your MAC meeting,
You can't talk about what's on here.
learn of a forum, send out. Means that it doesn't, you can still hold, people can still attend to the forum, but it gets confusing when they get the notice of cancellation for them to.
Yes.
Whether or not the
Okay.
forum's going, and I don't have it, I mean, that is just, I just wanted to.
Problem, yeah.
to-
When you
everybody-
combine these, that's what,
have to
okay.
think about that is one of the challenges of having them on the same page.
Max get
Does the, can the,
canceled and
yeah, you could,
Mm.
can you have it on the same piece of paper,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mhm.
under, you have your MAC and then you have your forum, but don't you have to close the MAC before you start your forum?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, so again, you're basically,
You could have it structured, so. You
But-
could have it structured so.
With
that
the
you do
forum
forum
first,
without the
yeah.
MAC. And I think in cancellation, you could have a blurb that says
Mm-hmm.
the MAC meeting is canceled, but the forum will still go on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
we're
I-
having a problem with that. That's not happening right now, and that's a challenge.
And
I
that's
think-
direction to our staff that's supporting us, and like, do we post the notes from the
Mhm.
forum when there's a public safety report? And they tell you how many instances of, what the crime rates are, what's going on.
Uh-huh.
We're taking notes at those meetings. We want them not as minutes, but as notes from those reports.
it just seems like
Posted,
public safety.
and then which
should-
website do we put it on? I mean, there's all these technicalities that we're
I
discussing.
don't know that we have a preference on the, I mean. I don't know that I'm fully understanding, but I mean, from our perspective, if you're taking notes and you post them to the website, there's no issue with that. I mean, you could post them. To.
A forum
to a
website.
forum website, to your supervisor website, I think it's really just ensuring that we have a records retention policy around those.
On the MAC
notes.
item.
Would
Yeah.
just be that would really be the only thing, and I don't think that would be that hard to
Yeah,
establish. I mean, I think that should be fairly simple.
Can I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. So you're saying we could have, in theory, we could have one agenda. That's the MAC agenda as well as like the community forum agenda. So everything's just in one agenda. And then if for some reason there wasn't a quorum and we knew ahead of time, then you send out the cancellation notice, but in that cancellation notice, you would say the MAC is canceled. However, in big red letters, the community forum is still happening.
Yeah, and I think where the challenge comes in on that, and I think this is just something like we just would need to test with IT. I think sometimes what happens is when that cancellation goes out, the email that they receive.
the
says
subject
cancellation,
line
Yeah.
says
And
MAC.
then they don't
yeah.
click
Canceled.
And
So-
then
But we could, I mean, again, I
Yeah, but it could get canceled that
Subject
day,
is-
like
well,
that
I-
day over there, they didn't show up, so.
think there are ways to look into what our
Put it in
options
the
would
title,
be.
subject.
I think that that's
line.
probably more than anything what I would like. I have one agenda, it has my forum, it has the time, and then it has the MAC agendized at 6:30. So this is tomorrow's forum, 6 o'clock, updates, 6:30, MAC, and the agenda items.
Oh,
So it's all in one, but that is the problem. When the MAC items get canceled,
Mhm.
cancellation goes out
Mhm.
and it says MAC meeting canceled, and there's no recognition in that subject line
So you
that
have to
says
say. you
forum
say-
happening.
Yeah, maybe
agenda
that part
can
first.
Mac
You have to
cancel,
say,
like-
yeah, you have to say Matt canceled, not forum. Just.
I mean,
Or
It's-
can it just say change? Change.
Yeah.
I think that's one step that at least from what I'm hearing, is that you would like us to look at how the notifications are received by the public
What the
for,
subject
for
line
the,
said.
for the agenda and also for a cancellation.
Okay.
Am I?
I think that's super helpful because it just says canceled and everyone goes like, oh, we're not gonna show up. And I'm like, but my
Yeah.
Yeah,
public
public
safety
safety is.
fire
simple.
is and PCSO is and CHP, they're all showing up and then there's like 3 people in the room.
Yeah.
You're like,
And we were told previously we couldn't put them on one agenda. At least our office was. We had 2 pages.
I think
So I am happy if we can do it on one page. And if the cancellation notice goes out, the subject line says change to
oh, this is just the.
Tuesday night's meetings or something instead of cancellation of MAC. And then you
Yeah.
read in the body, MAC canceled. But
That
forum
would
happened.
totally work. There is one caveat here, and that is the forum meeting still has the MAC members in it, right?
Yes,
So you can't have a meeting of the MAC members discussing an item that's gonna come before them that's not a Brown Act meeting, because then you have a Brown Act violation. So the forum, the subject matter of the forum can't be an item that would later come before the MAC. So you just have to be careful in that
Yeah.
delineation, that a forum would be public safety updates or
and
something else,
supervisor
but
report.
not projects that would
Yeah.
go to the plan.
Yes. that is
Absolutely,
correct.
Right, that's what you're
absolutely,
getting
and
at.
that is
so
very.
then MAC meetings should only be hearings for planning commission items, period, done.
Mhm.
I have a
Doesn't
question.
have to be
That's what
that.
it says here. So we
Um,
just follow the code that we have.
So, okay. On this item, so this was one of the areas where we were confused on, or at least I won't speak for Christina, I'll speak for myself. I was confused on, I knew we needed to state that that planning items had to come to the MAC, but, and then I had to tell the MAC, we can no longer hear other items. It can only be planning items. And so that's when they said, show us where, like, where does it say that it can only be planning items? So it obviously says in here that the planning department shall come, blah, 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 but it does not exclude
Right.
other items.
Right.
And so personally, I would rather be able to still agendize, like we have park improvements coming in Sheridan.
Yeah,
And so
information.
they have to discuss where do they want the dollars to be allocated, to the baseball field or to the slide or whatever. That to me, that's still within this because it doesn't say they're excluded from coming to the MAC. And so that was one thing that I wanted to clarify today is that.
Yes, you can totally do more than is allowed in the code for your MAC meetings. It's just like, if you include those in.
Yeah, then they're
subject
Brown
to the
Act
Brown
compliant,
Act. And so
right.
you've got quorum requirements, noticing requirements, all.
So you can include other items.
Yeah,
This is
informational.
the big change, you guys, because we were told we couldn't.
Yes.
That's
were
why
told.
we went to the
Yeah.
whole
Yes.
crazy process.
Yes.
So I am really happy if we can go back to the way things were from
Yeah.
time memoriam in
Yeah.
the dark ages,
Yes.
when we had community updates on a MAC agenda.
Yeah, I would
It just
agree.
means if there aren't 3 there.
Yeah.
You have to cancel.
Now, I will say, like,
Well,
we,
do you-
Then you
we
can't talk
went
about-
away
Well, you need
from,
four for second.
Yeah,
But
As
the,
I understand.
I would also say too, when you start adding other items, you start to run the risk of Brown Act violations. Right now, our office doesn't staff MAC meetings, and that's just something that should be considered, is that when we add more things in, we're increasing the possibility of potential Brown Act violations for an office that isn't staffed by council. So
Yep.
there is an element of risk there that these MAC members may not be informed or may not realize it's a Brown Act violation that a member of the public could create exposure.
so then I would say, if that is the case, I mean, if that's the direction we go, then I think we need to amend the code to make it clear that you are only allowed to
Yeah.
hear the planning items, so that then
Or
we actually have
specifically what
something
else?
to,
I
yeah.
wouldn't put anything else on there
Or
and put it
specifically
in,
what else
that it
you
was
can.
specific to this item.
okay.
Because I think you're running.
That's good. Y'all are getting, I actually think you're getting pretty close, but
One other thing I was gonna
Mhm.
mention is we no longer do the calendar for the year, so then we don't have to cancel.
Yeah.
So
Right.
we just, well, they'll plan the next meeting, but they don't do like approve the calendar for the year, so that if they have to cancel a meeting, there is no cancellation notice that goes out. That which has helped some.
does that,
It doesn't help it with the quorum issue. It's
Okay.
We
just
do,
help-
we just
Gotcha.
do ours because they expect it, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
so I wrote,
Good. So I'm just reading this here in this code. And it says in here, before the planning commission shall be submitted to any, you're not talking about slides and baseball fields because they're not going to the planning commission. So they shouldn't really be in there because it says
But it doesn't say,
before the
does-
planning
It
shall.
wasn't,
there's no exclusion.
just
Yeah, but
the
they're
fact-
not, but it says shall be submitted to the local because it's going to the planning commission.
yeah,
Those are not going to the planning commission, so they should not be admitted. So they're
Say
not.
that
doesn't
is what I'm-
exclude.
okay, so
It
I guess it just
clarifying the
Yeah,
interprets
it just
how
needs to be
you-
clarified. Either
Right.
way,
It would
I
have
mean, I
to-
would prefer to be
it
able to
would
hear
have to
other
exclude it.
items, but if
When I,
that's
when
not.
I see
where we're going-
shall be, means that it's only that item.
Well, that's what I was
No,
asking.
no, it's saying that that item
Goes to the planning commission.
shall,
Shall.
must
That's
go
the
to
shall.
the,
Yeah.
It
must go to
doesn't
the back.
preclude any additional items
Right.
Yeah.
being taken to the MAC as well.
Right.
but taking additional items is what's starting to complicate things or
Yes.
have the Brown Act exposure, is that?
Well,
Just then separate-
Gotcha.
Confused,
Yeah.
you know, like
Okay.
park staff, do we
Yeah.
go to every MAC on
Yeah.
every park expenditure or not, right?
Gets to resources.
So would
And-
you like
and
language
so-
in here that says only going to the planning commission and no other items?
No.
Are you looking at me or him right
I
now?
thought that's what you were.
Oh, yeah.
No,
I-
no, I don't
I-
want to limit it.
To be able to have the flexibility of being able to say this park item. I would like to include that in our map so that the map can actually chime in and provide their input and write a letter if it's gonna be going to the planning commission or to some other hearing body.
But if-
Or
if
even
it's-
to the Parks Commission.
If it's going to the planning commission, it has to go to the MAC. Right here, it says shall go to the MAC.
Yeah,
He
but
wants
for
other
instance,
options.
yeah,
Mhm.
informational items,
Right,
when you've
so-
got something that affects your community, something that with the parks or something like that. You know, can they be listed as informational items to come and present to your MAC and your community that this is what, you know, Parks is looking to do in your community? It's not
You think-
something that's
Is that the
got
forum though? That what you
No,
could
and
do?
the agenda will include informational items. That's the way it was always done in the past, before
Yeah.
me.
It could,
And
informational
so-
still means you need to allow for public comment on that item. It would
And
be
we
the same
do.
as having any.
Mm.
but yes,
And
you
we
can
do.
certainly
And we
include that
do.
to a MAC
And
agenda as
I,
long
and I
as-
did change my subcommittees to ad hoc committees after last year.
But if you
Megan.
don't have a quorum, you can't speak up
We're hiring.
anything on there.
Yeah,
All have to go
Correct.
home.
so it's
Yes.
adding a lot, yeah. All right, well, let me
So I like to
see.
keep them separated because then if we don't have a quorum and people still want to talk about it, you can because it's not an agenda
Right.
item
I-
under.
And a little bit of consistent. Go
I
ahead.
think you need to separate it. You just need to accommodate a forum in the event that your MAC is canceled. You somehow have to accommodate.
So this is kind of where we got to a second ago, which is one agenda, just as your meeting tomorrow, for example, you have one agenda.
I actually don't like it, but yeah.
Well, and up to a certain point, and on that, you can include both a community forum and a MAC. And if there's no quorum, you can't have the MAC part,
Correct.
but the forum's okay.
But you still have your forum.
Yeah, but if.
And if you agendize,
Yes, exactly.
but if you agendize something like baseball fields,
Or transportation.
transportation,
Anything is
and you
agenda.
didn't have a quorum, then the forum folks that showed up
hear
can't
it.
talk about it.
Right.
Right, you have. to
So do you want to add process at that risk, or do you want to, what is being
I-
able to agenda? Go ahead.
Let people decide.
Mhm.
If you know you're always gonna have people show up here, you are always gonna have a quorum.
Mhm.
Why not let you decide how you want it to be?
I agree.
Well, do we need is there a reason? I mean, part of it is the legal exposure too, I
And you
think.
had a comment.
And the record
Mhm.
keeping
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
posting
There
of
is
the
a legal
minutes.
exposure piece if you're not complying with the bound. Also, we have MACs that have multiple district boundaries, and that's something to evaluate too, is if you have a MAC that's got 3 supervisors, how do you?
Oh, just hypothetically.
How do you handle that?
Uh,
Triple the representation.
Yeah.
And so the solution there would be to limit what the MACs are doing and just make sure
There's
the
forum.
forum is getting
This
everything.
this would open a whole can of worms, but I think the easiest way is to make max one supervisor roles, and then that supervisor could decide how they wanna, how they want that MAC to operate.
Based on
So
the
based on
majority of the
the majority of-
population.
But how far do we go?
Yeah.
Because then we need to get to the other item on hybrids and Zooms. Because we don't all have access. So
Okay.
how do we make sure there's equity to all the citizens? I don't want to take away anybody's transparency,
Mhm.
but it's not fair to my people when we don't have internet at Newcastle last night. There was no internet. How, yeah, there, solve this.
Because I think one of the systems is the port team
Mhm.
help with the agendas, the
Right.
meeting scheduling, the meeting cancellations, and make sure we have some consistency.
And
Absolutely.
can I ask a question about that too? If it's agendized under the MAC and it's an agenda item, you have to take minutes on all those things, correct?
Yes.
So I share that because the nice thing about doing the forum at 6 o'clock,
Don't know.
we do not have to keep minutes on all those things. Yes, notes could be taken, but those minutes do not have to be taken in the same way that an agendized MAC is. And that can save our staff time. Just a thought.
To that note as well, you are not required to keep any handouts that may be passed out at a forum, and you are required to keep all handouts that are passed out under a MAC meeting.
So that actually does provide some flexibility in just staff time, keeping minutes, etc. Like for me, having that forum before allows us to have all of those items and then we do the MAC afterwards. I just want, I want the cancellations to work better. That's all I want.
Well, and I think also, I want to be clear, whatever we do, so like park staff, are they going to go to every MAC?
So before we get to that part, let's try this. Let's see if we can do this. Is that sort of what we're looking at, which would be, I just wrote one agenda, but basically you get to have a forum and a MAC in the same, in the same evening. And you can put whatever you want in the forum. But the MAC topics are topics that are going to the planning commission, which may not be clear in the code just yet. I'm just kind of putting out something for us to react to. If you have no quorum, you can't talk about any of those items, but it doesn't preclude you from talking about other items, because I'm not sure putting them on the MAC agenda, it adds a lot of process, the minutes and things that you were pointing out. Okay. Just finding that balance. Okay. And then clarifying the cancellation. Is this something folks can?
As long as the forum, not talking about MAC items, is only related to the planning items. In other words.
Right, once we clarify. Right.
Once we clarify that, because if people do want to have input on their books, they're very.
But that was a little.
Yeah.
Different than what you were saying.
Yeah, and I think I'm just saying, I think this is mostly fine. I think it's the clunkiness of the cancellation thing is a piece of it, but I think for me, what I would personally hope for just for me, is that if let's just say we don't have a planning item, so we don't have to have a MAC meeting. But we would actually like to have a MAC meeting, and we have a public works item that's not going to come to planning, but it's actually valid for the MAC to hear. I would still like to be able to have a MAC meeting, agendize that item, and still have it like we used to. I mean, that's what we used to do. Even if maybe we weren't doing it correctly, but that's what we used to do.
But can you have a forum that's just on that item? And the MAC attendees, the MAC members show up?
I mean, you in theory have to have a cancellation of your MAC, because you wouldn't have any MAC items to hear if there's no planning items. I just would like the MAC to be able to still meet and still be able to have a conversation around a particular item that may not be planning, but is still very relevant for the
Informational,
community,
that
that I
affects
would
the
like to
community.
get their general consensus
But
on.
that expands the role of the MAC.
But it's still allowed in our current.
Right,
Yeah.
perfect.
But I think to the comment I think made earlier, the MAC members could be present at the forum. They
Right.
just can't take the
Yes.
role of being the
Right.
MAC.
Yes.
But they would have the same ability to offer input and discussion on those
Yeah.
topics.
Well, okay, and so going back to, this is the challenge I've had, is because it doesn't say in our current code that they're not allowed to hear that. So if that's where we're going, then I would say, well, then we need to come back and we need to amend this so that it's
To
very
include-
clear that this is only what they're allowed to hear, planning items only at max.
I have a question for, like,
That
I
makes
don't
sense.
like, yeah, but I don't like that
the
idea.
first sentence starts off, any project application, not subject to section 17.6. Project application, you're gonna talk about slides and baseball field, it's not a project that has an application. So to me, it reads that only applications that are going to, through the planning department, shall be heard at the MAC. If you just want to talk about baseball fields and slides, there's no application, so it should not be agendized on a MAC, or because there is no application for it. So you could talk about it in a forum, but I don't think you can legally talk about it in a MAC meeting, because there isn't, it states right here, any project application. It's not an application, so how can we agendize something that's not an application?
So in the, okay, this is,
Well-
in the MAC resolution though, so in the actual resolution that came to the board,
Mhm.
it says the municipal advisory council may advise the board of supervisors on matters of concern which relate to the primary and joint MAC area served by the municipal advisory council.
Correct, but
So that's outside of planning. It just says on matters of concern which relate to the primary and joint MAC area.
Sounds like
Oh,
clarifying.
you have to
There-
read the
that
whole
first
sentence.
sentence,
You can't
It
bifurcate
operates
the
to
sentence.
mandate that if you have a project application that requires a public hearing before the planning commission, that has to go to a MAC.
Yeah, that. has
But
to
it
go
doesn't
back.
preclude
Right.
other items from going to the
Yeah.
MAC too, by
Right.
based on the wording. There would have been wording in here that would have been exclusive that says only those can be submitted to the MAC.
Mhm.
And there isn't. It talks about that any project application shall be submitted requiring those two, but it doesn't eliminate out other items from going to the MAC as well. The problem you may run into though is if you have like a parks item that you put on the forum as a discussion, and then later you want to add that now to the MAC agenda, then you do create a Brown Act violation because you have discussed that by the MAC members
Okay.
before on an item that then ultimately came under the purview of the
Yeah,
MAC.
that
So-
makes sense.
So you have to keep that real distinction between a forum item and a MAC item. And when you start to kind of mix and match, that's where we start to get into
Yeah.
trouble because of keeping those separate.
Yeah. Which is why if I can't have Shanti's perfect world, where I just want to do what I want to do,
Mhm.
then at least if we can clarify and have it very clear in there that this is what the MAC can hear and that's it. Because I just think right now I don't have anything to point to that's actually justifying not.
I agree with you. I think it should be, there should be wording that says this is what you can hear and this is what you cannot hear.
But then we need to obviously bring that back in.
Yeah, yes.
Right, we
Okay.
can't make that decision.
So,
Or
all
we
right.
just join the other 33 counties and don't have that.
So public engagement, very important. Community forum, things they can hear, max, things they can hear, clarify what the max can hear so that it's clear what's in the forum. They're gonna figure something out. And then, follow the MAC Brown Act requirements, but not at the loss of the forum, for lack of a better word, so that you're not losing. And if we clarify what the max can hear and can't hear, then that can help clear things up across
And
the
if the MAC
board.
meeting is closed or canceled that night because two people didn't show up, then
Clarifying.
we can clarify that.
Did y'all want to add something? I heard talking. Did you clarify?
I thought that you solved it. I thought you solved it.
Yeah, we saw.
All right.
Join the other 33 counties that don't.
Megan has something.
So,
You're on the losing end of that one, Anthony. It's 4-1. Sorry.
Yeah.
So nice try.
All of the documents.
Somebody
Yes,
asked
there's a
me about
multitude of
that.
documents that relate to Max and just needing to
Funny,
make sure
what
that
they
as
say,
we
I
go
was
through the
told no,
process,
one
to
way or
your point,
Mhm.
we are looking at all those documents so that we don't have one document pointing to one way and another
Mhm.
document pointing to us. That was just kind of.
were we getting closer with this?
Yeah, I think so. The problem with most of these MACs is they were established and the rules for them were identified by independent resolution for each MAC. So we really need to get to a format where all MACs are treated the same. and
That's the
in a-
resolution,
In a
yes.
single resolution that covers all MACs so that we don't have differences in processes because each MAC has been updated independently based
Gotcha.
on the needs of that one, and so we essentially have them all operating. Under different
So we need to
structures.
clarify the code and the resolutions for each of them, like it's one resolution?
Yeah, and then maybe we can do some of that code clarification, and maybe that can be done through a resolution. Yeah, I mean, I think that's something we're kind of spitballing ideas on this.
So I think we got some clarity. We had a good discussion on the MAC purpose, but we still want to get a little bit at the role, which is also going to inform this, which is the advisory capacity versus voting, and also getting into design and Zoom and resources.
Well, I think it is advisory. I don't
Okay.
think we're asking to
No,
reestablish
no.
voting.
And so I'm thinking about, there's a statewide advisory committee that I work with, and it's to focus on healthcare affordability. And as you can imagine, that is a gigantic topic. And if you want to talk about healthcare affordability, it's a huge system and you need every voice in the room. So this advisory committee gets in the room, and there are payers and providers and hospitals and nurses union, and there's doctors and there's consumers. And they advise because the board votes. And I can guarantee that if these folks had to come to consensus on something, they probably can't. Their role is to give input to people who can vote on it, right? And so when you all think about the advisory capacity, is that what you're thinking, is just hearing from everybody and that informs your vote?
We want their input. We want their feedback on projects. We want to hear from them. Asking them to vote.
Do they all need to be on the same page?
No.
No, and that's.
They do not need to be on the same page.
That's why.
And it forces them to take a side versus giving their concerns
No, we're not, we don't.
or their support.
So if voting might have it so that people aren't getting all their voices out there, you're not getting full perspectives.
They could vote against if the advisory committee has this voting
Right.
voting authority, they could totally go against the community if there was 5 people or 4
Okay.
people say, I don't like what you guys are saying, but we like what it is.
So voting wasn't originally part of
It
it.
could happen.
You clarified that it's not, if they all wanted to be on the same page, but being on the same page is not necessarily the greatest value. It's that you need diverse voices, and this is an opportunity. Okay. And so the code is clear right now that they do or don't vote?
Well, it's not really, because it says shall require the MAC's general review and comment. So I think in order to have a review and comment, it requires a deliberation by the
Mhm.
MAC members
Mhm.
to come up with a consensus that's going to best represent your people. If your whole entire community is against it, then they should be writing a recommendation to deny with the explanation of what the community their feeling is.
So are they representative?
Yeah, yes, they are advisory in that they give the opinion of the community. And the way mine has always worked, they deliberate, and where they try to find consensus is if the community is in favor of most of it, but not all of it, then they'll try adding this condition to make it palatable to everybody or something like that. I've seen before, recommendations have gone forward with conditions, or there's just flat out denial or flat out support, either, one. But it requires a deliberation and an honest MAC representation to do that. And that's why I said that the board president or chair should be writing a letter that explains all that deliberation to the planning commission, just so they can understand how the community feels about this.
Okay,
I
so
think
they're not elected.
Each one
No.
is different. though.
The problem
It's
was
just
that
advisory.
The code requires general review and comment.
Yes.
We were getting to a phase where the MAC was then voting on the project,
Mhm.
thumbs up or thumbs down.
Yeah,
And that's not the way it's worded in the code.
yeah.
And so that was the issue we were trying to resolve, was basically stick to the language in the code that says general review and comment, which led to MAC members providing comments and then the chair compiling those comments and forwarding them.
So they should not be voting on anything.
So that's the way the code's set up, is that they don't provide a vote, yes or no.
Okay.
Project. You can change the code, obviously, if that's the interest.
That's what I thought.
I think, my folks have found a way to express their discontent, even, with a not a vote.
Yeah.
And what I've tried to urge them is to give us actionable items within the context of conditions or other circumstances. But in the end, they do,
Right.
and they do feel they're responsible to their community to reflect that back. What I've been trying to say is, yes, I hear from the community too, but you're a little more educated than a lot of the community members on Brown Act and transparency and all these other issues. Is why they're on our max. I want them to maybe go above kind of I'm opposed to making constructive, but that's just my ask of them, and they do what they're gonna do.
So the thumbs up or thumbs down isn't as valuable as why.
Why?
Got you. And so when you're talking about comments, it's the why,
The why.
and that's what that letter gets you, is that why.
Is the
Okay,
why.
so kind of regardless of the vote, it's the why.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
and so that's
think
their
it's the-
greatest, and they're gonna do, they have the liberty to do what they want and provide their input. Okay. And so we're not necessarily looking, we do not have voting, and voting may not actually be the greatest value for what they do. Is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
not for just a pure thumbs up or thumbs down. I mean, if it's a really great project, it's nice to send a letter saying the community's completely in support of,
Mhm.
of it. That's that's kudo. But if they send them a letter that says, well, the community hates it, we vote no, that's not helpful.
But is it expected that they represent the community?
Yes, in my case, yeah.
Okay, so that's how they're thinking of their role, and the community can also have other ways of providing input beyond the map.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And representing the community that's present and not present. Because what I see happening is whoever shows up at the meeting, they say, well, we heard from 62 people this. And I go, yeah, but they were the 62 that are, most people who come to our meetings are mad about something, right? Most of the people that are happy don't show up.
They're
Don't
good.
show up.
They're good.
And so you're trying to educate your MAC too, that
Mm,
you're probably not hearing from a lot of people that are okay with this.
sure.
So how do but that's a part of education.
Bring donuts,
Yeah.
they'll come.
Yeah. And
Anything
cookies.
on your end that around the role, the advisory role, and how to,
No.
you said these are volunteers, and how to make the best use of their time, and they show up.
They do show up.
Every
In fact,
month.
I've had people even show up in the instance of memory care facilities. We probably have the most memory care facilities per capita in Granite Bay.
Mhm.
But we have the naysayers that show up to say, we don't need any more. We're already inundated. But then you've got the others who up to say, yes, we support this, and my parents need a place. This is where I don't want to have to travel, to Lincoln to go visit them. I want to be able to put them here where I live.
Yeah.
So I have equal support. Yes, no, yes, no.
You
And
gotta-
it's tough for everybody.
Okay.
Going back, can I bring up this
please.
issue on parks? Because here's what I was thinking. Planning Commission is a public body that hears and is Brown Act and we're giving input on planning. Parks projects have a Parks Commission that probably nobody attends, nobody really knows. And so I do think it would be wise for us to consider that the MACs or the forums are a formal part of their solicitation process, because I find parks are kind of off. I mean, even my commissioners that are on there don't really have the opportunity to hear from the broader public. So I'm just thinking that's a different than like a DPW project. We don't have a Public Works Commission, so they still want to hear about Public Works projects, but there may be a role for them in advising the parks, to your point, because I'm
Ag
thinking,
Commission, too.
I've had countless meetings and hours of meetings on Olympic Valley Park, right? What do we do with it? Where is it going? And I would love to,
So are we now talking about expanding the scope of the max?
Well, I'm just saying, is there?
No.
Or where is there?
Because,
I'm just saying it's a realistic view because Shanti raised it. Yeah.
well, and in District 2 and in
It's a
District,
very specific
we
example.
are going to be building multiple parks. Multiple parks. without community input per se, because there isn't necessarily a process, and it's not necessarily going to be for the planning commission, but it might be going for the parks commission. But having an opportunity to get local input when we're building all these new facilities is something to think about. I'm not, but I think it's something to think about. That we should have an opportunity as District 1 and 2 are.
I would say
Adding.
District 5,
Mhm.
it's,
Yeah.
it's,
Because they
while we're not growing, there's still park dedication fees come in and they're being expended with kind of the discretion of staff and the
Okay.
commission, not with public.
I'm not saying we have to answer it now, but I think
Okay.
maybe.
It
we
might
can
be
think
something
about
to
it.
consider,
There you
know.
So we have it.
I'm happy to do it under the form. Right?
Yeah.
But if it's gonna go.
Is
to
that
a
okay
pack-
under the form?
I don't know, I'm doing it under. It still
It's-
gives an
I think as
opportunity.
long as what Clayton said,
They're not,
as long as there's
Doesn't come
like,
back to them.
if, yeah, as long as it's not gonna
Double.
come back and then go be a planning item for some reason, I don't know
Yeah.
why we wouldn't, right?
Okay.
I can't.
Yeah.
So the forum works, just
The-
making sure that,
The form.
and then they
works
can
for me.
still go to the Parks Commission
yeah. it's-
directly?
Yeah, they would
Yeah,
still.
but you're just saying like,
The plan.
people don't go there as often as they do, right?
It actually tells our parks
Yeah.
team, you're doing something that's brand new in District 1, 2, whatever. Maybe you might want to
Here's
check
some
with the residents in the area.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's sort of the idea.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, so how to set some sort of expectation.
But
All right, let me do
To
a
get
quick
back to
time check.
supervisor.
It's 2:20 and there's one little bitty triangle at the bottom, which is just the MAC resources. So I think we made some progress in terms of the role and the scope. But I've heard you mention a little bit about the resources required for these, both staff time and preparing agendas and whether or not council will be there. And then I also heard Zoom. Does that fall under this? Okay.
Probably.
What's the conversation around MAC resources? How many are there?
13.
13.
And 8 of them.
And then 8 are over there. Okay.
7 and 2/3 are with me. They split a third of
In
Newcastle.
fair, yeah. And then you also said, I like the word earlier, adaptable. So how do we need to continue to adapt these? So what is the resource consideration for Max?
The question that I have right now is, we were supposed to be able to do a Zoom with our forums, but not the Max. So are any of you able to do a Zoom feature with your forums?
we don't choose
don't.
to.
I would not do that.
Somebody had all virtual town halls.
So I've preserved that option. If it's 100% virtual, then I can run it from my home computer. We can do it very easily from staff. We don't have to have IT come with a microphone and camera
Mhm.
Yeah,
and rely on internet at a meeting facility. Many of my meeting facilities don't have any internet capability. So that's why we've preserved it for the big items.
you can still have
A
all
virtual
virtual
town-
Zoom meetings
Suppose we change to allow town hall.
for that.
Yeah.
Okay. And town hall kind of is a forum in a way. Town hall is a type of forum, or don't let
Yeah.
me confuse things. Okay, fair enough. And then the concern is the
Yeah, I've
Mac
been
part
told
of it.
I can Zoom mine easily. But the question is, if others can't, should I be allowed to continue my Zoom provided my budget can pay for it?
Mhm.
Just to clarify, are we talking about zooming a forum or a Mac or both?
Well, see, that's the whole thing. If I put my forum into my Mac,
Then you're zooming the whole thing.
then I'd have to Zoom the whole
If you
thing,
ran it-
but it would also be shorter.
You
Because
ran
it wouldn't
back to
be
back?
bifurcated. I do it. They're generally all one.
So you have a
Well,
facility
they're not any longer than my old Macs. Yeah, I'm in the library. I'm in the
that already
in the
has.
county
all that.
library, yeah.
Gotcha.
And they already had the Mac capability because when the redistricting, that's where they did the presentation with the Mac. So I'm just wondering, but in all fairness, if they cannot do it because of costs, can I be allowed to do it if my budget can pay for it? Or is that,
I'm just gonna say this is not about whether or not you are allowed or not allowed to do it. I just wanna make sure that everybody understands. Zooming a Brown Act meeting comes with elevated Brown Act compliance.
right, you need
Which-
rules,
Yes, and so that you would have to ensure that that is all being complied with as well.
right?
And again, that's not about whether, I can't speak to the,
Well, which we did because we
Yes.
did with county council previously. on that.
Or just not Zoom them at all.
Yeah, there's
because
a lot of concern with Zoom, namely if Zoom gets dropped,
Right,
the meeting
that
has to
can't-
stop, but also you start running into issues about participants Zoom bombing the meeting
Mhm.
and being able to stop that from occurring. If somebody displays some sort of something on there that's not appropriate, how do you deal with that? There's a lot more compliance issues. It needs active monitoring during the meeting.
So so it sounds like maybe the option is we either need to Zoom all the MAC meetings or we need to not Zoom all the MAC meetings. It's,
Well, that's just it. I don't know. Do we have to?
I just want to have an explanation for my people if they say, well, because everybody wants to Zoom.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a hybrid.
Yeah.
There's no doubt. And I have to go, no, because we don't have access unless I make it 100% virtual and they don't want that. They want to meet in person. So,
Because there's a cost, right? So we
Mhm.
asked Jeremy, what's the cost?
right.
For IT to come to my Mac location, it's about $1,000 to $1,200 and
Mhm.
staff over.
And then you have to drive to Tahoe. So you add.
So,
Yeah.
so yeah, so
Up there.
it's.
oh, because these are in the evening
Yeah.
generally, so that's overtime.
Show up, set everything up, if you
Mhm.
already have something worked in, $1,200 a meeting.
Mhm.
And so, like, to me, and especially if you only have a handful of people, hybrid, it just doesn't make sense. That's a really expensive meeting.
I think the other thing to highlight on that, not to interrupt you, Bonnie, is
No, it's fine.
our AV team is made up of three
Yeah.
really amazing people that work a ton.
Yeah.
But it is only three.
Had to get there.
But it is only three, and they do support the entire county. So I know there are maps, like we have some maps that are right after board meetings
Mhm.
and. Obviously board meetings take precedent and we have the full team there for those and they can split and leave, but I think just as another consideration to this conversation is. All of the other things that they worked and what would the impact of adding 13
That's
new
a
meetings
lot.
to that be?
Plus, I mean, you're looking at $15,000 worth of expenses and then you're gonna run thin the crew we already have. I wouldn't, and then you run into problems like Clayton has, I would just say, no, you show up, you show up. She can't have Zoom meetings everywhere just because of location. So if you make it mandatory or put in there, then does she not be able to have? it
Then you
because she
can't have-
Have a Zoom meeting?
Right.
I just say no Zoom meetings, period. You come in person or you just don't. show.
That's where we were kind of last time, and I don't want to put that on everybody. I just want to have a good explanation for the constituents who don't have access when they hear others are having Zoom and they don't get it
Mhm.
and they want it. And I've said it's a matter of budget. And
Yeah.
they go, county has a 1 billion
Mhm.
budget, they can
Mhm.
afford 1,500. I think for us, it's like close to 1,600 per meeting for them to come to some.
Not counting
areas.
staff time.
That is the stuff.
That is
Yeah,
staff time.
'cause
Okay,
it's
so that
drive
just the
time
tech
and
and everything.
setup
Gotcha.
time and
Okay.
then
And
drive
then you
back
add
at
these, and
midnight
I don't
'cause-
know how often they're meeting. Okay.
So one of the ways we've dealt with it for
Mhm.
Palisades, we knew we had to do a big, and we did a joint MAC meeting. We had all the IT staff and we were there for 7 hours on a Saturday. To gather all that input, right?
Mhm.
And so we can do that when it really is a hot button item. We can find a location that does have internet and we can change the location, which is what we did to do that. And then it's worth the time, but for every single meeting, I can't I can't justify that. So, because
It's a lot of-
that
that's a
times
lot of work
7,
for 3
times
people.
7 or 8 meetings. So.
No,
Mhm.
It's a lot of work for, I agree with Megan. I think that's just overwhelming the staff that we already have and we, having 3 people do our.
But do we feel that Suzanne can't? If
Right.
she
Right.
has,
I have one
if
staff.
it's inexpensive for her and she can comply with the Brown Act and do the public record stuff, is that?
So do we put it in the code that it's optional per MAC?
We
Is
may
it
not.
discretionary of
We
the
have to
MAC?
make a
I mean, how do
change,
you
right?
just-
We're just trying to
I
determine.
don't think you would have to put it.
You're not doing anything, right?
Yeah, I don't
She
think
wants to
you
have it, she can. If the 4 of us don't, then we don't have to.
I don't think it needs to go into the code anywhere. I think it.
And we don't have max every month, so.
I think it would really just be, and Supervisor Jones said this, and she's saying if it's within her budget, you know, she's not asking for,
Additional.
Extra
Yeah.
money.
yeah, she's just saying if
Can
it's
I get a
within her
bigger
budget.
one?
And so I just think that's something that, you know, it's like you said, what is the answer to others? And if you guys want to, there's no issue from our I mean, from my standpoint, because I look at Max through the lens of the admin record. And from my perspective, there's no issue with you offering Zoom and somebody else not offering it.
I mean, if you'd like to, I don't have a problem if that works for you. It's just a challenge and costly for us because we have like monthly meetings.
Yeah.
If she wants to have them and we don't want them,
Yeah, that's fine with me. I just want to make sure that you guys all back me up, that we don't have the money or the resources to do
Well,
every
you don't have
single
the
one.
capability like I do, because they set it up at the library when they did the redistricting, so they could take, you know, that show around to all the
Yeah, but I
communities.
think our message is, hey, look, just because she does it, I
Right.
can't do it. And that message has to be
Supported
there.
by all of you.
By
that
supported,
I'm
yeah.
not
We got
trying
that.
to negate public
Mhm.
input, okay?
Right.
No,
right.
I get it because it's a
Right.
lot to set up just
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
my Mac.
Yeah.
No, it's.
Yeah.
The challenge is when one constituent says, well, they get to have it,
Right.
why
yeah.
can't I? That's the challenge.
Yeah.
But the
Physically can't.
discussion here is, yeah, there's sometimes where it's actually impossible. It's not as feasible as a cost or a capacity issue.
Come to
And you're
Auburn.
weighing.
We'll hold all the MAC meetings in Auburn.
Yeah.
And,
Right.
you know, if you do that,
Right.
we can do it.
We're doing the best with what we have here.
Supervisors meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, we are
Thank
doing
you.
that.
I'll show up.
Yeah.
Is there anything else around the resources or
I think
sustainability?
consistency with our board support services as to what they're doing and how they're doing it for all of us, right?
Mhm.
I mean, I think that's the big question because we just have so many and there's been, you know, in their defense, there's been conflicting opinions that we have heard about whether we can have 1 page or 2 page or cancellations or not cancellations.
Mhm.
So I think once we get this worked out, they'll have that direction. And I just want to be able to count on that because if we get to a location, we're not in county facilities. We don't have keys to all these. If it's not open,
Yeah.
you know, and we're up at a location without internet, how do we communicate and get
Mhm.
help?
Mhm.
I mean, there's, yeah,
Mhm.
we're an interesting group in D5. Yeah.
Beyond IT staff, are you inviting other staff to these meetings?
If they're presenting, yeah. they'll-
Okay, so like,
Yeah.
or like community, you've talked about public
Yeah.
safety or,
Mhm.
okay.
And on the forums, when we haven't had a busy MAC, I've invited department heads to come and talk about a bigger issue or like
Mm.
the parking enforcement plan that we're doing. I've had Jared come and do that, you know, biomass, some of the other things that
Mhm.
aren't directly project, well, biomass will be a project, but other things that we're working on, they'll come and give the community an update on. So,
Okay. And that's just discretion, district discretion, sort of. we
Mhm.
wanna
Under
bring 'em-
forum.
Because that could also
We've
be
done
a
it
lot
under a
of,
forum.
that could be
Yeah.
a lot of staff time also,
Mhm.
I'm
Right.
guessing, if they're going to 13 max or however many max. Okay. Okay.
So can I just ask to make sure I understand?
Yeah,
what
let's,
you're talking-
let's, no, I was about to, so you do it.
Confused again. So, where are we landing on the other items being heard in Max? Are we determining that, did we just kind of, was there a consensus that we're gonna update the code to make it so that we're just restricting to planning items and we're gonna bring that forward? Is that where we landed, or did we land on something else?
I
Do you know?
thought that's where we landed because,
I don't know if we're gonna look at the code. I think we'd like to look at the resolutions.
Oh, the resolutions, right.
I think we'd like to look at the resolutions and bring those into consistency. And that would, you know, the code is a very long process to amending with.
Yeah, yeah.
And so we're gonna look at if we can do it within the resolutions and define the scope of max, all max, maybe under one resolution, and then just have resolutions that define the number of members. That type of thing. So I think that's what we're gonna look at.
And boundaries.
Yeah, or that. So we would have one one resolution that sort of says max can be created and this is what they do, and then each one would have a boundary and composition resolution.
Do we need to talk about boundaries?
Well, I don't know, because
But
we
the
just,
only
guys
one
screwed
is
it
where
up.
we have three that meet.
Yeah.
As far
Yeah.
as I know. or-
Well, and
yeah,
then Anthony and I share,
For Shabar.
where
We
she
share
are
one,
Penryn.
we share three. I mean, the
And
three
so
of us
what's the
share-
clarity there that you would, just
Well,
clear, yeah.
I guess for the one that we share, the three of us, it's, we can either, more than two of us can't be there, because
Right.
then we're on our own Brown
Because
Act.
We have to
So,
coordinate which two
I
go.
think we just coordinate who goes where and when.
And that's.
So you
been
don't need to
working.
change anything over there.
No.
Okay, that's been working well enough.
And then
That's
the other
the one
thing
that
I
we-
did
Just
was
that
there were
clarity.
large swaths of our county that weren't represented by a MAC, so I just expanded the boundaries so that there was no gaps. Like
Ah,
Delta,
Oh, that
Blue
makes sense.
Canyon
Right.
and Emigrant Gap all knew where they were to, that every citizen had a MAC to go to
Right.
if they had an issue.
Yep.
That's fair.
Okay.
So,
Did we
Okay.
answer? Okay. Um, And so staff will be preparing something for a future board meeting to clarify this?
Yeah, we'll look at resolutions, we'll look at what the cancellation looks like, and what's our options, so we can do one
Agenda.
agenda for both, but when the cancellation notices go out, not end up accidentally canceling the forum. So we'll look at those things. I mean, I think the lot's gonna have to come back and be reviewed again.
But not adding Brown Act formality where you don't necessarily need it, right? Because it could be losing more than you're gaining by doing that.
Yes,
Okay.
nice to have some.
You've been trying to find the balance. That's the balance, and still encourage engagement and participation. And okay. Wonderful. The time is 2:34. How about a break? 10 minutes, 2:45?
Sounds good.
Sure.
2:34, yep. Okay, does that work back here? Great. Thank you.
Don't want to get us in.
Okay. All right, we are back and we're going to continue our conversation.
Wonderful. Again, thank y'all for the discussion, the engagement. It is, I think we're doing pretty good, 2:48. And we have one big item we still wanted to talk about, and then also leave time for anything else that we might not have hit already, or that maybe came up for you today as we were going through items. So again, I just put our governance approach back up, sort of how we're tackling things today and looking at roles and decision rights and transparent processes and consistency and stewardship and balancing what you need in your districts versus where we need consistency in the county. The last topic that I had up here was district budgets, and then an opening at the end for anything else we want to talk about. But district budgets really checks the box under responsible stewardship, which I know is important to everybody. And also the transparency around that and where we need discretion with our districts and where we need some consistency in the county. So district budgets, my observation would be, and I'm not sure if I got this exactly right, but there are differing expectations about things like district travel spending and other budget items and supervisor office spending more broadly, including purpose of funds, the principles that should guide expenditures, what should be governed by countywide standards, what should be left up to the individual provider. The goal I put up here is to clarify the board's shared expectations for travel and district related spending. So I get it, travel is one part of district spending, and then identify guardrails, processes, areas of discretion that could apply going forward. So there's district office spending, and inside of that, travel. What's a good starting point for this discussion? Again, not everything's necessarily a problem we're trying to solve. It might just be something we want to discuss for the future.
Well, I can start with, when I was at CSAC, I talked to Barbara, who allocates a budget for budget, and then it's that supervisor within legal parameters to spend. And I thought, well, that's interesting because we have such diversity in what we're doing and who can have offices, who doesn't have offices, how much space you get, what you do, and meeting, travel, whether I can take dinner when I'm with the rest of the board in Tahoe, when I'm within 10 miles of my home or not, stupid things, some small little things and some really big things. And so I wondered if that was an approach we should consider moving forward, because then it takes any of us off the responsibility of what someone else does with their travel budget, say, or their meeting budget or their whatever. Then it's up to them to answer to the taxpayers, not all of us. Because I came from a small district. I was very aware. I used to tell, in my career, my staff, we can't all go to everything, because if we did, it just looks like government waste. I want us to be thoughtful of who goes to what, when, and in fact, we never took a quorum of our board to any training because we didn't, or outside meeting because we didn't want to have a quorum that could talk about something, away. But I'm also aware that, trainings like CSAC and RCRC and, cap to cap are all important things for the county to be engaged in. So I just raised the question of, should we talk about having just a set budget or not? And what are the pros and cons of that?
Okay. And so what you heard from your colleagues at CSAC is they get one budget, the district office budget, and that has travel,
That's my
facility, office.
understanding. I didn't look into
Sure,
it.
or just kind of based on that, what we're putting out here today is one budget, travel, office space, other discretionary spending within legal limits, everything within the law. That would be one consideration. Okay.
I would say that's my inclination is to have, I talked to 4 supervisors at my last NACO conference to ask about how they handle it. And I mean, this is not a scientific experiment, so you don't use it for that, but all 4 got a budget, and then it was just, you worked within your budget. There was really no like me telling her what to do with her budget or anything like that. That's really my personal inclination is, we get a budget and then we have to answer to our residents for how we
Your
spend that budget. So that's my leaning, is to just allow the flexibility for each supervisor. And if they take heat for something, then that's on us,
Gotcha.
and, but I'm open to the alternative. That's my natural leaning is that way.
So the discretion comes with accountability. Right.
Yeah.
You get the discretion to do it and you are accountable for doing it. Okay. Okay. What is this changing from? Is this a change or something?
From the last meeting.
Mhm.
Yeah, the last meeting, we put in more specificity such as supervisor, for the distance travels, only one person could go. Supervisor could not take their chief of
Okay,
staff with
right.
them, which used to be how it was in the past.
Sure. And I did hear a little bit about that. Okay. And
I'm a firm believer in just give us all an equal budget and then we exercise our own budget. Because, you know that we're,
excuse me.
part of the check board is responsible stewardship and discretion. I think that's
Discretion and
important because
accountability
your
and-
people are electing you for a reason. And I think if you come a liar, cheat and a steal, they should vote you out of office,
Fair enough. Hope so.
Yeah, so I
Other-
mean,
I mean,
a budget.
I agree.
Mhm.
And then I have a little bit of a caveat,
Mhm.
because even though we have our budget, what we do is seen in the community.
Mhm.
And so to your point of like, if, and go to a CSAC meeting and let's go learn and be engaged. Absolutely. And no problem if 5 of us are there or 1 of us is there, right? Like it's an opportunity to learn and learn from one another and be a part of the policy conversations. Absolutely. But like if we all show up and then we have our CEO and our government relations person and each one of us has a staff member, that is a concern. And I just say that, right? Because then all of a sudden the 5 of us become 10 plus a couple. And that is something that we should be aware of. And I just state that, right? Because it doesn't look great if we have 15 people in Washington, DC.
Yeah, CSAC's different because you're in the state, right?
CSAC's
So there's
different than we're in the state.
probably a limited
Yes.
travel budget, limited
Mhm.
time. DC is the bigger issue, or Europe, or, wherever else. I mean, those were paid for in different budgets, but.
Right. So with the discretion, there's still the issue of perception
And I think we should
and
be
value.
aware of that,
Mhm.
right? Like, and I have been aware of that. Like, I have chosen not to go to Placer Business Alliance because I have yet to go to one, because they have been staff heavy and supervisor heavy. And I felt like I didn't feel very comfortable having 4 board members there. And so I've chosen not to, even though it might be appropriate for me to have an opportunity to go, but I've chosen not to. I'm going to go this year because I finally got oh, you're actually going to finally show up?
Ouch.
Because that's the response I've gotten. Oh, you don't really care about us. No, that's not the case, but that was the impression I had given because I chose not to spend extra dollars in that place. So I just want to share that there's a balance of perception out there, and how we do that. I think we should just be aware of it.
I kind of like everybody else, we all have our set budget, X amount of dollars. It's our responsibility to stay under that and not exceed that, whether we go to cap and bring our aides with us. And yeah, it doesn't maybe look good that 10 of us are there, but why are 10 of us there? If there's an explanation of why 10 of us needed to be there, because then we're breaking out into 5 different groups, but we're still keeping things within our budget. I don't have a problem with that. I also agree with Supervisor Gore about the whole PBA thing. It's a very local Placer County deal. For me, I think it should be within Placer County. I don't need to fly across the country to see my colleagues here in Placer County.
Okay.
My thought is, why not keep those dollars in Placer County? We could do something at Everline or another facility here in town. So that's just my personal belief. Kappa Kappa is different.
Yeah.
Where you're actually going to go meet with federal officials, not take my county and go have a party in another state. And you're stuck in one hotel room. I went as a planning commissioner. I went as my own. I went as a public person. I paid for my own to go just to see it. So I kind of agree with her. I think that good to go see it one time, never need to go back. But going back to the budget, everybody has to stay within their means. If they go over it, then they are accountable to their voters. My being coming from the private sector, being very fiscally conservative with my businesses, my goal was always to have the lowest budget as I possibly can. So not everybody can have that, because my district is probably the smallest, where
Appreciating the
Cindy's is the largest, and she has to have more staff or more things that are going to cost that district more money just because it's bigger. So,
And that's okay also in what
yeah,
we're
I think
talking about.
it's great. I mean, it's all relative to the size of our district, but again, everybody has to be accountable for their own money
Okay,
at the end of the day, I think. So
okay.
that's just my thought.
So the challenge, I will say, my budget's the largest because the outside leases are in these budgets. So I've stayed in the domes, even though my staff are drastically underserved by the current office configuration. That's gonna change, right?
Right down the hall.
Yeah. They're squeezed into very tiny spaces.
I see.
And sharing spaces,
Budget.
and are there 90% of the time,
Yeah.
you know, that's our main office.
Mm-hmm.
So my budget is the largest if we're looking at staffing, because staffing is the biggest driver, and I have an extra, so that drives a lot of costs. So it's one of those things where I don't know how you arrive at what's fair and consistent. I've been a proponent for a long time that the county should lease these outside offices, and then whoever takes the office, that's the county's choice of where those offices are and how much space there is. But there's dramatic differences in what we're working out of and what others are. And I just, you know, speaking on behalf of my beleaguered staff, you know, they like being in the domes, but it's really hard. And there isn't.
When there's no space and you have an aide sitting in the little computer behind somebody's desk, that's not great.
Yeah.
Up like cordwood.
Yeah. So those are things, I mean, we'll do, you know, I asked him, do you want me to look at outside space? Because, you know, I'll go to bat for that. We really like being in the domes. I mean, there's a lot to in interaction with staff and accessibility to staff and resources. That's good, but it is tight, very tight.
Yeah.
So
Can I ask a question? Oh, so wait.
No, go ahead.
So is there actually a plan to like have D2 and 3 teams have space at the West Oaks building? And how long would that be? I mean, is that actually in the works?
I would just say D3 for sure. And as soon as we can complete some TIs, they could be there as often as they want to.
We go there
And I think
now.
they're working out of there now. Yeah.
I've taken teams meetings there. Kind of to Supervisor Gustafson's point, we go out there and it's fantastic. I have a 55,000 square foot building all to myself. So obviously it's taken longer than probably projected because of equipment to move everybody else in there. But I think maybe eventually, if Supervisor Landon wanted to move there, there's obviously space there for that to happen. Because her district is right next door.
And
Almost like my thought being it's so big that it's almost like a replication of the domes. Down there is where, if anybody needed to be there, I mean, obviously you're right down the street, so it doesn't mean they can hotel there, or everybody has a separate office there because it is so big to have that space kind of duplicated like we do in our homes.
And I just asked that, I don't know, Supervisor Landon, do you still have space in Lincoln?
We do, yeah, we just, but I would anticipate that at some point we will move, because to me, it doesn't make a lot of sense. We're only 10 minutes from West Oak, so, and it's just, you've been in the office or
In
no?
Lincoln.
I mean, it's literally just a little room. It's
Yeah.
really not like, we don't have offices, so it's like just one room. So I would anticipate that we would go to West Oak.
And I asked like the tenant, right? Because you have District 5 who that is in District 5 and she needs space for her team. Right? And how do we utilize our current space so that her team actually has space? Right? Because I don't, Landon and I are over there, we share a little office because I'm in Roosevelt. And when we come up, we have meetings. And that's great. So I'm just trying to think of like, if the domes are currently where we're housing District 5, should they have some space priority?
Yeah.
So that
Absolutely.
there is some space and they're not on top of each other. I mean, happy to let people use my space, but at the same time, it's nice for people to have.
Or if it makes sense, we
More
go
space.
lease outside space,
I-
until we get into other.
I think if we're obviously looking to move, then that new facility, my thought is, if we're gonna have our board meetings there, just like you come in and you have a place to stay and she has an office to go do her business in, that the new facility has the same options, right? Even if we're in here, everybody has their own couple, I mean, obviously this place is ginormous, has a couple of places for you and your staff to go into, whether it's one or two offices to occupy. And it's then becomes maybe your home base, and it's her home base permanently because it's obviously in her district.
And I just don't want to wait, right? Because we've been
Oh.
talking for a long time about getting out of the domes.
I saw U-Haul truck there yesterday, so.
So it's like, it's an issue of like parity for
Yeah,
staff.
I agree.
Right? Like they should have space now. I think that, I mean, I'm
Or
agreeing,
so.
they should have some
Is
space
there a
sooner than
plan?
later.
I mean, there's no department there that I think has enough space,
Mhm.
including county council.
County council.
CEO's office. And whatever space is being occupied, either it leaks or smells like somewhere else we don't want to go sit. So I think there is that push to get everybody out of there and get her more space, even if it's here or wherever, but.
My office is great. I mean, as great as it can be. It's big.
But here would be
But it's
even easier for
staff.
you to be here, I would imagine, right?
Yeah.
But in the
Or-
meantime,
Or if
Oh,
county
meantime.
council needs more space, maybe we should exit. And
I
find
guess
an
the question is,
outside
what
lease.
day do we anticipate our new facilities leader to move us?
No.
Anyway, going back to budget, just for a second. I think staff knows this because I've been asking for a while. And I appreciate supervisor's support on this. What's included in these budgets is where the equity becomes challenging, right? So how we dictate that, but at least on travel budgets. And I think there's work on the expense policy so that the electeds have a little more discretion. Like, I don't think should be an issue for me to have dinner with the rest of the board when they come to Tahoe. I
I
don't,
don't think so.
so especially,
Well, it's an unusual situation.
yeah. And so it is long, there should be some deference to, I understand why county staff, you have to set a policy and they can't be going out to dinner
Right.
when they're within 2 miles of their house, but
But you're not staff.
yeah. And so it's not like I spend a lot of money out of my budget, so it,
No, I
shouldn't
think
be
it's
questioned, but in my mind, but it has to be until we have a policy that can be audited.
So
And
how do
we
you,
meet
how do you change that policy that if we're in Tahoe, she's 10 minutes from her house, still covers that? I mean, I don't need.
They're working on it.
I'm working on
Okay.
it. No, it's just so it's a board approved policy, so it can be changed.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'll work with the auditor's office,
Okay,
to make sure everything's, in county council, make sure everything's legal.
okay.
But right now, it's one policy that directs both elected officials, elected department heads and the board. and staff is all in one policy.
Hmm.
So we're gonna have to bifurcate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's getting worked on, but
Um,
yeah, I
going
want to
back
make
to the
sure.
Travel
Mhm.
piece, I would say for me, my only thing on like PBA versus cap to cap, I don't go to cap to cap. I do a meeting with federal agents personally, but.
Sure.
That's
And
just.
gives you the flexibility to do that, right, that level of discretion. Anything to add on?
No, not, I mean,
Okay.
the only thing that's, the first time you go to cap, it's, and, if you happen to volunteer for more than one committee, it's pretty hard to be in two places at one time. So it was very helpful to have my chief of staff there with me because I supported both air control and transportation. And it's a very large group. It's 425 people all going in different directions. And to try to manage and maneuver that thing all by yourself, they ask a lot of people during the meetings, how many years people have been coming. I mean, some of them have been coming there for like 25 years.
Mhm.
And by that time, yeah, but the first time you go, it's extremely overwhelming.
Mhm.
It was very helpful to have someone,
Okay.
especially my my
And you
timekeeper.
could.
You need to be here then and this where, and you know, that kind of a thing.
Right.
Um,
And you could have the discretion to do that the way it's currently set up.
the
right?
way, well, yeah, the way it's currently set up, no, we
No.
could only have one.
Gotcha.
One go.
That's what you would like to. read.
But in
Okay.
the past, that's what I had done with the first,
Okay.
in the beginning, yeah. And outside of cap to cap, there's NACO, our National Association of Counties. Which is, they always travel somewhere. They don't usually have their meetings in California. Just for instance, in July, they're gonna go to New Orleans, which is a very poor choice for July, but.
Let them suffer that humidity.
You know.
Yeah.
But you wanna, you know, you'd have to go there because you wanna go to the meetings, you know, which are very good. The last legislative conference was extremely beneficial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think, one thing I heard, and let me just say it back to you to make sure I had it right. There's some things where y'all can have perfectly I'm gonna say equal, like the exact same amount of money in your budget for something like travel. Is that right? But then there's other things by the nature of how distinct your districts are, where you're gonna need more staff or more offices or things like that. And are you talking about things out? Or you're just saying one, right? Maybe I don't have this right.
It's complicated.
You're right. That's why I don't have this
We're
right.
talking about separating our budgets for our offices and separate those out from our budgets. Because we
For
can't,
lease space.
because we can't really control
Space.
our lease spaces. I mean,
Mhm.
although I have to say that the county did a great job for my new lease space because they got me a lower price per square foot in my new office
Mhm.
than I was paying for my original office. So they really did a great job on getting me a screaming
No,
deal.
we're
when
all
the outgrow-
envious.
Well,
Yeah.
I know
my
you are.
staff I know my
I-
staff walked in
I
and
know.
go, that's a lot of square footage,
Yeah,
you know, not price. We're
Right.
talking square
Right.
footage of area to work within.
right.
Than
But-
others.
Yeah. But that was after we had Frank worked in a broom closet for 3 years, so with no windows.
Ouch.
Well, I think Bridget might say she's working in a broom closet.
Yeah.
Oh, but his was even smaller than that.
And so I don't know what the right answer is. I just wanted to bring it up for potential.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to resolve it today, but if there was an appetite to try to look at it in more detail, certainly. One of the things we talked about last time on training or on meeting travel was if you're a member of a committee and you're required to go somewhere, or, you know, whether it's GSEC or, you know, whatever, you know, NACO, then that shouldn't count against your travel budget for you to go,
Mhm.
or does it? You know, I mean,
Oh,
there's all
I
these
see.
nuances
Right.
of, you know, cause cap to cap, we're all invited. PBA, we're all invited. We don't really have
True.
committee assignments to cap or PBA. So, you know, yeah.
That's a good question. So like, for CSAC, I fly to San Diego for a board retreat, right?
Mhm.
That comes out of my budget, right?
That might be.
It's above the line.
That's above and
So because it's
It's above.
part of
Because
my
it's an assignment,
assignment,
yeah.
right? It would be different. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's to that point, right? Like if you have committees, you're traveling for TRPA, you're the NACO rep, or you're the NACO rep, it comes out of that. And then the extra.
TRPA doesn't go anywhere.
Except for South Lake Tahoe.
No.
Not that exciting.
No, but they do, they're in DC, yeah, right now, so I could have gone.
So a couple things just to interject. So one, we did after that conversation last year, try to give those board members that were on NACO, CSAC, an above the line, if you want to call it that, an additional travel budget for those committee or assignment needs. And then try to align the rest of the, we call it discretionary budget, to around the same number.
And are most of us even hitting our travel budget? We're probably under anyway. Yeah, like we're under it anyway.
So part of the, I want to talk a little bit, go back to the domes conversation, just as a reminder. I think you probably, like all the tenants in the domes are constricted on space. So I think county counsel's office, my office, maybe not the clerk of the board's office, but definitely the board office too. So there is a need to look at that. I think both a short term and a longer term effort. As far as the budgets go, your budgets really are discretionary. So we do not balance, or we do not manage the budgets by each line item. So there's already built-in discretion if the board chooses to spend what was budgeted in travel on staplers and pencils, or vice versa. That's already naturally built into the way our budget controls exist. So within that framework, each budget is separated by that. We've broken out all 5 districts individually as I think the programs or projects, one of the two, which is, and we only actually manage holistically at the cost center level. So that would be all of the Board of Supervisors together. That can be reconstructed at a individual cost center level, one for each district, and then one for kind of the overall cost of the board office. So, I mean, those things can happen. That's just, it just depends on how much more you want transparency or identification of where those impacts are.
So for example, like I saw the line items, it says we're allowed X amount of dollars for postage. Well, if we don't mail anything, now there's that $20,000 sitting there. But if we've over exceeded what we thought we were gonna do for travel, it's still at the end of the line, the end of the day, the bottom line is we still didn't use $500,000, whatever that is. It's just line item.
In our county's internal controls and budget control levels, the only line item that is treated separately of all that is capital assets.
So I just use a postage stamp, put myself on a plane and use postage to FedEx myself to the next meeting.
I mean, that's where the budget controls are. Now, if there's a different direction from the board that they want closer line item control in individual budgets, we would have to manage that separately, or we'd have to manage it manually. So, but right now that discretion is already built in.
Right. But if it's not.
But not on personnel and not on revenue sharing.
Well, so I had a list of items that was conversation to be had is, did you want to set any parameters on this discussion, like revenue sharing? I think in previous governance sessions, the discussion about the number of staff per district has already been had, and it seems like everybody's comfortable with that. So in District 5 is authorized an additional staff member because of the size of the district. So there would be that difference, and if it's acceptable to the other all 5 board members, we'd leave it that way. But that would, we're not looking necessarily or thinking everybody has an equal number at the top or at the bottom, and you can do whatever you want within there. Obviously, I think there should be some considerations for staffing, that is a different, we could line up.
And revenue sharing.
And revenue sharing. But I think a question still remains, on leased space is at a district specific cost that should be considered in the whole or a separate item that is available to those supervisors that have an outside.
Well, we just buy more buildings in other districts and we move, just kidding.
Well, I tried to get the county to buy that church over me.
Well, a little bit, because you have county space already.
Right.
Great. I mean, and we're sort of past that point of having at least 2 locations, well, I guess 3 locations already. But I do think that if we have locations where we have enough room for our staff, that those who are in county facilities should have enough room for their staff too.
Right.
Like, I think that to
Right,
me is a parity issue. It's not so much about the amount of money. It's about, okay, you should at least have a decent sized office for each people in the domes. And if we're not gonna move for a while, maybe we need to change up the space in the dome.
Add on.
Or change it up.
Yeah, change it.
Yeah.
How much do we utilize conference room B?
That's a great question. We don't utilize
Breakfast,
B other
lunch and
than
dinner.
some
Yeah.
breakfast. I mean,
Very-
I mean, that's
it
an
could be,
easy,
it's a,
Yeah.
Very little.
that's an easy fix right
Mhm.
there.
I mean, it
And it
rarely
already is up against your office, which is semi.
that you can hear through the wall
Problematic,
anyway.
Yeah.
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 And there's a door too that, yeah, joining door.
Right. Especially because. Yeah, I mean, that could be used.
Mhm.
And we do have conference rooms on the other side of the building, over in CEO, on the CEO side. Right, there are several
Right.
conference rooms that then we could utilize, so that's an option, Megan.
I mean, A's always.
Mhm.
Going back to what Supervisor Gore said about renting extra space, whether it takes out of each supervisor's budget. I mean, unfortunately or fortunately, not every supervisor has a county building in their district. So I don't think that, my opinion is, I don't think it should come out of that supervisor's budget, because it's not their fault that we don't have a building space in their district. But at the same time, I would be very discretionary of, we're not gonna go rent the Taj Mahal. But I think
Just
that,
giving everybody equal square
Right.
footage.
I mean, I'm very
Maybe
fortunate
is the
that I
way to
have
handle
one,
it. Yeah.
you know, Cindy has the domes, but these 3 don't have anything in their district, so I don't think they should be penalized for not owning any county buildings. Or,
Agreed. I agree with that.
I do have the morgue in the jail, but it's probably not.
I don't wanna.
oh, you can have a big quiet place.
We might be able to find you some space.
Little bowl.
Oh, my God.
Right next to the autopsy room.
How long do we put in, if there was a county building within a 5-mile radius, that you use that? I don't know, but I still don't think that it should be tacked onto their budget. I
Yeah,
think that it should come out of the county general, whatever, however that's paid.
I would just ask that there be similar square footage made available somehow, some way, so.
Yeah,
If
Well, it can't
not,
be
if we
similar,
can't
because
accommodate it in a.
you're always
county
gonna have
building.
more, so it's gotta be accommodated for your district. Like, I don't
Right,
need
per
10,000
staff
square
person,
feet where you
whatever.
need 10,000.
Yeah, if I'm sharing conference space, if I'm sharing,
Right.
you know, the spaces that we have, yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, this is a good time of the year to have this conversation because we are in the midst of developing budgets for next fiscal year. So, I mean, what I've heard today is that we could, basically put salaries up above the line, if you want, so to speak, as a county cost and not a district specific cost. Just because they're all relatively the same, except for the one addition in D5. And then the leases for outside buildings for D2, D4, and D1. Good thing I went in non-sequential order way around. Would be a county cost above that as well. And then that really just leaves kind of office supplies and travel and revenue sharing. But revenue sharing, I think we've already locked in, should stay the same and consistent across all districts.
Did we lock in on that?
Well, I'll make a proposal that we raise it $5,000 again this year because there are so many more nonprofits that are coming to us and asking us for revenue sharing, that it's hard to make, we're not donating that much in money, coming 20,000.
But as Augustus stand on it, but she didn't actually say that she has I have a community of Roseville and she has like however many communities you have.
It's on the back of my card.
And so there might be a parity issue there because way more community partners.
Way more separate communities. So
communities.
when I give 250 to that chamber, the other chamber, and the other chamber, and the other
Right,
chamber.
and I have one chamber.
Yeah.
And
Although
there-
we do give to other, I give to Roseville,
Right,
to other chambers.
But not
too.
everybody does that. Like I don't give to every Auburn nonprofit, et cetera.
And then it's nice when they point you out in the board meeting and say,
Yeah,
thank
you
you
don't
for
get any
you and you
money.
giving me money and
Yeah.
not for you.
Right.
giving me-"
I get pointed out every time.
Right, and so I think she's bringing up a point, like, should we increase this time?
I do it so I get pointed out.
I can live within it. I just share with all the nonprofits. You can't just rely on this every
Mhm.
year, otherwise we would just be.
Is it worth, I know, is it worth taking some of the D3 money?
Well, that's what I was gonna say. It's not- I mean, if he's not gonna utilize
We
it, then
could
it
each get
feels like
five,
there maybe,
another
if
5.
you're gonna continue not to utilize it,
Yeah.
are you not going to?
No, I think my thought is, this is just my personal thought. If there is something out there that I think is worthy,
Mhm.
I think for myself, I get paid enough money of taxpayer money that I'll go do it myself. Then I get a tax write-off. But for me to go spend taxpayer money on something I feel is good and the rest of my constituents don't think is good, I don't think I should be spending taxpayer money on something I think is beneficial. If I think it's beneficial, I'll go do it myself. So for me, I would rather give my $20,000 back to the county and use it for something that is used for county benefits. So I don't think that I should be giving away taxpayer money to beneficiaries of things that are, as a taxpayer, I don't think that the government should, they already do it now, give away what I have given. I think it should go towards what the county, they needs in the county. Now, whether that money goes towards DPW or whatever other spokes that we have in the wheel, HHS or Child Protective Services, I think that's the money should stay there, but that's just my opinion. So like when I get pointed out that says, oh, you didn't give to us, Supervisor DiMattei, but I will reach out to them and go, look, I really believe in your cause. I'll send you a check for $1,000. But it comes from within. So that's what, so I think my $20,000 should just stay in the county.
So I give a lot out of my own personal checkbook as well. But I think this 20,000 goes to nonprofits that are often doing work that the county can't do. If I look at the wildlife, Gold Country Wildlife, or many of our
Stand-up
nonprofits.
classes.
Stand-up classes,
Yeah.
things where they don't have, other sources, dedicated sources. So I don't feel like anybody I'm giving money to crosses the line that the county isn't getting a benefit from helping these people. But that's
Right.
that's how
Right.
my
Just
choice is.
appreciating
And
it.
I honor that he doesn't.
Right.
But I'd like to have the 20,000 to keep sharing with my nonprofits that I think are doing
No,
incredible
I
work.
think that nonprofits that don't
Not
give-
not my nonprofits,
Yeah,
but the
yeah,
nonprofits serving the
Yeah.
community.
like Stand Up Placer or any of those
Yes.
advocacy or CASA, whatever it is. I think they are doing things within our county. And so, yeah, I see your point, but again, it's just,
Yeah.
I don't think I should be giving away county money to someone that I think is good. If I want to go do that, I'll do it myself and let the county, I'd rather give this to employees. It might not be a whole lot of money, but there are people who are working here that, I don't know, maybe they can use it. I
Right.
don't.
Yeah.
So that's just
So
my.
here's and just getting at the philosophy behind the discretion
Mhm.
that you have. So we're not changing the discretion around this necessarily.
I think I'm okay staying with
I was
it.
gonna
I
ask,
appreciate
does
it.
it make sense?
I
to
know
give
I
more to
feel like I
D5?
have more, but I don't need to change it today. I mean, I'm good with it until, because at some point, there's never enough. There's never enough.
Right.
Mhm.
And
There's not.
so, that's when those I believe in, I'll give privately
Well, and that's why I try
The
to look
Auburn
at like,
Symphony or, you know, some of the others.
I try to look at like things that have regional, like countywide benefits. So I'll give to
Yeah.
the Auburn Symphony because there is no other symphony.
Right.
And it makes sense to give it because it's a county-wide benefit.
Yeah.
But
Well, we all go to their galas and everything there to raise money, but the intent of the revenue sharing is to give them like seed money to enable them, give them assistance to put on that fundraiser. And I have a different perspective of it than say Anthony does, because the way I see it is that if the county is what's giving them the money, I just get to be the face of it. I get to be the face of giving this money to these nonprofits, but it's the county giving money and supporting nonprofits. I'm not doing it personally. I just am given the privilege of putting my face on it.
Can I get a
kind of
tax
thing.
credit if I don't use my 20,000?
It's,
You're not
Thank
getting a
you.
raise.
but I just appreciate the discussion. On some of these, there's no problem to solve necessarily. It's just, you know, making sure we're aligned where we need to be and we can have our differences where we want to do that also. And so back to where you were saying above the line, below the line. Do you want to say it again? Did we? get
Yeah,
where you
well,
wanna be?
I was looking at some of the budget information. So I think what I heard is if we didn't parse out district budgets for salaries, leases, I would include other facility costs in that as well to make that consistent across all districts and for every location, right? So you're talking about utilities, all that just moves up. That's just the county cost of doing business. I think we can easily adjust budgets for the next year to fit that model. We'll leave revenue sharing as it is right now. Salaries, again, above the line is just kind of a county cost and not a district specific cost. From there, I think it just, the only other question I have is, do we want on travel specifically, do we still want to consider the conversation from last time about only one person from each district attending certain conferences? Or do we just want to leave that to the discretion of each district?
I heard that there was not interested in doing that.
Okay, so we can do that. And then how about the
committees are
commission
above the line.
assignments?
The committees are above the line, right? If you're serving on CSAC, that's,
And is there any others besides NACO and CSAC that we want to include in this? RCRC?
I think RCRC should be.
RCRC.
I don't know if GSEC, if you guys go anywhere
There's-
without them paying for your way.
We're doing the New York trip. I'm paying for that. I'm paying for the travel out of my budget because it's an additional ask and it made sense to pay for it out of my budget.
And then, well, so for our legislative advocacy trip, that's always chair and vice chair. If the chair and vice chair choose to go, if they don't choose to go, then go down the list. But that's it, so.
Well, I think we can put that estimated cost above the line, if you
Yeah,
will,
vice chair,
and then,
vice chair.
and then we,
And then the rest
and then
of us
whoever
pay
goes,
for
it's
the
not a
budget.
hit to their
Right.
travel budget.
right,
Who's vice chair? Chair.
me,
Yeah,
Mhm.
Cindy. Yeah,
and I'm not going.
Me neither.
You're not going, you two are going cap to cap. I'm going to cap to
I'm
cap.
going.
I'm going to cap.
I'm
I'm
going.
going to cap.
Yeah.
And I'll be
But
doing
I want-
advocacy. Are you doing advocacy?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm also going under air quality.
That's true. Air quality's gonna pay
Air quality is
part,
paying for
I
my
think
stuff to go.
pay for at least part of it.
They
Are they
paid
paying
my-
for all?
The only thing they didn't pay for was my upgrade in my flight, but I paid for my own flight.
So we'll let Joel figure out which one of us are going to what meetings first.
Yeah, I got all that.
Yeah.
One
Alright.
thing I did want to clarify is if the staff needs to bring or additional information to a future board meeting. Within the governance manual currently, it requires a certain approval, the board to approve travel, at least out of state, for all board members and or their staff. Is there interest in changing that approval now that we're basically budgeting those travels automatically?
That was one other thing I asked the other supervisors about, the other 4 supervisors that I asked. We were the only ones that required it to come to the board for approval. Not that I'm saying we need to
Yeah.
change it, but, and I know there were reasons that was put in place. So I'm open either way. I don't feel super strongly either way on that, so.
Sorry, let me,
Well,
the
it's still
board
out of
has to
state
approve,
travel.
so
We
it's
have to
not,
approve each board member's travel.
For out of state.
and or
State only.
staff.
okay.
For out of state.
Out of state
Okay.
only. So there's visibility of that, but no visibility of in-state
But
travel.
since we're already talking about the budgets being above the line, and kind of if you're in GSEC
Mhm.
or NACO, RCRC, does all that stuff need to go again to the board for approval?
I don't think
Or
so.
not?
Is that just that-
It
Well,
doesn't
that's the
make sense.
question, right? So 3 of us are going to cap, right? Is that budgeted already above the line? Because.
No.
No, so then there's,
It-
which is fine, because we're each doing it out of our own budgets. Or you're not, you've got somebody paid for
I got
it,
free
right?
ride, so.
But we have discretion in our budget.
Right.
Right,
So-
so we need.
And I have some
But
research
you know
on.
why you write these policies,
Well,
right?
and I-
Well, it's why we write laws, because
Because
people
somebody
do
does
the
something.
wrong thing.
something wrong at some point, and they
Yes.
wanted it to be transparent to the
Mhm.
public, so they wouldn't go to DC every year, 10 times a year, right? But nobody right now is abusing that or creating that issue. But is it good governance to have a policy so that it is transparent
Right.
and it isn't on any of us to call, or the CEO to have to say, no, I'm sorry, you can't go.
Mhm.
You can't keep doing this, you're exceeding your budget.
Mhm.
So,
Well,
And I've done
Yeah.
some research, various counties on this as well, and it runs, there are some counties that the board can go to where the board sees fit. And that the board is only required to approve board staff travel. That's typically in the larger counties that have board staff. Other counties, they set the budget, you follow it, you can go and do whatever you wanna do, and it doesn't need to go to the larger.
as
board.
long as it has a business purpose, like
Mhm.
I can't go to
Yeah, but yes,
Hawaii.
Right.
Yeah, you
We
can.
still have
I
a
mean,
auditor, just.
The auditor-
Auditor pays
Discussion.
attention.
Yeah, you still have.
For
you still have
the
to travel
consumers
policy.
out there, constituents listening, I was joking.
Could we just say if it's within our budget that it doesn't need to come for an additional approval, but if you hit your budget and then you still are asking for
Travel.
additional approvals, then it comes to the board, or does that?
But then where's
I don't
that money
think
gonna
that
come from? We can't.
I think
we're
we
not
just
gonna-
need to be guarded and not go over.
I mean,
our-
if our
not
travel
exceed our
expenses,
budget.
say $100,000 and we've gone to DC 3 times and we've exceeded that with our staff. Then yeah, you're not allowed to go anywhere. So then at what
You're in
point,
jail.
you're not even allowed to go home. You're gonna live in adults. At what?
Well, and
Well, and
I
I'm
see
sure-
that because pre-approval now takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
And sometimes, actually, the county gets a cheaper cost the earlier we sign
Yeah.
up.
Right.
In reality is sometimes we do sign up before the board approves it to get that cheaper cost.
Yeah.
So in practice, I mean, yes, we're doing what the governance manual currently says.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's costing us money too,
Mm.
Wait,
and now we're not talking thousands and thousands of dollars,
Couple $100.
Yeah, yeah,
Sign
but-
up early.
you know, just to consider.
Yeah, I don't know that it requires approval if it's within our budget. I think it's good practice for the board members when they come back to say, well, I, went to
Yeah.
PBA, here's,
Yeah,
what we did
benefits.
at the taxpayer's benefit and under a standard report. Is there, this kind of goes back to that transparency, not so much asking for permission, but reporting,
So
Yeah.
that might
that's
be a
good
better
governance.
way
Yeah.
Yeah,
Would be to
That's a
have
good-
a requirement of a report out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Versus the approval of the attendance, because I think to Supervisor Gore's point, she may feel differently about attendance at a meeting than others, and putting her in the position of having to vote yes or no on a larger number of attendance is, it may not be fair all the time to do that. So if we
Mm.
require a report out
Mhm.
of these, I
Mhm.
think that that's a little, I mean, you're getting more transparency because you're having,
You're showing the
you're having
value.
to say why you went.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why you were there.
Being held accountable for what you
Let me
did.
ask, do we wanna require reports out or encourage? And
Yeah.
I'd say that because we should be like, if there's an update happening with LISWA, or there's an update happening with SPWA,
Mhm.
that we need to know, we should share those, and that we should, I think we should sort of get into a better practice of that. You're really good at that,
Yeah.
Mindy, about.
I know, I always feel like I don't want to take up more time.
But the reality, the whole purpose is to educate one another
Yeah.
about things that we've been spending a lot of time on.
Mhm.
That otherwise, like if we've been negotiating with the city of Rockland
Mhm.
about how we're addressing property tax on buildings that we have been occupying in the city, we could just say, hey, by the way, we met with Rockland again. No, no decision's been made yet, but at some point, an item will come before the board, because we can't actually, you know,
Right, we can't.
talk about it. But just so that you know that these
Yeah.
conversations are happening, that you're doing work on whatever board we're on, PCTPA, and some updates, I think is just good practice.
If I have 19, I'll be there all morning.
But and it's not everything, right? But it's just like the highlights of things that really matter. I mean, some of it just doesn't really, it
Well,
doesn't rise above.
so do you want us, to your point, should we have the wording say require a report out?
No.
Or
Or-
encourage.
Yeah, I think
No.
encourage.
I mean, I think the problem with requiring is that then you are in a position of somebody
Right.
having
just
to
not-
announce
Yeah.
nothing.
No, I mean, you can encourage it. I wouldn't put boundaries on people.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But I just sort of want to encourage us all to use that
Yeah.
opportunity as like an opportunity to share.
Mhm.
I think, yeah, I think we use it now, but just usually nothing to report out,
Continue.
so.
Okay.
wow.
And then I, one other question, something not related to travel
Mhm.
on budget. If I wanted to move things into kind of an extra help versus hiring a person, if there were times I needed extra help and I didn't need other, is that something that can be done? With, under the, in the budget?
Moving money from where to extra help, from all the
Yeah, if I
discretionary
don't spend
services and
some of the
supplies.
other money, can I use it for extra help services
Okay,
without it being a higher?
the budget controls allow for that.
Uh-huh.
If the board has any, or it doesn't have any concern with extra help positions or additional extra help positions, then yes.
It still stays within her budget.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
But does that have to come to an agenda to hire somebody part-time, or can she just
Not
say, hey, I need somebody?
It's a contract,
Yeah,
I was
just-
thinking more of a contract for services, at times, I mean, Tahoe coming to these meetings and
Yeah.
doing all that, I don't really want somebody up there all the time, but I could hire
no, I-
somebody to handle some of these.
I would agree, but that's why I was trying to
Yeah.
make sure it didn't have to
Yeah.
come to us and you're gonna wait, and that just makes no sense.
Yeah.
What'd you say? What?
85 was like, and I've heard.
So
Oh.
I would say I'm open to
Yeah.
it, and then they have to
Yeah.
figure it out.
Okay.
Thank you. I think we're open,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You just have to figure out how that might.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, I'll work with CEO staff, county council to figure that out.
So is there something that's coming back agendized in the future?
Well, yeah, there are a couple different phases. There will be a budget and a budget discussion at the end of April. There will be potential governance changes, travel policy changes.
It's not all gonna come at once. Some of the
Right.
stuff's
It'll
gonna
come in
take
pieces.
a lot longer than.
You're not gonna
Yeah.
have draft?
Right?
So.
Yeah.
I tell you.
Right. So our goal was to clarify your shared expectations for travel and district related spending, guardrails, processes, discretion. I think we got what you needed, and then clarify what needs to change in terms of policy and governance. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yep.
Check that item. And then at the end of the meeting, you know, the governance, we have a lens that we can use on a lot of different issues. We tried to knock out a number of them today, but I didn't get them all. So is there anything we want to spend a few more minutes on?
I did have one that I forgot to bring up earlier, and it was
Yep.
around, I had someone reach out asking about potentially having people fill out a comment card for public comment. And so I reached out to Megan and asked her to do a little bit of research with some other counties. And so I'll just kick it over to you. what you
Yeah.
found.
So there are quite a few other jurisdictions that do use comment cards, and there's a lot of mixed feedback on the use of comment cards. So, the main thing that we were asking is, do they find it streamlining? And some said, well, yes, we find it streamlining, but it was also the only process they had ever used. So I think that was, part of why they felt it was. Others said, no, it's very confusing. You call the name, that person had gone out of the room, and then someone runs to get them and you've moved on. And so there was some confusion there. They do work. One of the things that is really beneficial with comment cards that people did say that their supervisor's offices like is you can put on to request as much information from the person as you'd like. they're not required to give it to you, but you can ask for an email address or anything you'd like. So there is that option. One of the things that we were warned against is, we have to read the comment card as it's written. So that means no matter what they've written on that card, we are reading it
Verbatim.
Well, wait, I'm confused. Like, if somebody just wanted to like sign up and be a speaker, they can just come up and do that. But if they write something on the card, you have to read it out loud.
So what I was understanding is that you wanted to do like where people fill out a comment card, we call their name up and then they come speak.
Right.
That, I was thinking like, it's sort of a cue, like, oh, all these people want to talk. Now I have Suzanne Jones. I know where she lives. She lives in Granite Bay, and here's her email address. So she's identifying herself. We have it. And we call that person up. So it gives us like, we know who's speaking.
We can't require that though.
No, but you can ask for it.
Oh, yes, no, we can absolutely
Okay.
ask for it, but if somebody fills out a card and puts, so one example that happened is a group went to meetings and they were filling in the cards with names of Nazi soldiers. And the clerks have no option but to read those names into the record to call them forward.
And this happened at TRPA where
Yeah.
we had
Oh, no.
somebody also identifying with a flagrant slur
Mhm.
and
Yeah,
so
and
what do
if
you
they put
call?
as their name on the card, we are
I-
not legally allowed.
Let's just
to-
eliminate not having cards, and you want to talk, you go stand in line. If you.
But
there-
I do like the cards for the big meetings. I
Yeah, for
thought
the
when
big
they can call in
commercial
groups.
items.
And addresses so that we know if they're in our county or not, and they're opining on something that's.
Yeah, but anybody can come to public comment.
Well, we generally ask if if it's county specific and something very controversial, we have asked them to identify the county that they live in. And people have been forthcoming.
Yeah, and we
I
can't.
think the group thing is fine. when
Can't
you have
demand
a
it, but we can
spiel,
ask
but
it.
I wouldn't, like, hey, you're in group one, go stand in line.
Right.
I wouldn't go, okay, Mrs. Jones and Mrs. Gore, now you guys can come to the podium and talk. I'd leave the whole name thing out. I just,
So one recommendation that I was given that I thought was helpful is, they ask everybody to line up and we do the same thing and nobody ever lines up.
I know.
They
I
don't do it,
know.
nobody
They don't.
lines up. And so what, one of the clerks was saying is that she has a chair that he gives them a second, he says, okay, everybody line up. And then when there's, one person gets up, he says, okay, so this is our only commenter, we'll be done after this. And that triggers everybody else to jump up and line up.
Yeah.
Or, cause he's made the announcement that I've asked for you to line up, you chose not to, and now we're done.
Now we're done.
So we can, this is stuff we don't have to adopt in a policy, we can't, because but it is idea, I can look at ideas and recommendations on how to streamline that process, and I do think that would be the good ones is saying like, okay, we see this many people, and after after the last person in line, we're gonna end it, and it will get people to start lining up.
Okay,
So,
that would be my inclination is just to go that route unless it's a big controversial item and then get the cards because that's helpful.
give me.
yeah, and we can always do like when we've done it on, I'm trying to remember which project and it's escaping me right now. But there is always the ability to do sign up things too, where we can have something out there to ask people to sign up for newsletters and other stuff so that we are getting names and email addresses, but not tying it to the public comment piece. So that is an option too, if you guys would find value in that.
Less interest in that. I just sort of think like if you're calling out somebody's name over and over again, you know who they are. You know, there's some value in calling out people's names which brings up the other question. Can we like ask to have faces on Zoom?
So we can't require it, and again, it is one of the things that they are actually discouraging. The reason being is that it's very limited what you can actually hold someone's public comment for. And it basically, Clayton, chime in if I'm off on this, but it's basically that they have to be so disruptive, the meeting cannot continue. So that being said, if somebody turns their video on and is displaying something offensive behind them, we then cannot turn their video off. We have to display that in our meeting for their entire comment period.
Wow.
Now that can run us into issues if we are violating, say, YouTube's policy, you know, it turns into a very complicated. That said, as we work through SB 707 and the requirements there, and we work with Granicus, we are looking at, and we've been in contact with, company whose name I am blanking on. Public input, and basically they run a system that brings all of our stuff into compliance with SB 707, and it has a very robust public comment piece. Cindy's nodding because she connected with them, and we are looking at that. That public comment portion that they have does a whole sign up thing, and it matches the laws because it doesn't make the requirement, but it does give us a lot of freedom. It also cues people who are commenting electronically to say, hey, you're going to be up in 2 more commenters. Like it keeps them paying attention and engaged. So we are looking at those systems, not only for what they give us on, you know, as it relates to SB 707, but just the other benefits that they give us in streamlining.
Okay, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I don't think we should do the cards either. It kind of takes away the spontaneity of people.
But I do like telling them to line up, and I will definitely say.
And are we still
So-
okay when we have big controversial meetings to do the cards?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the groups are nice during.
Yeah.
Yeah, the groups are great.
Yeah.
Then you know,
Okay.
and then they know too, like, oh, I don't have to be here right now.
Right.
Okay.
And
All
then-
right, is there any, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I think Cindy had some.
I had
Shoot.
a couple things. One is I just so appreciate having time for us all to discuss these issues, and I would love to see it be once a year, and it just gives us time to what's working, what isn't working, and how do we work together. So I really appreciate, I know it's a lot of our time and energy. A couple other areas where I think we could continue to improve are on having a board self-evaluation. And working with our CEO and county council that we review to make sure that we're doing quarterly check-ins and in goals and expectations for them so that they have the benefit of that in a closed session personnel review kind of session versus, you know, on the other. And then making sure all of our staff have a manual as well of how a chief of staff operates, what their protocols are, because people come and go and you hire new people and then who brings them up to speed other than their current supervisor who could change. And then, you know, so I think having kind of that consistency for our staff, for ourselves, I think is just really helpful. And I'd love to see us get there at some point. And then finally, electronic board books.
Yes.
We're in process. We are.
You know what?
It's only been 8 years
I-
now.
Give me one.
I don't-
Leave it in the closet.
You know.
This is working really well for me, and I go, now that I can write and highlight, I am like, this could be really a tool for everybody if they want it, but if they don't, then they can have their paper book.
We're implementing Granicus. We transitioned from one meeting, which.
Workers' comp back claims will go down, supervisors.
So we're in contract, we're actually in implementation with Granicus, and we did purchase the whole thing. We even got to where we could at some point allow electronic voting through the system. We're really happy and excited with it. It's a big lift right now, but it will be very beneficial. The upside to, you know, Granicus is they do integrate with like public input. They integrate with a lot of those other companies, and so they give us a lot of benefits.
On some of those tablets, I would probably be concerned on where their storage base is, whether it's within the United States or not. Some of them are stored based, their clouds are in China or another country.
The tablets, my understanding is that we typically vet those through IT for purchase. Like I know, so we got.
This doesn't have a wireless.
So
There's no internet surfing or emails coming in on this. It's what we load onto it. And then what we load off of it onto our computer.
So it doesn't have a cloud storage basis on that thing.
And I can just add, because I've had experience with 2 different tablets so far.
Mhm.
And the first one I had, the tool, IT flagged it and said, no go.
Right.
Because it's hosted out of country. They didn't feel the information security was enough. And so I got rid of that product. So there are eyes on those kinds of things as we make purchases, so.
And I think as we move to finalizing grant, I guess we will work with you guys to see.
Not everybody works the same way.
Yeah.
I'm trying to teach an old dog and learn new tricks.
I like my paper and pen.
And I do agree to that point of having together sort of a manual for chiefs of staff,
Yeah.
et cetera, just
Mhm.
so that, right, when we have new people
Mhm.
and just makes it so much easier to know what's expected, how to do
Yeah.
things, et cetera, just
We might
as
try,
start putting it together.
yeah, we might try to also sort of equalize it, you know, what our chief of staffs do, what they're responsible for. Use an army, you call them an SOP, a standard operating procedure. That way, you know, your person just all of a sudden runs away.
Mhm.
Somebody can step in with that SOP and pick up where they left off and know
Yep.
exactly what they have to do the job.
Yep.
I think so, chief of staff, maybe district director.
So those 4 items were things to consider in the future as you just continue to build out governance. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll check in. Any other items in the future in terms of governance or anything else that we needed to hit today?
No. I did want to just offer opportunity for any public comment at the end, so if we're all done here, unless anyone else has any. Is there anyone here in the chambers who wants to make a comment? And is there anyone online?
Lost them.
Cheryl, go ahead and mute your mic and give your comments.
Cheryl, of course.
I made Shanti laugh. Cheryl Berkema, Granite Bay. I don't know how this falls into your governance, but one of our concerns in Granite Bay at least is that the budget, so we have, I know I brought this up before, each, when you did redistricting, each district has the same number of residents, yet Granite Bay, a lot of the residents have been waiting 25 years for a trails. And Shanti, you just mentioned that you have 3 parks going in. So I often feel like Granite Bay is getting starved out. And I think there should be some type of auditing procedure, again, with the audits that shows district by district who's spending money on what. Because when it comes in, there's a lot of activity in different districts, but you all have the same similar number of residents. And I feel like new residents are the ones that are getting our tax base, where the existing residents are not getting the benefits of the taxes that we put in. Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. I think maybe when Supervisor Gore and I were talking about parks in general, we were just talking about the growth that's happening out in West Placer and the potential for parks in those specific plans, I think maybe.
Like their plan is
But
part
yeah,
of a specific plan. Yeah.
No parks in specific. Any other?
Yes, one more. Diane, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
Greetings again. Diane Louise Alessi from Christian Valley Park. I just want to weigh in on the going back to the max in terms of when should it be a hybrid, when should be applied, because the venue that you're conducting it from, paradigm that we're all in, and there are other options in terms of there's even Starlink. So the county can have a movable Starlink to more remote venues that are going to have meetings or town halls. And that should not be a limit anymore. In my view, you guys contract with all kinds of software that I don't, to me, I think is like $20 bills are flying out your back pocket while you're busy picking up dimes in the front. That's how I look at it. I think keep Zoom available for 8 of the meetings is of staff. When I look at other things that you do, doesn't seem to be an issue. So I'm just saying, please consider hybrid at all points. There are options.
And that's the drawback.
Yeah. Diane, sorry, you're cutting out.
Yeah, we didn't even hear half of what she said.
The good news is we.
And I will just end with this. Christian Valley Park does not have its own, but what we layer, so I could have high speed, and we had high speed for our meetings while we're using their venue. So I'll just yield with that. Put it in your bonnet.
Thank you. And most of these items will be coming back to the board at some point, so we will have an opportunity for the public to chime in on everything. With that, we will go ahead and adjourn to our next regular meeting next Tuesday, March 24th.
Okay.
Thank you, Jane.
Thank y'all. Thank you for your time.
Yeah.